Behind every breakthrough is a dedicated team of therapists, social workers, and caregivers. And behind them stands Amuna, the organization that makes this work possible. For 90 years, Amuna has been at the heart of Israel's social welfare system, helping vulnerable children and families break cycles of abuse and distress. Through education, therapy, and love, Amuna builds lives of purpose and possibility. The Teen Girls Crisis Center at Neve Michael embodies that vision, ensuring that no girl is left to face her trauma alone.
They will get more tools and will be able to use those tools in the future whenever they get to another crisis or will have a hard time.
At Neve Michael, every girl is given the chance to heal, to hope, and to dream again.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. We are live from Israel with your top headlines from across the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Devo Klein, and these are the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. The IDF announced that a short while ago, Israeli fighter jets struck across southern Lebanon. They were striking terror targets. Now, according to the IDF, the terrorists that were eliminated in the strikes were operating at a terror infrastructure site belonging to Hezbollah's construction unit in the Tyre area. The site was used to manufacture equipment used by Hezbollah terrorists to rebuild terror infrastructure that had previously been targeted and dismantled during the war. The IDF emphasized that Hezbollah's efforts to rebuild on the border with Israel is a blatant violation of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire. And overnight, Israel received the body of another slain hostage. The body has been taken to the Abu Kabir National Center for Forensic Medicine for identification. The IDF has now announced the identity of the slain hostage. He is Joshua Lalitu Molel, a Tanzanian citizen aged just 21 years old when he was kidnapped. IDF representatives informed the family of Joshua that his body has been returned for burial and sent their condolences to the family. Joshua was an agronomy student who arrived in Israel for agricultural training at the Ibim Agricultural Campus as part of his studies. Now, according to information and intelligence available to the IDF, he was murdered by the Hamas terrorist organization on October 7, 2023, and his body was abducted to the Gaza Strip. Joshua was 21 years old at the time of his death. He was kidnapped from the cowshed at Kibbutz Nachal Oz, where he worked, and his death was officially determined on December 13, 2023. He leaves behind his parents, 3 sisters, and a brother. And the IDF also addressed rumors that the body of Hadar Goldin, an Israeli soldier whose body has been held by Hamas in Gaza for over a decade, is being guarded by Hamas terrorists in a tunnel in Rafah. The IDF said, quote, "These are false claims that cause harm to the family." They added, quote, "The IDF urges the public to rely solely on announcements from official sources and to refrain from spreading unverified rumors which harm the families of the hostages and the public. Efforts for the return of the deceased hostages are ongoing at all times." And as the heartache continues for the families still waiting for the return of the bodies of their loved ones, even the living hostages who were returned from Hamas captivity are in great pain and now sharing harrowing details from their captivity. One such hostage is Rom Barslavsky. Rom was just 21 when he was abducted from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. Rom, unlike many other hostages who were taken on that dark day, was actually held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That's a rival faction to Hamas in the enclave. With much starker ideologies and harsher methods, when the PIJ released the very first video of Rom in captivity, it was clear to most that the young Israeli had endured unfathomable torture. Today, we have his testimony, and it's just as dark as you would imagine. Let's take a listen to a clip that was taken from the interview.
הפשיטו אותי מכל הבגדים, תחתונים, הכל. קשרו אותי שאני לא לובש כלום, כאילו, אני קרוע מת בלי אוכל. הוא מתפלל כאילו לאלוהים, תוציא אותי מזה כבר. אתה אומר כאילו, כבר נתפעה.
איך אתה קורא למה שעשו לך? תקיפה מינית?
חד משמעית. כן.
That's an incredibly hard watch. And, speaking in an interview to Channel 13, Rom said, quote, "They stripped me of all of my clothes, underwear, everything. They tied me up while I was completely naked. I was torn apart, dying with no food." Rom added that it was sexual violence, saying that the primary purpose was to humiliate Rom and crush his dignity. Rom said that that's exactly what they did. When asked if there were other incidents, Breslavsky said that there were too many to count. Beyond the sexual violence, Rom explained how the PIJ tried to convert him to Islam many times, but Rom insisted on preserving his Jewish identity. Today, Rom is home and recovering slowly, but his testimony broke the spirit of so many Israelis who were praying for his safety. Knowing that he endured this torture for over 700 days is just heart-shattering. And with those chilling testimonies, joining me now to discuss all of the latest developments that are coming out of Gaza is Jonathan Schanzer, Executive Director at FDD. Jonathan, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Pleasure.
So we are all well into the implementation of the U.S. brokered ceasefire for hostages deal in Gaza. But the timeline is off as of now because we were supposed to already be implementing phase 2 of the deal, which includes reconstruction, demilitarization, and discussing post-war governance in Gaza. But we're not really able to move forward properly because Hamas keeps dragging phase 1 out, claiming they are searching for hostages, but also faking the findings of body, as we've seen before from IDF drone footage. So what is your take on Hamas dragging this phase out so much? Do you think it's just so they can remain in power for as long as possible?
Well, I mean, I think two things to note. Number one is that, holding on to now 6 hostages, the bodies of 6 hostages, that is their last leverage. That is the only thing that they have right now that gives them any seat at the table as we discuss a post-war future. So, of course, they're going to slow this down. The idea that they don't have the bodies or they don't know where they are is, of course, ridiculous because these bodies are the most valuable things that they have. They've known this right now, that this is their ace in the hole, so to speak. So they need to just continue to feel pressure from the United States, continue to feel pressure from Israel. But I think more importantly, they need to feel pressure from the international community. All those countries in the Middle East and Europe that we're talking about a Palestinian state or whatever comes next, they need to be putting the pressure on, not just the United States and Israel. But the other thing that I think we just need to understand here is that when we start talking about phase 2, that means the end of Hamas. So you have to understand that Hamas is in no hurry to dismantle itself. You would not expect them to, move with great alacrity toward the final phase of this, because it means that at the end of the day, they have to hand in their weapons. They have to disband. They have to be sent abroad or whatever their fate is. So look, this is a terrorist organization that's been around since 1988. You'll have to forgive them for not wanting to die. That is sort of, I think you need to understand at least the mentality of this group. They don't want to go anywhere. They have to. We need to push them. It is for the good of the Palestinians. It's for the good of the Israelis. It's for the good of the region. But you have to understand why they don't want to go quietly into the night.
Absolutely. And, I want to touch on something that you said about these international, bodies that are supposed to be getting involved because Trump's draft, which he recently submitted to the UN, reportedly outlining phase 2, it includes a combined international force like Qatari or Turkish presence to come into Gaza and implement phase 2. And although Trump is pushing this idea, it doesn't seem to be in the benefit of either Israel's interest or, if we can even say it, Hamas's interest. As they've mentioned time and again, they are not interested in foreign powers coming into Gaza. Do you think that they can successfully, in your opinion, implement phase 2?
Look, I think that phase 2 can be implemented in some shape or form. In other words, we could get an international body that goes in and starts to monitor what's happening in Gaza and hopefully keep it demilitarized. I would argue that putting Qatar or Turkey in the mix is a disaster because these are patrons of Hamas. They're not interested actually in dismantling Hamas. They are still. I mean, we just had the foreign minister and the head of intelligence in Turkey hosting Hamas. They're platforming these guys. They like Hamas. They think that Hamas is not a terrorist organization. They think that it is a legitimate actor. So why would we ever expect them to, at the end of the day, want to take part in the dismantling of Hamas? I just don't understand why the Trump administration is engaging with these two countries in particular. It would be sort of like asking Iran to get involved in post-war Gaza. We know that that would not work out well. These are also patrons. So I think, we need to understand that. I think that also it's important to understand that there are moderate Arab states that have been loyal to the Abraham Accords. They've been loyal to the United States. They continue to work with the Israelis as peace partners. I'm talking about the UAE and Bahrain and Morocco. I got to say, as we talk about post-war Gaza and these radical actors continue to be talked about as partners, it leaves the good guys out. And so I think actually inadvertently, the Trump administration is eroding the positive connections that the Middle East has fostered over the years to the benefit of the worst actors. So in other words, there's a broader dynamic that we need to be thinking about here. Look, at the end of the day, if we want to have success in a post-war Gaza scenario, we need countries like Greece or Cyprus. In other words, countries that are like friends with Israel, friends with the United States, don't have an axe to grind as it relates to the Palestinians or the Arab world, and they come in and they just try to help. That's what we should be aiming for. But when you have countries that have blood on their hands, when you have countries that are calling for the destruction of the state of Israel, why would you want to put them in? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Right, that's a great take. I love that, and I do want to expand on that because, like you said, Turkey and Qatar, they're very much welcoming Hamas. But I want to expand on something specific because it's not just Hamas that they're endorsing. They're endorsing Hamas ideology. And that takes me to the idea of indoctrination, because indoctrination doesn't seem to be on anyone's agenda, but it is truly a daunting problem. We have an entire generation of Palestinians who are fresh after this war with Israel. Trump's plan includes demilitarization, but it doesn't discuss the threat of education and what Hamas's school systems have done to the Gazan youth in the last 2 decades. Why is this not a pressing matter? And if you can also expand on Qatar and Turkey, what might we be able to expect if we bring in those forces and the indoctrination against Israel continues?
Well, look, I mean, these are two countries, Qatar and Turkey, that are major patrons of the Muslim Brotherhood. This is perhaps one of the most toxic ideologies in the region. It's the cornerstone of Al-Qaeda and ISIS and the Taliban and Hamas itself. Bringing them in and having them stand up schools is an insanity. It would just lead to kind of a rinse and repeat of what just happened post October 7th. You would see the return. If it's not Hamas, it would be something like Hamas. It's funny, I think a lot right now about the Nusra Front in Syria and then the rebranding of HTS. And now the guy that ran Nusra, an Al-Qaeda group that then became HTS, is now seen as the moderate leader of Syria. This is exactly what I would expect in Gaza. A rebranding of the most radical actors under the patronage of Turkey and Qatar, and pretending that they're not Hamas, but doing all of the same things. That's actually my main concern right now when we talk about the future of Gaza under this new entity. You could absolutely imagine some new group proclaiming, "Okay, we're in charge." And it's essentially, dead enders from Hamas that don't want to leave and that want to rebuild exactly in the same image. And yes, that would include education. It would include all of the media, the outreach to the people, what's taught at mosques, what's taught in mosque sermons. These are the sorts of things that we need to prevent, which again leads us right back to this question of which moderate states are we bringing in? If they're going to be Muslim states, then they need to be countries that are interested in peace. So the UAE and Bahrain, there are not a lot of them, by the way. I mean, I wouldn't put Kuwait in there. That's a radical country that teaches the wrong stuff. And I think when you look around the region, I don't even know if I'd want to put Jordan into the mix, given how incredibly anti-Israel the country's been, despite the fact that it has a peace with Israel. Same with Egypt, not exactly promoting, normalization on a day-to-day. It's extremely cold peace. So we need to be really careful about who gets brought into this process and who is anointed. And I think that, the way that so far we've approached this here in the United States and the international community is, hey, if you raise your hand, well, sure, we'll let you in. We need a higher bar. We really do. We need to have a standard through which we vet countries that are putting people into Gaza, or at least volunteering to put people into Gaza. There's also one other part of this, which, no one's really talking about, which is which countries are going to be willing to have fighters in the mix with Hamas, shooting back when they're shot at. Because we have a long history in the region of UN agencies that sit by and allow, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or Islamic Jihad, to arm up and to threaten the region, and then eventually to take over and to become the quasi-sovereign. We saw this with UNIFIL in Lebanon. We've seen it with UNRWA and even the multinational forces in Egypt. We have a terrible track record when we look at the international community and who gets involved in these sorts of post-war mechanisms. So a lot of work to be done here right now, but the key is having higher standards, demanding more from our partners, making sure that we've got the right people that are at the table and in the mix.
Absolutely. And, as I mentioned before, we have obviously the Northern Front is now active again. Hezbollah simply refuses to back down up there. They keep attempting to rebuild infrastructure so that they can carry out more attacks against Israel, irrespective of the current ceasefire. And over there, we have the Lebanese government. They simply cannot disarm Hezbollah properly. I mean, surely there are lessons that can be learned from the Northern Front and potentially taken over to Gaza, and so we can maybe understand how Hamas might try to act against Israel. Like you said, they're not going quietly. So is it a fair assessment to say, and I'd like your take on this, that without Israeli involvement, Israeli security will always be under threat?
I happen to think that is sadly the case, but it doesn't have to be always. In other words, if you get the right sort of combination of maybe Israeli security from above, the airstrikes that we continue to see, for example, in Lebanon, but have a partner that is legitimate, that is viewed by the population as not corrupt, working with the United States, building a better life for the population. That makes things easier. Look, I will say Lebanon is not a great model, primarily because the government's a disaster. It has no legitimacy. It's essentially a failed state. In Gaza, we have a failed state. But I think the difference is that if you're able to get Hamas out of the picture, there is nothing else, so you can rebuild it from scratch. Lebanon, you don't have that. You've got the baggage of decades of a failed history, and a government that we continue to try to look to as the only alternative for Hezbollah, and they're failing. I think that the concern that I have right now when we look at Gaza is putting the Palestinian Authority into this role and expecting them to function as a government. The Palestinian Authority is irredeemably corrupt. It is factless. The leader is a guy that's been in power for 20 years. He's a 90-year-old guy that's falling asleep in meetings. He has zero legitimacy in Ramallah or anywhere else in the West Bank or the Gaza Strip or really anywhere around the world. So what we have to do, I think, to make Gaza something that works is to create something from scratch, something that doesn't have the baggage of these previous governments. And yes, there will probably be some kind of role for Israel in terms of security, but hopefully over time, you'll need Israel less and less because you'll have some other entity that is adept at governance and controlling the borders and controlling the violence and confiscating weapons and all of the things that you would expect a good government to have. But I'll warn everybody here that Gaza and Lebanon look like the least of Israel's problems right now. You've got, militias in Iraq that are arming up. You've got Iran trying to rebuild its arsenal. Turkey trying to insert itself in Syria and actually succeeding in doing so. I'm looking at a very different Middle East than I saw even a few months ago. And, it does give one a sense that there could be another round coming. I hope I'm wrong. But I do think that the focus on Gaza, the focus on Lebanon, these are tactical problems right now for Israel as new storms begin to gather.
It's really interesting that you say that, because it seems like the general impression is that here in Israel on the ground, people are a little bit more concerned about Israel's security and the immediate security. And in the United States, in Washington, there's a lot more at play here. There's regional tensions, there's diplomacy. So in terms of U.S.-Israel relations, I'll remind also that we went from having, President Donald Trump visiting in Israel. We had the visit of American envoys, the vice president, the secretary of state, and they were all in the span of a few weeks. And we were hearing a lot about U.S.-Israel relations. Now it seems that there's not much going on that front, at least on the diplomatic side. So when it comes to, Washington thinking diplomatically and Jerusalem thinking strategically and security-wise, do you think that the two are still aligned when it comes to what's going on in the region?
Look, I think that everything is happening in real time here right now, right? I mean, Iran is trying to rebuild, and the United States would probably not like to go back and bomb Iran again. They'd probably not like to see another, 12-day war as we saw back in June. So I'm not sure that Israel and the United States are on the same page. It doesn't mean that they won't be. It just means that, Donald Trump in many ways is turn the channel. I mean, he's like, okay, what else is on? I got to deal with China. I got to deal with Russia. I've got to deal with a government shutdown in the United States. There are any number of crises that the American president needs to deal with. Israel has fallen to a third or fourth or maybe eighth, tier priority for that matter. Israel's, trying to stick with the plan that Trump has given them. But again, I think we just need to understand that this is a very dynamic situation right now. People say that, this is peace. It's not. I mean, Trump called it a peace plan. It's a ceasefire. It's holding only because the Israelis are allowing Hamas to drag out the process. Israel actually, by the letter of this deal, probably should already be back into Gaza, destroying more of Hamas because they've not returned these last 6 hostages. And we know that they're still trying to fight. They're preparing for another round with Israel, but Israel's able to wait because, they're waiting for the hostages to come home, and it's still happening. And they're getting pressure from the United States to just stick to the deal. That's what's happening right now. But whenever we move on to phase 2, or whatever semblance of phase 2 that we move on to, we need to be aware of the fact that, you've got Turkish assets, military and intelligence assets in Syria that are threatening Israel. You've got Hezbollah trying to rearm, and they're rearming faster than I think most people realized. You've got Shiite militias in Iraq that Iran is funding and arming, and they're getting ready for another round. The Houthis, don't forget those pesky guys out in Yemen that were firing missiles and drones into Israel just a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. They still have the ability to do it, and there's no reason why they wouldn't. They're not party to this ceasefire. And of course, Iran wants a piece of Israel again after getting they got shellacked by the Israelis during that 12-day war, and they remember it, and they want to go back. So what we have is still right now, despite the fact that Donald Trump has sort of said, okay, well, that's the end of 3,000 years of fighting in the Middle East. I think that the evidence proves otherwise. I think, as my colleague Cliff May always says, there are no permanent victories in the Middle East, only permanent battles. I think that we're looking at preparations for that next battle. I do see it. Israel's enemies are doing it, and as a result, Israel needs to prepare.
Absolutely. I wish we can go longer because it's such a charged topic, but we are unfortunately out of time. So Jonathan Chanzer of the FDD, thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
And clashes erupted yesterday at Toronto Metropolitan University, where an off-campus event held by students supporting Israel, which honored an IDF veteran, was stormed by a masked mob of pro-Palestinians who forcefully entered the building and began assaulting the attendees. Toronto police made multiple arrests after a glass window was shattered, causing injuries to at least one person. Footage shared on social media captures the entire thing, showcasing the desire of pro-Palestinian mobs to cause harm to students supporting Israel. And in a slight shift, we want to end on a positive note. An exciting conference is coming up here in Israel. The 4th Jerusalem Business Conference is set to kick off this month. Titled Own Your Voice, Building Business and Community. This conference is unique and highly anticipated by a lot of people. And so joining me now to discuss the event is Leslie Kaplan of Build and Brand Your Biz. Sorry, that's Build and Brand Your Biz, and the conference organizer and moderator. Leslie, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, Deba. Thank you for having me, and always great to end on a positive note.
Absolutely. So, I want to start from the background of this conference. What led you to create this conference, and who exactly is it aimed at?
Okay, great. So firstly, this is the 4th year that we're running the conference, which is a merge and a collaboration between myself as the main organizer with AECI, which is the Association of Americans and Canadians in Israel, and with Nefesh B'Nefesh. It'll be held on November 19th in the Nefesh B'Nefesh campus in Jerusalem, in Cinema City. And as I say, it's the 4th year that we've been collaborating. It's a big event on the Anglo calendar for entrepreneurs, business owners, smaller business owners, i.e. solopreneurs, larger business owners, anyone that's interested in networking, getting together, building relationships, and of course, having personal and business growth by attending the different talks that we're going to be having.
Very cool. And so, could you share with our viewers what people can expect at this event? And while you're at it, if you could also share why you think that people should attend this year.
Okay, both good questions. Firstly, in terms of what we're going to be offering, I'm a firm believer of combining content as well as networking. So we're also going to be having a 90-minute formal networking session, speed networking. There'll be lots of informal networking during the coffee breaks. There's an area to hold your one-on-one business meetings as well. So it's a great place to connect. We've got wonderful speakers ranging from speakers on personal growth, business growth. We are honored and privileged to have ILTV's very own Mayan Hoffman as one of our speakers as well at the conference. We've been partnering for a couple of years now. She's fabulous. And we're also having a fireside chat with Joseph Gittler of Leket Israel. He'll be sharing his story with us and some tips that people can learn. We're also going to be having a fabulous panel on podcasts and media, which is so important today. Right now, many people can be the media, not only the news channels, and having a platform for a podcast is super important so people can learn about that. We're going to be talking about AI. We're going to be having delicious food. That's also a very important part of the conference by Muffin Boutique, the caterers, healthy food, gluten-free options, as well as some lunch. And basically, it's an event. It's a full-day event that you want to come. You want to be open to building collaboration, meeting people, building relationships, as well as being open to personal growth and business growth. Because having a business or a company, if you don't grow personally, then it's difficult to grow your business. So the two are very much interrelated.
Absolutely. Let's expand on that. And just briefly, if I could, because we really are almost out of time, because this conference is a business conference. So can you share with us how businesses, in particular small businesses, impact Israel's society and economy?
Okay, very important. Firstly, Israeli businesses and business owners form a very important part of the economy. As we know, the economy has not had an easy time. Going back years ago with Corona and then leading into our war now for 2 years, many businesses have taken a hit. And yes, people have been retrenched too. So many people actually found their passion and became business owners when they were retrenched from their businesses, and people become business owners for different reasons. So many are solopreneurs, others are companies or are considered businesses where they employ other people. So they're providing employment to other people, they're sustaining the economy, they're meeting their passion in terms of providing a service or product that they see is missing in the economy. and many of them work with countries abroad too. So it's bringing income into our country. It's, as I say, providing employment for, it could be many families. Sometimes it's just the entrepreneur, but other times, as I say, they employ people. And we're providing a service that many other people do not offer. That being said, I also want to say there's different networking groups around which support business owners. I'm the founder of the Israel Networking Hub, which we have different events, online events, in-person events, and this is one of the events that we're having, a big event on our calendar. So it's important for business owners because of the fact that many of them even work from home to connect with other people, to learn from other people, to grow from other people, and learn that we can actually make and impact the world and Israel to become a stronger Israel as a result.
Awesome. Sounds absolutely incredible. And, Leslie, while I have you on the screen, I want to take a moment to encourage our viewers to scan the QR code that's on your screen right now. That will send you to the website where you can register. It's an event that you certainly don't want to miss. Thank you so much for joining us, Leslie.
Thank you. Thank you. Take a look at the site. It's not only heavy business in terms of numbers, accounting, not at all. It's something very different.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is unfortunately a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Stay with us throughout the day for more updates coming out of Israel and the Middle East. And you can also catch us on our ILTV app by downloading it from the App Store. I'm Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Caleb Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. Hamas hands over the remains of Staff Sergeant Itai Chen, Colonel Asaf Hamami, Captain Omar Nutra, and Staff Sergeant Oz Daniel, all killed in action during the October 7th attack. That leaves the remains of 7 hostages Hamas has failed to return in violation of the Gaza ceasefire agreement. The IDF continues its airstrikes on Hezbollah targets in South Lebanon, eliminating Mohammed Ali Haddad, commander of the Radwan forces in the Nabatea area. At least 5 other Hezbollah operatives are taken out in strikes over the past few days, as Prime Minister Netanyahu warns that Hezbollah is trying to recover and rearm, and says that if the Lebanese government fails to disarm it, according to the ceasefire deal, Israel will act to defend itself. The Trump administration is reportedly pressing Israel to allow some 200 Hamas terrorists still hiding in tunnels under Gaza's Rafah city, an area controlled by the IDF, to move back across the so-called Yellow Line into Hamas-held territory. The Prime Minister's office said the terrorists will not be allowed safe passage under any circumstances. Military Advocate General Major Yifat Tomer Yerushalmi and former IDF Chief Prosecutor Colonel Matan Solomesh were arrested for leaking the video of Israeli guards allegedly abusing Palestinian prisoners at the State Taiman Detention Center and further offenses connected with covering up that act. Defense Minister Israel Katz appoints the ministry's former chief legal advisor Itai Ophir to replace Tomer Yerushalmi. Israel and India signed a memorandum of understanding to enhance defense cooperation that reportedly includes India buying rockets and air defense missiles developed by Israel Aerospace Industries for some $3.75 billion. And now our big story. The post-war planning for the future of Gaza is slowly taking shape, with the U.S. submitting to the UN Security Council members a draft resolution outlining steps for the creation of the new international force drawn from Arab and Muslim countries that is supposed to maintain security, oversee the disarming of Hamas, and demilitarize the Gaza Strip. Also, the training of a new Palestinian police force. Governance of Gaza will be overseen by the creation of the Board of Peace chaired by President Trump. But in the meantime, Hamas continues to violate the ceasefire terms, failing to return all the hostage remains as Palestinian terrorists engage in sporadic clashes with IDF troops. Here's Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking about the planned security arrangements for Gaza.
אנחנו מחליטים ואנחנו פועלים ככל שצריך להסיר סכנה מיידית לכוחותינו. אנחנו מחליטים ואנחנו פועלים. בסופו של יום, החמאס יפורק מנשקו ועזה תפורז. אם כוחות זרים יעשו זאת, מה טוב. ואם הם לא יעשו זאת, אנחנו נעשה זאת.
And joining us now for more is Jonathan Spyer. He's an author, journalist, and director of research at the Middle East Forum. Jonathan, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Caleb.
Now, Jonathan, you recently wrote a piece for The Spectator about the Gaza peace plan as outlined by President Trump or the Trump administration having to coexist uneasily with the emergent reality in Gaza. How do you see the emergent reality taking shape in Gaza and how the peace plan is going to have to maybe adjust itself to that?
Yeah, well, I do think there are a number of really significant question marks remaining about the Trump 20 or 21-point plan. It was clear that both sides had an interest in the implementation of the first part of the plan that has now been implemented. Hamas had an interest because they wanted to avoid an IDF entry into Gaza City. And Israel, of course, had an interest because we wanted to get back the remaining 20 living hostages and eventually also the bodies of the murdered hostages. So that was clear, the common interest. Moving into the second and third phases, however, I think it's a much more complicated question because obviously the plan envisages the disarming of Hamas and it's giving up of its arms and it's giving up of its political role in Gaza. And Hamas has been absolutely clear from the outset that it has no intention of giving up either its weaponry or indeed its kind of de facto leadership role within Gaza. Now, the IDF, of course, has withdrawn from part of the Strip. Hamas now controls only around 47% of it. But inside that area, Hamas, on a daily basis, is reconstituting itself as the ruling authority. So how you get from that point, where we're currently located, to the point at which Hamas has been disarmed and has departed the Strip, I think remains deeply complex.
Well, clearly they're issues that have to be resolved. One of them is, of course, about this ISF, International Stabilization Force. We just saw Prime Minister Netanyahu say that if it fails to act, Israel will act. But is it really so simple? Because once you have foreign forces introduced into the Gaza Strip, that could place some limitations on the IDF's ability to react.
Oh, I have no doubt that if the International Stabilization Force does indeed come into existence and is then deployed, at least in the currently Hamas-controlled part of Gaza, it will certainly have implications for Israel's freedom of action. And it won't just be vis-a-vis Israel's relations with the countries in question, whether it's Azerbaijan or Indonesia or wherever it ends up being. It'll be with regard to Israel's vital relationship with the United States, because, of course, the United States will be signed off on this agreement. So they'll be very much committed to the success of it. So at that point, if Israel feels the need, I don't know, to engage in hot pursuit, into the area supposedly controlled by the International Stabilization Force, but in which the International Stabilization Force is not adequately dealing with the existing and continuing terror threat, then it's easy to imagine all kinds of scenarios. But I would want to add that, we need to think about these scenarios, but we also need, I think, to acknowledge that we really are in kind of terra incognita here. We're in new and undiscovered territory. The notion in the Gaza Strip of having international forces which are operating on the ground is a very, very new situation. We haven't really seen this before. Certainly, in fact, with regard to the Israeli conflict with the Palestinians specifically, this is a very new idea to have international forces actually deployed on the ground rather than engaged in training or advising, as we've seen in the past. So it's a new situation we're entering into.
Right, and we're talking about complications that may arise in a couple of months, but there are some already on the ground.
Yeah.
Jonathan, take, for example, the story of we believe, some 200 Hamas terrorists in territory apparently controlled by the IDF, hiding in tunnels. Latest on that is that Israel security officials are saying they want to see the return of some hostages, remains, including, for example, Hadar Golden, who's been here over a decade, his remains in the Gaza Strip before they allow it. There's pressure on the U.S. Again, these are issues you would imagine that perhaps should have been resolved before the IDF began to pull back from Gaza and have to be navigated and negotiated moving forward.
Well, I would add to that worrying picture the fact that these 200 terrorists still located behind the yellow line, as it's called, within the Israeli-controlled area, are not just sitting on their hands either. There's been, after all, let us remember, 3 IDF soldiers killed in that area in the recent days. So it means that, it's a very, very complex situation indeed. And in a way, it takes us back, I think, to your first question, because it's easier to see how this is already an example, in a way, of lines getting crossed. It's without a doubt that what Israel would like to do is to take very firm and decisive action against those 200 fighters, engage them, kill as many as possible, and the rest should leave the area. That's absolutely, clearly not what the United States wants, because that would lead to very, very great tensions or pressure on the agreement, even as it's just getting started. So absolutely right, this is a deeply complex situation. It's hard to predict exactly how it's going to end up. I would imagine that one way or another, it probably will end with the majority of those fighters departing the area into the Hamas-controlled zone. But it shows us, from the very outset, that there are deep contradictions in this whole process, and specifically the contradictions at the end of the day between the combatant sides themselves before you even get to the agendas of the international actors. Israel and Hamas remain in a state of war because Hamas wishes to continue on its long-term strategic goal leading to the eventual, as it wishes at least, the eventual destruction of the State of Israel. That's the strategic picture. Hamas hasn't abandoned that. The logic of it wishing to keep its arms is entirely in accordance with that ongoing desire, and Israel is entering into a process to try to quieten things down in Gaza. But at the end of the day, the conflict hasn't ended, is nowhere close to ending. There's no basis for it ending between Israel and Hamas, and we shouldn't be surprised, therefore, to see these kind of tactical complications on the ground emerging from that unresolved strategic picture.
And, of course, part of this plan is also, as I said, training new Palestinian police, bringing in Palestinian technocrats. But really, realistically, within Gaza, is there an alternative to be found to Hamas or even to some of the more radical elements in some of the other Palestinian factions there?
Well, the point is this. I mean, in the West Bank, of course, there is the Palestinian Authority backed up by Israeli forces, and this does manage to maintain, more or less, a livable day-to-day status quo.
Sometimes less, John.
Sometimes less, sometimes more. But what we have in Gaza is something entirely different. There is an existing de facto Hamas ruling authority, both political and military. And since the ceasefire, it is on a day-to-day basis getting stronger and reconstituting itself. So I think, to me, the key question of all this is, you really don't get to a board of peace and a new Palestinian police force and international force until somebody has taken that authority out of existence, because that authority, the Hamas authority, doesn't wish to coexist with any of that stuff. It wishes to continue ruling itself. So the big unanswered question is who is going to take that work on, and if it's not going to be Israel, and apparently the international desire is for it not to be Israel, then who is it going to be? As long as that authority continues in existence, you're not going to get to implementation of the second or third phases of the current plan on the table.
Right, and the Trump administration especially is going to have to find an answer to that question quite soon. Jonathan, stay with us, because I do want to shift focus now from Gaza to the northern fronts that I know you know well, especially over the border in South Lebanon. Now, despite the ceasefire agreement reached last November, Hezbollah is not only also refusing to disarm, but is attempting to rearm and retrench itself in South Lebanon as the IDF carries out continual airstrikes on its operatives there. More on that in this report by our Devo Klein.
Defense Minister Israel Katz issued a statement accusing the president of Lebanon of dragging his feet. Katz said the Iranian-backed terror proxy is playing with fire and called on the Lebanese government to uphold its commitment to disarm Hezbollah and remove it from southern Lebanon. According to the U.S.-brokered ceasefire agreement, Hezbollah must fully disarm and its terror forces pushed back to above the Litani River, both of which have yet to be implemented by the Lebanese government and army. Katz reiterated that Israel will continue its policy of maximum enforcement and said this might even intensify, adding that Israel will not allow any threat to the residents of the north. And speaking this weekend at a conference in Manama, Bahrain, U.S. Special Envoy to Lebanon and Syria, Thomas Barrack, said on Saturday that despite the setbacks, Hezbollah still remains a major threat to the state of Israel. He questioned who really runs Lebanon, Hezbollah or the Lebanese government. This is what he had to say.
So what's the state? The state is Hezbollah. You go south, Hezbollah gives you water, gives you an education, gives you a stipend, has 40,000 soldiers. LAF, Lebanese Armed Forces, has 60,000 soldiers. The only problem is the Hezbollah soldiers make $2,200 a month. The LAF soldiers make $275 a month. The Hezbollah soldiers have 15,000, 20,000 rockets and missiles. The LAF soldiers are driving old Jeeps, some AK-47s. So which army is which? What's happening?
Jonathan, everything we said about Hamas disarming, applying even just as much or more so with Hezbollah. There is supposed to be a body that's supposed to take charge of that, the Lebanese army, but you've even heard the U.S. envoy to Lebanon casting doubt about that. Can the Lebanese army in any way really fulfill its mission of disarming Hezbollah?
Well, I think there are two aspects to this which we need to consider. One is the political aspect, and the other is the aspect which the envoy also referred to of the capacities and capabilities of Lebanese armed forces. With regard to the political aspect, yes, it's correct that since August, the Lebanese government is committed to a policy, formally committed to a policy of the complete disarmament of Hezbollah, not only south of the Litani, but also in Beirut, also in the Bekaa, throughout the country. But the fact is that it's becoming increasingly clear, and in a way should have been obvious from the beginning, the government has no intention of carrying out that policy, and the reason it doesn't is because the government, like all Lebanese elements, I think with the exception of Hezbollah and its supporters, has a deep fear or even horror at the prospect of renewed civil war in Lebanon, the kind that was seen between 1975 and 1990. So they're just, I think, not going to try and implement their own policy. Hezbollah have made clear, Sheikh Naim Qassem, the Hezbollah leader, has made clear that if they attempt to do so, there will be an armed response. And we know from previous events in 2008 and other times, when Hezbollah makes those kind of threats, it means them. Hezbollah's weakened, but it's still stronger, I think, than any other force within Lebanon that could put against it. The second aspect is the military one. It's very vital to remember the sectarian component of the Lebanese armed forces itself. Some estimates put the number of soldiers who are Shia Lebanese in the LAF as high as 50%. Even if it's lower than that, it means that LAF is simply not really a force you could rely on if you actually wanted to get into a shooting contest with Hezbollah. It would probably split and fall apart, which means the government doesn't have the political will to do so. But even if it did, it probably doesn't actually have an instrument with which it could effectively disarm Hezbollah.
Jonathan, some of the analysts and generals I've had in that spot over the past couple of weeks have said it's almost inevitable that Israel is going to have return to a full-out conflict with Hezbollah at some time in the future. Do you share that view?
Yeah, I think that's where the logic takes us, really. I mean, if we conclude that, you know, nothing inside Lebanon, no government, no Lebanese armed force is going to take Hezbollah down and take away its arms and its capacities, then you're left with kind of two possibilities, really. One is that Israel resigns itself to the continued rearmament and strengthening of Lebanese Hezbollah. And the other, as you said in your question, is that Israel takes action itself to prevent that. My sense is that Israel, in the post-October 7, 2023 period, is not going to be willing. No Israeli government could possibly be willing to allow Hezbollah to simply begin to rearm and rebuild its strength, which means you end up with the second option, Israeli action unilaterally to prevent that. Now, I would remind us all that that's actually been going on in any case ever since the November 2024 so-called ceasefire. Hundreds of Hezbollah men have been killed by Israeli drones and airstrikes. Even just this week in Nabatea, in Ait Sha'ab, Hezbollah men killed. So Israel is using the advantages it gained in the course of the war in 2024 to continue a very determined policy of preventing Hezbollah from rearming and rebuilding its strength. Having said that, the current level, I would say, of Israeli commitment and deployment will probably not be enough to prevent that rearming. So if Israel is indeed determined to prevent it, yeah, some kind of escalation is, I think, more or less built into the logic of the situation.
I want to turn from Lebanon to its neighbor, Syria, which I know you have done extensive research, some right there in Syria. We're talking about war with Lebanon. Is it possible we could be talking about peace with Syria, Israel's historical antagonist there to the north?
Well, we are seeing, as you're aware, talks taking place now for months between the sides, between the Syrian Foreign Minister Shaibani running it on the Syrian side, and we're told Minister Ron Dermer on the Israeli side, and we're told that some progress has been made. My sense is that, however, this is not currently the key priority for either side, not for Israel and not for the new government in Syria. So they're talking, and the talks, we're told, are making progress or are not making progress. But my sense, at least, is that both countries, both governments, have a great deal more on their plate of much greater urgency right now. And for as long as there isn't sort of shooting going on along the border, I think both Israel and Syria, for now at least, can live more or less with the status quo. Israel has, of course, deployed across the border, and it's committed to the protection of the Druze community in Sweden.
Which is one of the complications towards reaching a peace agreement or even a official security arrangement with Syria right now.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think a full peace agreement to me is very hard to imagine, because I think it would be very hard for any Syrian government to formally cede its claimed sovereignty over the Golan Heights.
Sure.
Of course, that's not going to be ceded anytime soon by anybody in Jerusalem. So hard to imagine a complete peace agreement, sort of Egypt or Jordan style, but yet some kind of de facto security arrangement of one kind or another, I think is likely probably in the longer term, depending, of course, on the continued stability of the government in Damascus. And this is not something we should necessarily take for granted. Let us remember that Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which has now taken power, getting on for a year in Damascus, still does not have control over the entirety of the country. Indeed, one of the reasons why Hezbollah and Iran are still able, as we are learning in recent days, are still able to bring weaponry across from Iraq, across Syria and into Lebanon, is because the government of Syria does not have full sovereignty over the entirety of that country's territory. So I think another kind of big question mark to do with all this, if one looks at Israeli-Syrian relations, is, how stable is the Sharar government? Is it likely to enjoy longevity? Might it not be all that stable? These are also, I think, considerations to add to the mix. After all, nobody should have any interest in making a peace agreement or even any kind of arrangement with a power that doesn't actually rule the entirety of its territory and might not even be around in the longer term.
Well, you mentioned President al-Shara. One of the big question marks is what are his real intentions?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people in Israel, a lot of security analysts and Syria experts question whether someone really could have moved so quickly from being a jihadist, from being sort of almost al-Qaeda figure, to becoming someone who's going to coexist with Israel in any way. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I tend to also be very sceptical. And I think with all these, one should be looking at what's happening practically on the ground. We're already a year into Sharar's government, so are there indicators of where he may be headed? And the answer is, if we look at what he's done, there's already been 3 cases now of very grave and large-scale sectarian bloodletting, twice against the Druze, once against the Alawis of the western coastal area, carried out at the hands of forces either directly or tangentially linked to the Damascus government. So Sharar is creating clearly an authoritarian government with himself at the top. It has a Sunni Islamist tinge to it. He is rebadging some of the most, actually, highness, I would say, of Sunni jihadi commanders of the civil war period as division commanders in the new Syrian army. So, yeah, I would not assume by any means that he has peaceful intentions in the longer term. In the shorter term, I think he has no choice but to have not peaceful, but at least stable intentions, because he's got too much on his plate inside of Syria, trying to consolidate himself, to have any thoughts about, aggression outside. But in the longer term, yes, this is a jihadi. This is somebody who just a decade and a half ago was sitting in an American jail in Iraq with his comrades from al-Qaeda. So we should certainly be taking that into account. All
right, Jonathan Spire, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thanks, Khaled.
And now a final word. Famine, genocide, expulsion. These were words thrown around endlessly during Israel's war against Hamas, at street protests, in academic seminars, in editorial pieces, and in the halls of human rights organizations. But the truth is that while there may have been cases of malnutrition in Gaza, there was no hunger. While civilian casualties regrettably did take place, there was nothing even remotely like genocide. And despite the charges that Israel went to war to resettle Gaza, not one Palestinian was expelled from there. And the war ended, as Israel always said it would, with the return of the hostages. But there is a real genocide underway, real famine and real expulsion taking place now, not in Gaza, but in Sudan's brutal civil war, in the Darfur region, where hundreds of thousands of civilians are being killed by the rebel rapid security forces. The bloody killing fields so vast there that they are visible by satellite. A new report finds close to 500,000 people there are starving in the midst of a combat zone. And over 4 million Sudanese have had to flee the country, with 4 times that figure internally displaced. Numbers that dwarf what took place in Gaza. So where were the rallies in Western cities decrying the situation in Sudan? Where are the humanitarian rescue missions? The cries of celebrity activists? the mobilization of international groups and governments to stop the bloodshed in Sudan and the vast hardships that are being inflicted on its people? Could it be that because the Sudan civil war pits Muslims against Muslims, and Muslims of color at that, that so much of the world chooses to feel comfortable to ignore that conflict while continuing to focus on the supposed crimes of the world's only Jewish state and army? Now, Israel's battle against Hamas was a complicated, messy campaign, as brutal and heartbreaking as all wars must be, even necessary ones. And this country, this democracy, is still grappling with the war's fallout, as indicated by the latest affair around the alleged abuse at State Taymon prison and the scandal involving the IDF prosecutor's office connected with that. But the insightful hyperbole, the outright anti-Semitic invective directed against Israel and the IDF during the Gaza war and now beyond accomplished nothing. Not for the Palestinians of Gaza, not for those protesters and rights groups that screamed famine and genocide, not for those hypocritical governments that condemned Israel for sins far less than their own. The world cried an ocean of tears from Gaza. What a shame, then, that it seems to have run out of them when it comes to the far more immense human tragedy now unfolding in Sudan. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
The academic year is already in full swing, and Reichman University is welcoming a new class of international students from around the world. ILTV was at the orientation day at the Reichman campus to see it all unfold. Have a look.
Nearly 800 students from around the world began orientation week at Reichman University's Rafael Recanati International School. Students started the day by meeting their personal counselors in green shirts and their fellow classmates for the year ahead. The students then toured the campus before kicking off the orientation ceremony, where the students were greeted by head of the Rafael Recanati International School, Jonathan Davis, as well as Professor Boaz Ganor, president of Reichman University. Both shared inspiring words.
What we have going on here is 800 brand new students coming to Reichman University. They are part of the 2,400 students studying here from 90 different countries for full academic degrees, either BA or MA. And they stood up to be counted. And in spite of everything else that's going on in the world or in Israel, they stood up, came here, and they're about to begin their journey here in Israel.
After the opening ceremony, a massive corner filled with extracurricular clubs, activities, and opportunities was open to all of the fresh students. From creative workshops to sports, clubs, and so much more, the opportunities to expand beyond just learning was palpable. The Students' Fair was underway, but ILTV set out to settle a burning question. What compels a student to register for classes in a country that had not yet entered a ceasefire in the war?
For me, it was more about safety, like with all the fears that brought coming to Israel. Learning in the U.S. did not bring a sense of safety to me, so I was more compelled to come to a place where I feel a sense of community and safety all around me.
It's a good opportunity to study in English and finish your degree in Israel especially. And the best part about here, I think, is the culture. Because like such a different people are coming here from US, from Mexico. I met from Argentina also, and I'm from South Korea. I met from Hong Kong, and there's like a bunch of people, different cultures, and everyone's like integrating and becoming one and united.
I moved here 5 years ago to join the army originally. I came here as a lone soldier, and then I finished the war as well. I finished Miluim, and I figured it was time to start life and start studying.
Like Gabriel, Noam Harouche served in the IDF. But Noam was severely injured in November of 2023 when his tank came under attack. His injuries led to the amputation of his leg. But today, with his prosthetic, Noam joins the international school at Reichman University to pursue his passions.
I want to make a difference. I want to do something big. I think I have the shlichut, as they say, to do something big. I think it's the right place. I am going into Mshal, so I'm hoping that I can find myself here and do whatever I can just to make the biggest difference that I can make here.
These students are coming from around the world and from different backgrounds, but they all have one thing in common.
Go with the flow. It's not too bad. It's as bad as people say, but it's really, really not. You meet friends for life, people for life, skills for life, and it definitely shapes and builds you into a better person.
I understand it can feel a little bit scary and intimidating, but everybody in Israel has a warm heart and there's a beautiful community here.
Come here, enjoy the Israeli culture, the Jewish culture. It's something that you wouldn't have any way to experience in anywhere else.
Back to ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. The IDF announced that a short while ago, Israeli fighter jets struck terror targets in southern Lebanon. According to the IDF, the terrorists eliminated in the strike were operating at a terror infrastructure site belonging to Hezbollah's construction unit in the Tyre area. The site was used to manufacture equipment used by Hezbollah terrorists to rebuild terror infrastructure that had previously been targeted and dismantled during the war. The IDF emphasized that Hezbollah's efforts to rebuild on the border with Israel is a blatant violation of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire. And overnight, Israel received the body of another slain hostage. The IDF has now announced the identity of the body. He is Joshua Lolitu Molel, a Tanzanian citizen, aged just 21 years old when he was kidnapped. Joshua was an agronomy student who arrived in Israel for agricultural training in the Gaza envelope. He was taken by Hamas from the cowshed in Nahal Oz, in which he was working. According to the information and intelligence available to the IDF, he was murdered by Hamas on October 7th, and his body was abducted to the Gaza Strip. He leaves behind his parents, 3 sisters, and a brother. And as the heartache continues for the families still waiting for the return of the bodies of their loved ones, even the living hostages who were returned from Hamas captivity are in great pain and now sharing harrowing details from captivity. One such hostage is Rom Braslavsky. Rom was just 21 when he was abducted from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. And Rom, unlike many other hostages that were taken on that dark day, was held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a rival faction to Hamas in the enclave. With much darker ideologies and harsher methods, when the PIJ released the very first video of Rom in captivity, it was clear to most that the young Israeli had endured unfathomable torture. Today, we have his testimony, and it's just as dark as you would imagine. Take a listen to a clip that was taken from the interview.
הפשיטו אותי עם כל הבגדים, תחתונים, הכל. קשרו אותי כשאני לא לובש כלום, כאילו, ואני קרוע מת בלי אוכל. אני מתפלל, כאילו, לאלוהים, תציל אותי מזה כבר. אתה אומר, כאילו, כמו נתפעה.
איך אתה קורא למה שעשו לך? תקיפה מינית?
חד משמעית. כן.
When asked if there were other incidents, Braslavsky said that there were too many to count. Now, beyond the sexual violence, Rom explained how the PIJ tried converting him to Islam many times, but Rom insisted on preserving his Jewish identity. Today, Rom is home and recovering slowly, but his testimony broke the spirit of so many Israelis who were praying for his safety. Knowing he endured this torture for over 700 days is just heart-shattering. And Rom is not the only former hostage speaking up about sexual assault conducted by Islamic fanatic terrorist ideology. Elizabeth Surkov, an Israeli-Russian academic who was kidnapped by Islamic regime-linked terrorism doing search in Baghdad, gave her testimony in a New York Times interview. Elizabeth was held captive in Iraq for 2.5 years before being released by Israel in a diplomatic deal in September 2025. Elizabeth recounts being tied up and beaten repeatedly until she lost consciousness. She said, quote, "They basically used me as a punching bag." Surakov's testimony also includes her being electrocuted as a means of torture and being sexually assaulted. This dark reality of Islamic ideology is not one that the Western world should take lightly. And clashes erupted yesterday at Toronto Metropolitan University, where an off-campus event held by students supporting Israel, which honored an IDF veteran, was stormed by a masked mob of pro-Palestinians who forcefully entered the building and began assaulting the attendees. Toronto police made multiple arrests after a glass window was shattered, causing injuries to at least one person. This is the footage shared on social media, capturing the sheer violence of the pro-Palestinian movement. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our ILTV app by scanning the QR code on your screen. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Caleb Ben David, and coming up in today's newscast, Hamas returns the body of Sergeant Itai Chen, leaving 7 hostages still in Gaza. Zoran Mamdani wins the New York mayoral race, shocking the Jewish community. The IAEA calls on a defiant Iran to allow inspection of its nuclear facilities. The final American hostage whose body was held in Gaza was finally brought home last night. Itai Chen, an American Israeli, was identified at the Tel Aviv Forensic Institute Abu Kabir after his body was discovered by Hamas and handed over to the Red Cross. He can now finally be laid to rest. ILTV's Devil Klein has more.
Hamas claims that Itai's body was discovered in the Sajaiya neighborhood near Gaza City, a notorious Hamas stronghold and the grounds for fierce battles against the terror group during the IDF's incursion. Hamas handed the body of Chen to the International Committee of the Red Cross in Gaza City. The Red Cross later delivered the body to Israeli authorities before arriving at the National Forensic Institute for identification. Chen is the final American hostage whose body was held in Hamas captivity. Now, only 5 Israeli bodies and 2 foreign nationals remain. Staff Sergeant Itai Chen was 19 when he was killed in his tank defending kibbutz near Oz on October 7th, according to IDF intelligence. His body was taken into Gaza by Hamas terrorists and has been held for over 2 years. During these 2 years, Itai's parents, Ruby and Chagit Chen, despite being notified officially of their son's death in March 2024, have campaigned tirelessly for his return. Ruby and Chagit repeatedly met with visiting U.S. envoys, with Trump himself in the White House, and spent hours upon hours at Hostages Square, pleading for their son's return. Writing on X, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, quote, "We honor his life, mourn his loss, and stand with his family." Matan Angrist, who shared a tank with Itai Chen and was returned from Hamas captivity alive, eulogized his fallen friend, saying, quote, "I haven't stopped thinking of you. You are finally home, my brother." Israel is now demanding that Hamas release all of the remaining bodies still held in Gaza, as per the U.S. brokered ceasefire for hostages agreement. Israel has so far complied with the guidelines of the ceasefire. Hamas, unsurprisingly, have failed on almost all of them.
Democrats across the U.S. won a number of election victories yesterday as the party rallied against the policies of President Trump. But the most shocking was the victory of progressive candidate Zoran Mamdani in New York City, which may be a warning signal for Jews across the U.S. and elsewhere. More in this report. Zoran Mamdani, a 34-year-old Democratic assemblyman with outspoken anti-Israel views, has shocked the American political establishment by winning the election for New York mayor. Mamdani scored just over 50% of the vote, beating the combined total of his opponents, former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa. Mamdani, a left-wing Democratic socialist and New York's first Muslim mayor, ran a successful campaign pledging to lower the cost of living, with promises such as free public transportation, raising corporate taxes, and reducing rent prices that may be difficult to deliver.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. Politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that.
But it was Mamdani's stance on Israel that generated the most controversy. He has supported the BDS movement, refuses to recognize Israel as the Jewish state, and said he would have Prime Minister Netanyahu arrested if he stepped foot in New York. Yet those views didn't prevent him from winning in the city with the largest total population of Jews in the world, a worrying sign for Jews everywhere. Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister, Amichai Shikli, sounded the alarm, writing on X, "New York will never be the same, especially not for its Jewish community. I invite the Jews of New York to seriously consider moving to Israel." And joining us now from New York City is Michael Rappaport. He's a well-known actor, comedian, and podcast host. Also, like me, a born and bred New Yorker, a proud New Yorker. But Michael, how are you feeling about your city right now?
Well, first of all, I want to say hello to everybody in Israel and, all the people that I've met, all the people that are still suffering, and we still have people that need to come home. Akshav immediately. So I want to start with that. You know how I'm feeling? I'm disappointed that he won. I will do what some of the other people do. He's not my mayor. I won't call him the mayor. One thing that I thought about this morning was that, as Jewish people, we've been through way worse than this little liar, con man. And, we just have to continue being loud and proud and staying together. And we're going to be okay. I'm hoping for the best. I'm wishing him nothing but the best and the best of luck. And hopefully he does, good for everybody and make sure the city is safe and thriving. And, we'll see what it is. But for right now, it was disappointing for me. It was disappointing for a lot of people. I don't trust him, but like I said, I am hoping for the best and hoping that he does a great job for everybody, not just a few people.
Michael, New York has something like 1.3 million Jews, largest single Jewish population of any city in the world. We don't know the figures yet. Some people are speculating it could be half, 50% he got of the Jewish vote. How is that in New York, that city like New York, so many residents and so many Jews apparently voted for Mamdani?
There's a lot of confused Jewish people. There's a lot of people that need to, make sure they value themselves and value who they are and what they stand for and get informed and get, go to Israel. I suggest all Jews go to Israel.
Well, let me ask you about go to Israel, because some ministers in Israel this morning, the Diaspora Affairs Minister is actually calling on Jews in New York to move to Israel now. How do you react to that?
Well, listen, I'm all for people moving to Israel. I'm all for Jews moving to Israel, but I am not for people being afraid and New Yorkers leaving New York in fear. I don't support that. I don't think it's a good precedent to set. I am all for if people want to come to Israel, beautiful, but I don't think it should be done out of fear, especially not now, especially not in New York City. We're not at that point by any means. It is our city. Jewish people are the fabric of New York City. We always have been. We've done so much for this community, and we're not going anywhere. I'm not being ran out of the city that I was born in because of some new mayor. He's gonna. He made a lot of promises. He said a lot of things, and he said he's going to deliver a lot of things. And I think that his base and the people that voted for him are going to, get some reality real soon. And if New York's not safe, it's going to not be safe for everybody. Just because you voted for Mandami doesn't mean you'll still be safe on the train. That's not how it works if you're dealing with, bad people. Like, oh, I voted for this person, I posted this emoji. It's not how it works. So hopefully he keeps the city safe. And, I can't wait for my free buses and my free, I'm looking forward to rent being free. I don't know when that starts, maybe January, February. But I'm in a rental apartment in New York City. I love a free couple of months of rent.
Right, let me ask you, Michael, I mean, you've been outspoken on many issues, but certainly as a Jew on issues that affect the Jewish community. This is a critical time for the Jewish community. Look, there have been some celebrities who have debated you and some that supported Mamdani, but the majority have not spoken out on all of these issues. And, how do you explain that, that people who would have an interest here? I mean, you've worked with some big Jewish personalities who have spoken about their Jewish, Lisa Kudrow, I could go on. Jews who have married into the Jewish community, Selena Gomez, who's got a huge following. Why aren't those people speaking out either one way or the other?
I can't speak on their behalf. I don't put too much weight into what any of us say, celebrities and all that stuff. People have articulated what they've wanted to articulate. They've shown you who they are. And, we can't expect the cavalry ain't coming in, whether the cavalry is some of our Jewish people or not. The cavalry ain't coming in. We have to take care of ourselves. We have to support ourselves. We have to lean into our Judaism, our Zionism, keep rapping tefillin, stick together, stay strong, and, keep praying and keep fighting. And like I said, we've heard it all. We've been through it all. And we'll be just fine when the dust clears from Zoran the Moron.
Well, you talk about still speaking out. There have been incidents in New York, of course, Jews being assaulted. We saw the situation in Colombia and elsewhere. And that was in a previous administration when finally police were called in. We're now looking at a mayor who's going to be in charge of the police force in New York. I mean, how safe are Jews going to feel to speak out for Israel, to attend things like the Israel Day Parade, to support Jewish institutions like the Cornell Technion that Mamdani has said that maybe he wants to take action against?
He's saying a lot of things, and a lot of things ain't going to happen, and a lot of things ain't going to happen immediately. Like I said, people are concerned. I'm concerned, but I also trust Hashem. I trust the fact that New York City is still the greatest city on earth. And until I'm proving, something else, I have to believe that and trust that. And, we have to fight. You have to keep your head on the swivel. We have to fight. We have to be involved. And, we have to stay conscious. I say, woke is a bad term, but I think, it should be taken back. We need to stay woke and stay involved and keep educating yourself and informing yourself.
All right, Michael, since you started the conversation expressing support and solidarity for Israel, let me tell you, we here in Israel are expressing now support and solidarity for you, the Jewish community in New York City.
Let me say something. What's going on in New York is nothing compared to what Israel has been through historically, certainly not what Israel has been through in the last 2 years. Do not worry about us. We're going to be just fine. I want everybody in Israel to heal. I want everybody in Israel, to be able to, just find peace and move forward. Sincerely, do not worry about New York. We're going to be just fine. Israel has gone through way, way worse. And I find strength and inspiration in knowing that and keeping things in perspective.
All right, I'm not sure you could tell Jews not to worry in either be New York or in Israel or anywhere. Michael Rappaport, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
At ILTV, we're not just reporting the news, we are on a mission. Every story we tell stands for truth, for Zionism, and for Israel. When you subscribe, you're not just buying an app, you're becoming a partner in strengthening Israel's voice around the world. ILTV is factual, direct, and unapologetically pro-Israel. And we need you with us. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to subscribe and stand with Israel. Because this isn't just news, it's a mission. And now we turn to Tel Aviv to hear on the ground how people in Israel are reacting to Zoran Mamdani's win last night. His victory has already sparked concern among many Jewish communities, given his anti-Israel stance and his alignment with pro-Palestinian groups. So, how aware are people in Israel of Zohran Mamdani, and are they concerned about his rise? Our correspondent India Naftali went to the streets of Tel Aviv to find out.
I'm here in Tel Aviv to ask the people here if they know who Zohran Mamdani is and what they think of him. Do you know who Zohran Mamdani is?
Yes.
And what do you think of him?
I think I'd prefer for him not to be the mayor. I see online in the news some worrying things that come from his side. And it's also a bit worrying all the support that he's getting. I don't know what it means for the Jewish population, especially in America, but I don't know, it's kind of scary. For example, I saw an interview that he did online, almost a promotional video, and he's going into shops, and in the background in one of the shops is a Palestinian flag. And I feel like, you know, did he think that maybe people wouldn't notice? It felt very intentional, kind of making it known what side he stands with. I don't know if someone who's about to be in charge of a very powerful city should maybe be influencing the population like this.
Do you know who Zohran Mamdani is?
Yeah, I know who he is. He's been elected last night to be the mayor of New York.
And how do you feel about him winning?
I don't think he's good for us, for the Israelis, or for the Jewish. I know from my close friends who lives in New York that some of them are considering moving to other places, and I think it's extreme. It's not suitable for New York, for the culture, for the openness of what New York is about, even artistic-wise. I'm an artist, that's why I'm saying that, and I think it's a bad choice.
Do you know who Zohran Mamdani is?
I've heard about him, but I don't really know anything about him. I only know that he's not a fan of us.
Do you know who Zohran Mamdani is?
I don't know a lot about him, but I know he's not a big fan of Israel, and I hope everything is going to be okay because we love America.
The International Atomic Energy Agency is eyeing the Islamic Republic of Iran once again, with Chief Rafael Grossi urging the Iranians to cooperate with inspectors to avoid tensions. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
IAEA Chief Rafael Grossi has revealed that despite conducting a dozen inspections following the 12-day war with Israel and the American bombing of Iran's nuclear sites, inspectors have not been given access to Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, the sites previously bombed by the United States. Grossi told the Financial Times that the Islamic Republic must seriously improve cooperation with the IAEA to avoid heightened tensions with the West. Speaking from Tehran, Iran's Ayatollah Khamenei said this on cooperation with the United States.
همکاری با ایران با همکاری و کمک به رژیم صهیونی ملعون سازگار نیست. رژیم ملعون صهیونی با این وضعی که در این اواخر همه دنیا دیدن، همه دنیا فهمیدن، همه دنیا محکوم کردن، آمریکا کمک میکنه، آمریکا پشتیبانی میکنه، آمریکا حمایت میکنه. با این وضع همراهی با ایران معنی نداره، قابل قبول نیست. بله، اگر چنانچه به کلی پشتیبانی از رژیم صهیونیستی رو کنار بگذاره، پایگاه نظامیشو از اینجا جمع کنه، دخالت در این منطقه نداشته باشه، اون وقت میشه بررسی کرد مسائل رو. مال حالا نیست، مال آینده نزدیک هم نیست.
Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian told state media on Sunday that Tehran will rebuild its nuclear facilities, quote, with greater strength. It doesn't seem like Iran is interested in cooperation or halting their nuclear ambitions. How the United States will react remains to be seen.
The Pentagon has reportedly advanced a massive sale of F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia that would significantly impact the strategic landscape of the Mideast. According to Reuters, the deal involves the Saudi purchase of at least 48 of the fighter jets that contain the world's most advanced stealth technology. Now, the sale of such sensitive technology would require the approval of Congress and a sign-off by President Trump. But Reuters said the administration is helping to complete that process in time for the visit to Washington by the Saudi leader, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, set for November 18th. Previous administrations declined to provide the Saudis with F-35s, in part so Israel would maintain its qualitative military edge in the region. But President Trump has been more open to such sales. Last May, the U.S. agreed to sell the Saudis some $142 billion worth of arms, calling it the largest defense cooperation agreement ever done with a foreign country. Well, for more on this and other security news, we're joined now by Asher Friedman. He's the executive director of the Mizgov Institute. Asher, first of all, looking at broadly, the landscape of the Middle East seems on the verge of great change in the wake of the Gaza war, the ceasefire agreement. Let's look at the more positive side first. You've dealt a lot with the Abraham Accords. There's been a lot of talk that with the ceasefire coming in, we might see expansion of the Abraham Accords. Was that too optimistic? How realistic do you think that is now moving forward?
Thank you very much for having me. It wasn't too optimistic. We're definitely seeing the revitalization of positive momentum around the Abraham Accords. Conversations that weren't happening while the high-intensity war were going on are happening now. But as I've always emphasized, long believed, the predictions of peace within Saudi Arabia, with Indonesia, within 2 weeks, within a month, those were far too optimistic. And it will take a process, I think, of 6 months, maybe a year, until we create the conditions for expanding the Abraham Accords.
Right. So you talk about Saudi Arabia. Now this report that they may be getting these F-35s. We see deals being done with countries like Qatar that are even more problematic, certainly as regards with Israel. How concerning should that be to Israel as this process unfolds?
So there are two critical issues related to the reported deal of the F-35s to Israel. One is, as you pointed out, the issue of the qualitative military edge. Now, one way of dealing with that issue is by increasing Israel's military capabilities and its cooperation with the United States on R&D, on advanced systems, on intelligence. And of course, Israel needs to make the argument vis-a-vis the administration from the administration, the President Trump's perspective of America first. Why is it critical to preserve Israel's qualitative military edge from the point of view of America's critical interest in the Middle East? And I think a very strong case can be made. And the second question is, to what degree are an expansion or upgrading of ties between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia also tied to normalization, given that President Trump has rightly pointed to the Abraham Accords as one of his crowning achievements, and peace with Israel and Saudi Arabia as being another crowning achievement of his. I very much hope that the administration will continue to connect between expanding its military cooperation with Saudi Arabia and the normalization of Israel, which also will be greatly beneficial to key U.S. interests in the Middle East.
Right now, Asher, another development, we see some steps towards creating this day after situation in Gaza, this resolution being given to UN Security Council members by the Trump administration, talking about this international stabilization force that would bring the forces of Arab and Muslim countries into Gaza, into what is still a very delicate situation there. I want to ask you how you think that is going to impact both on the ground in Gaza and throughout the region, considering some of the countries that may be involved.
In order for us to realize the vision of President Trump, we need a stable future in Gaza. If there's high-intensity fighting going on, there's not going to be a stable future. Now, the only way you get to a stable future is by demilitarizing Gaza, right? As long as Hamas has its arms, then anytime there's any kind of progress towards expanding the Abraham Accords, Hamas can literally blow that up by restarting a high-intensity war. Now, the question is this international stabilization force actually going to do the difficult and dangerous work of disarming Hamas? We saw Jordan's King Abdullah that said they were not going to do that. It is hard for me to see any Arab or Muslim force actually doing the very hard work of disarming Hamas. I think we should give it a chance. I think President Trump and Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff have shown their ability to reach diplomatic achievements that nobody thought was possible. We should give it a chance. But if that fails in actually demilitarizing Hamas, then Israel needs to do that work. it will be difficult, but that's the only way to get to the peace and stability that can allow for the realization of this new Middle East.
And I want to ask you about Iran, because we only had a report on its latest refusal to allow nuclear inspectors. All of these processes that we've been describing are antithetical to Iran's interests. How concerned has Israel, and I would say certainly Israel, the U.S. and the West, about the ways in which Iran could try to scuttle these processes?
We have to remember that Iran has an open account with Israel. It was, even though, despite its rhetoric and its bragging, it knows very well that it took a huge blow during the 12-day war, and it's going to look for an opportunity to reassert its national honor by attacking Israel, by, God forbid, carrying out a major terror attack either at Israel or an Israeli or even a Jewish target abroad. And Israel's decision makers, as we at the Miskov Institute have counseled them, absolutely must be monitoring this extremely closely to prevent such an outcome. Iran also, as you mentioned, does not want to see the expansion of peace between Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and that they are absolutely going to, it's going to require very close coordination between Israel and Israel and the United States, in order to prevent Iran from undermining the possibility of expanding the Abraham Accords.
All right, Asher Friedman, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care.
And let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside high temperatures, with highs of 30 degrees Celsius or 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest update from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Caleb Ben David. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Tonight on ILTV Insider, a political earthquake in America's most Jewish city. Zohran Mamdani, a self-described socialist with a history of anti-Israel and anti-Jewish rhetoric, appears poised to become the next mayor of New York. How did we get here? What does this say about the future of America and about the growing divide between progressivism and the Jewish community? I'm Ayan Hoffman, and joining me are political experts Mark Schulman and Ruthie Bloom. Together, we'll unpack who Mamdani really is and how he rose to power, and why his victory could mark a turning point not just for New York, but for all of America together. So let's get started. The election, as we know, is underway, and at every poll and every checkpoint, Mamdani appears to be in the lead. So we have to ask, how did this happen? How did this self-proclaimed communist with such an anti-Israel and an anti-Jewish agenda gain so much traction in the largest Jewish city in America? Ruthie, why don't you start?
Well, one reason is that young people, educated people, who are actually quite stupid about politics and life in general, seem to love free stuff, or what they imagine will be free stuff. And Mamdani's draw, among other things, was not only his age, he's young, he's hip. Now, people say he has a lot of charisma. I don't see it, because I think his grin is like Cheshire Cat or something. I don't personally fall for it, but many people think he has charisma. And he's young, and he goes around. But what he's mainly doing is saying, I'm going to give you free buses, freeze rent, subsidize grocery stores, and young people, especially ones who feel entitled. Interestingly, I don't think it's so many poor people who feel this way, but it's more like students and things like that. Like we saw in Tel Aviv with protests, it's sort of like this complaint about why can't we afford to live in New York City? And this can be young professionals who don't earn enough, but really, to live in the city where they work, and that may be a shame. But so his promises are very, I would say, very seductive.
And do you agree with this sentiment?
Part of it, absolutely. The only part I would disagree is I think he is indeed charismatic. He's run an excellent campaign. He knew how to use TikTok and social media in ways that his opponents did not. His opponents look old, and he looks young. And so certainly young people like something young, and especially in this time when America's had 2 old presidents, right? The 2 oldest presidents in American history, one after the other. You can like them or hate them, but we can all agree they're old. And so Americans, or New Yorkers in this case, will say, this young man, look at all the ideas he has. Are they relevant? Are they good? Well, he has ideas. That's more than something else. And by the way, all the ideas that he has, every one of them I disagree with. I mean, I don't know about everyone, but all his major ideas I disagree with on an economic sense. My degree in economics says none of them can work. However, they're at least ideas, right? In other words, who's putting forth new ideas? You know, Republicans have a new plan for health care? Of course not. Do the Republicans have a new plan? Do the Democrats have a new plan for bringing down prices? No. He has a plan. He has an idea. It's irrelevant that it's terrible? No, but it's an idea. A young man with ideas, being able to promote those ideas on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram and everywhere else, that's what got him to where he is.
So then let me ask you this, Mark. I mean, what does that say about the political and cultural mood in New York, but also in America, that people can throw out ideas? They're maybe exciting ideas, but ideas that you've just said as an economist probably can't work. And people will vote for them because they're active on TikTok.
2 things. First of all, I forgot which American politician said it the other day, but it hit me in the heart because he's talked about our failure to teach history. Now, it's one of the things I've been doing my whole life is developing history software and things of that nature. And I failed, right? I had no impact on teaching of history in the United States. American kids, young adults, even older people do not know American history, do not understand American history. They are uneducated when it comes to those things. And we've put in the last 20 years too much emphasis on math and science and no emphasis on civics and history and those things that turn a voter to be an educated voter. We have completely uneducated voters in the United States. I don't care where. Go across the country, and New York, as much as anywhere else, I don't care whether they have a PhD in science, they're still an uneducated voter. And so that's part of the problem. You have a whole, population of uneducated voters to start with.
And so I guess, Ruthie, turning to you with regards to some of who those voters actually are, when we talk about Mamdani supporters, we're not just talking about young people, but we're also talking about a lot of liberal Jews. How does a liberal Jew come to support Mamdani, given his very obvious anti-Israel and anti-Jewish stances?
Okay, so first of all, the question is, who's a Jew? We always ask that question, who's a Jew? In this case, I'm not sure when it says 40% or something of Jews.
It's dropped way down. The last figures are down to 17%, I think, of Jews.
Right, it went down.
Yes.
In any case, who's a Jew in this context? Is a Jew a radical leftist from a university? Is a Jew a Reform Jew? I don't know, okay? Self-defined, Jew who celebrates Christmas or doesn't, I don't know. But the reason is that Jews, like everybody else, there are Jews who are extremely radical. Not all Jews. Jews tend to be liberal. Not all Jews are that radical. And that is why even the Jews I know in New York, all Democrats, not all, but most, the ones I know personally or in my family, extended family, not one of them is voting for Mamdani, that's for sure. And that's despite hating Cuomo and thinking that Sliwa has no chance.
So then who do they vote for, just out of curiosity?
Cuomo. They're going to vote for Cuomo. Now, what's interesting about this election, I think, New Yorkers tend to be very apathetic, surprisingly, since New York is such an important city in the world. We saw that it's not just that nobody fielded good candidates. We saw de Blasio as mayor, etc. Voter turnout was very low. And what happened in this election is that because young people got enthusiastic for Mamdani and they saw that voter turnout was going to be probably high for him, they got enthusiastic. The people who wanted to block Mamdani, who might not have voted at all because they didn't want Cuomo or Mamdani, are going to go out and actively vote for Cuomo, even though they wouldn't normally have done so. So I think there's going to be a much higher voter turnout.
So let's just say that the voter turnout is high, but nonetheless, Mamdani still wins. What kind of mayor do you think he's actually going to be? Do you believe that these policies are going to move forward?
I think he's going to be a disaster. And not only, and I agree with Mark, the economic policies for sure will be a disaster. But if you leave off that for a second, okay, because New York isn't doing so great anyway, so leave that off for a minute. I'm concerned about law enforcement. Mamdani has an antipathy to police, even though he's trying to hide that now because he used to be very open about that. Now his way of talking about it is, no, that's fine. It's just the police are trained by the Israel Defense Forces or something like that. What I do know is many states now, Florida among them, but not only Florida, I believe New Jersey, a couple of other states, are trying to entice, because a lot of policemen said if Mamdani wins, we're quitting the force. Other states have said, we will give you a very large signing bonus if you come to our police force. You can move to our state. And these are not the rich people who are saying, I'm taking my business out. These are working class, policemen. And New York, as it is, we see the crime. Listen, when I was growing up in New York in the 70s, but I moved to Israel in the 70s. But when I was growing up, I lived in a very dangerous neighborhood, and the subways were dangerous, and there was rapes and muggings all over the place. I think it's headed in that direction again, and without proper law enforcement, it's going to be worse.
So I want to turn to you and think about the Jewish policies for a moment, piggybacking on the police. That's for the people who live there. And what about for Jews and Israel supporters? What is it going to be like for Jews in New York if Mamdani wins? And also, will that impact, for example, the people coming to Israel?
Okay, in a lot of different ways. I can think back, I was the director of the Salute Israel Parade for the 40th year. So we worked with the mayor. We worked closely with the city. It was part and parcel. They were partners with us. I couldn't imagine that happening with Mamdani. I mean, so on a very practical level, I don't see things like that happening. I think the amount of anti-Israel protests will increase because he'll be giving it the gushpanta, saying it's okay, this is what I believe, so you should believe it too. I mean, again, with hopefully the war ending, a certain level of it will decrease for the moment. I think the biggest problem we have is the fact if Mamdani wins, it says to candidates all over the United States that it's okay to be really anti-Israel and you can get elected anyway. And I think that as an Israeli is my greatest fear. In other words, it's saying, well, you don't have to be pro-Israel. You don't even have to be neutral. You can be anti-Israel and still run, whether you're in Michigan or California or wherever it might be, or New York, obviously. New York, the biggest Jewish city in the country. An anti-Israel candidate can win in New York. As they say, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Well, if you can win in New York, an anti-Israel candidate can win anywhere in the United States. And that's very frightening.
And could that also then shift some of the resolutions, collaborations that are happening between New York and Israel? Because I know there are many between universities and otherwise. Do you see some of that going away?
Okay, so part of it is his power is somewhat limited. In other words, he talks very big, but he has very limited powers. In other words, he talked about ending the partnership between Technion and Cornell, I think it is. Mm-hmm. I don't think he has any power whatsoever to do that. Cornell is a New York State, it's not a New York State university, but it gets its charter from New York State. I can't see him having any ability to do that. So there are a lot of things he can talk about, he can't do. I don't think he can arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu when he visits the United States. There are agreements between the United States and the United Nations, which I'm sure the United States would be happy to arrest some Iranians over the years, but America doesn't do it because of those agreements. So he talks a big talk. So I don't think any of those things are likely to happen. I just think that the effect is going to be an increased chill, generally speaking, an increased okay. In other words, again, we have a problem with the progressive side of the Democratic Party generally, which we've had for a while, but it's grown to extremes, and he's going to make it even worse. And so it will say okay, like I said, I don't want to repeat myself, but it will say okay to all those people, and I think we have to really, really be worried about that. And of course, we're sitting in, thinking about America these days. First of all, I would never have imagined this. I did most of a PhD on why Jews vote for Democrats. So the question was going back to this was in the end of the 90s, right? And the Jews were already wealthy, and they should have voted like Episcopalian Protestants and vote Republican back then. And my conclusion at the time was there was something called symbolic politics. Symbolic politics for Jews was anti-Semitism. And back then, the party that was anti-Semitic was the Republican Party that didn't allow Jews into the country club, that made Jews live above the stores in Greenwich. That was the old Republican Party. And so symbolically, the Jews went with the Democrats, even though their economic interests.
And you think now it's going to shift the other way?
Now, a lot of it's going to shift. The only thing that's going to stop it shifting completely is some of the anti-Semitism we're now seeing from the far right of the Republican Party. If that wasn't happening in the Republican Party right now, I would think you would see a huge sums of people moving to the Republican Party. They're now waiting, hold it a second.
Right,
and
trying to decide which is
worse between the two. And
maybe
it's a hard choice, to be honest with you.
They're both going to end up maybe not so great. I mean, Ruthie, I want to turn to you because there are some actual details about Mamdani specifically that are extremely problematic. The $100,000, for example, donation from a CareLink super PAC that he accepted, that tells us something very broadly about his political alliances with extreme Islamists. But he also posed for a picture with this Imam Shiraz Wahaj, who defended the mastermind of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. When did it even become acceptable in America that you can't distinguish good from evil?
Well, let's not forget also that he created the Students for Justice in Palestine chapter on his campus. And he comes from a family with a father who's very radical. So when you ask me, how could that happen? Well, one way it happens is that if you persuade enough people that the greatest danger is Islamophobia, okay? There's this thing, it's Islamophobia, and you have that, there's this intersectionality, okay? That goes together with Black Lives Matter, that goes together with Marxist feminism, that goes together with trans rights in sports. I don't know, it's all this big mishmash. And if you manage to persuade people that actually you're on the moral side of every argument. Now, I find it odd, but you can see that as a phenomenon, which is very different, by the way, from the anti-Semites in the Republican Party. They're really dangerous, but they have a whole different, their way of tackling it is different from the radical Democrats. The radical Democrats say we're taking the moral high ground, we're humanitarian, we care about people of color. It's all, and women, which is...
But they all come together thinking the Jews control the world.
Absolutely. No.
So that's where it comes together.
That's the intersectionality.
Absolutely mesh on that. Jews control the banks, Israel, wars are all Israel's fault. That's true. But when you ask me, how did this happen? Now, at the moment, the Republican Party, the anti-Semitism in the Republican Party, which is very worrisome because when you're talking about someone like Tucker Carlson, he's way more mainstream than, let's say, Nick Fuentes, whom he interviewed. But at the moment, it hasn't yet hit the total mainstream because you see figures, including Trump, but not so much J.D. Vance, the vice president. But you see other people in the administration and in Congress definitely putting that, saying this is intolerable.
Right,
but we'll see. We'll see.
I just read an article coming here that Fuentes is putting himself in a place to replace Charlie Kirk, to be the new Charlie Kirk of the Republican right.
It's hard to believe that Erica Kirk would allow that. We'll see. Look, I don't know. We'll see, because I never would, like you said, if you had told me, not that many years ago, that New York is going to have an anti-Semitic mayor, and that in America, after October 7th, that anti-Semitism would be unleashed in America in also open expressions of it. Not just anti-Israel, it's not criticism of Israel, let's get that straight. And it isn't just about the government. Open anti-Semitism. I would have told you you're crazy. It's not happening. Yes, in Europe it's happening. In America, no. So at this moment, it's very hard for me to predict. Now I don't say never, it wouldn't happen.
To make an Islamophobic statement, part of it can be traced to the immigration of Muslims and Palestinians to the United States. If you want to look at where there's been the greatest outbreaks, it's in those areas. And then same with Europe. It's the same pattern all over the world. Whether it's Israel-based or just the fact that because of it Israel-based, they hate Jews or whatever it may be, that has clearly brought a rise of anti-Semitism. And it's mostly based in the left, obviously, because for the right, these people are outside the envelope, so to speak.
They hate them even more.
Right? So they're not part of the in-group. Jews are sometimes considered a Judeo-Christian culture, so the Jews are inside. Sometimes we're outside. That's part of the question. But clearly that's had an effect, and Mamdani is Muslim.
So, there's a report that Charles Small put out by IceGap, that talks about this, exactly what you're describing, this anti-Semitism and anti-democratic phenomenon really becoming very mainstream. Now, the question is, if this rise continues and this, leads with the anti-Israel and the anti-Zionism, the populism, the progressive form of politics, will this ultimately be a threat not just to the Jews and to the Zionists, let's call it, but to democracy at large?
Well, democracy at large is being threatened worldwide to begin with. Let's start there. It's not only because of this, and we have to go back to talk about something else, social media. Because part of the rise of anti-Semitism, both on the left and on the right, is a result of social media. It used to be if you and I were anti-Semitic and we get together over coffee, we'd have a big discussion, and that would be the end of it. It wouldn't go anywhere, even if we were brilliant. Now, they reach 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, Tucker Carlson, 14 million people, and suddenly you're reaching large numbers of people. And what we've seen happen over the last 15 years is a rise of anti-Semitism that I blame almost in totality to different aspects of social media. Ideas that are terrible get spread quickly. They get spread well. On top of which we have, I believe, anti-Semitic messages being spread by people like Qatar, who's paying for a lot of it. And so it's being done very well. It's being done subliminally. It's being done in extremely effective ways. And of course, the odd thing about all of this is who owns most of those mediums?
Jewish people.
Jewish people own them, and they don't even understand what they're doing.
Right. Now, Dorothy, piggybacking on that, do you think that Jews will actually then leave? The social networks are worldwide, and this is obviously impacting not only America, but Europe, as you mentioned, and around the world. But in the end of the day, the Jews of New York could wake up tomorrow morning with Mamdani as mayor. That happens. Where do they go? Do they move to Florida? Do they move to Israel? Or do they just stay put and say, hey, I hope we get through the next several years?
Okay, anecdotally, let me tell you, I don't think they're going to move anywhere. Okay, they might move to Florida, although that exodus has already been happening, and that has a lot to do with New York City taxes that are exorbitant. They're the highest, I believe, in the United States of any state. Yes. So we know that, and that's many businesses have moved to Texas, right? Texas, Florida,
Nevada,
and the Carolinas. So that's already happening, that exodus, and that has to do with money and all that. But the Jews I know will not move, including, I don't want to reveal, personal connections and all that, but I have done my own little survey. No, they're not. And as to the question about whether American Jews, because of the rise in anti-Semitism, will move to Israel, forget about it. There are Americans who move to Israel. First of all, they tend to be more on the Orthodox Jews. But the same number of Israelis have been leaving Israel as let's say, Jews from the West have been. At the moment, it's almost equal. And the reason I know that, as I said, the reason I don't believe that Jews will leave is because, is for the same reason that Jews didn't leave before Hitler came to power. They didn't believe that something like that could possibly happen. And Jews today in America still don't think that they're going to be hauled off on trains to concentration camp. But what they say is, I have my job, my career, my kids are in school, my kids are in college, my parents are elderly, we're taking... And by the way, I know many mixed Israeli-American couples who live in America, and even they're not coming, and some who live in New York, and even they're not coming back to Israel or coming to Israel.
I think they will leave Manhattan and leave New York City. We saw it. I lived in Westchester after 9/11. Right. And we had a huge influx of people into Westchester who left Manhattan and came up to live in Westchester. My daughter currently lives in Westchester, and in her neighborhood, the price of houses has gone up by maybe 30 or 40% in the last couple of months. People want to leave Manhattan because of this and because of what's going on. So we'll see a lot of that. Coming to Israel, that's a whole other story.
And during the pandemic, by the way, there was also a bit of an exodus to places that have more open spaces, places like Westchester or Riverdale.
Manhattan is still Manhattan, It's hard to replace Manhattan with anything else in the world for those people who love Manhattan.
Except Tel Aviv,
yeah.
I would like to say, because here I would just like to make a point. For years, people have said, you could say it's dangerous outside there, there's terrorism outside or there's anti-Semitism outside of Israel. But in fact, you and Israel are in more danger because you have terrorist attacks and wars all the time, etc. And here's an interesting thing. I am more terrified of walking down the street, even without violence, and someone calling me a dirty Jew than I am of running to a bomb shelter from Iranian missiles. Why that is, I don't know, but it makes me the sense that someone is anti-Semitic in that way really frightens me. I am so relieved that I live here. I have to, not only for that reason, but
as one of the reasons.
Now it's a reason.
We're going to have to wrap up. And Mark, I just want you to give a final sentiment regarding this last question, really in 30 seconds. Should Jews be afraid? And if they are afraid, Is there a chance that the tide can turn back? Really, in 30 seconds, can we go backwards, or is this the new reality in America?
I think they should be afraid because it's coming from both sides. If it's coming from only one side of the political spectrum, I say, okay, the wave will go the other way. At the moment, I think they should be afraid. I think the wave of social media can't be stopped at this point. So I think Jews should be afraid. They should be worried. They should plan accordingly. Maybe they should plan on coming here. But the bottom line is, I would be worried as an American Jew. I would be worried about the future.
Wow. So with that, we are going to have to wake up to those final results tomorrow of this election. For now, that's all the time that we have. I want to thank our guests, Ruthie and Mark, for being here tonight. For more bold conversations and exclusive interviews, check out the ILTV podcast, available on YouTube, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Mayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching ILTV Insider. Have a pleasant and safe evening.
At a time of viral misinformation and rising anti-Semitism, more than 150 Christian journalists and influencers converged on Jerusalem for the 7th Christian Media Summit aimed at seeing Israel firsthand, challenging false narratives and strengthening a vital alliance. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman and India Naftali were at the CMS Gala last night. Let's take a look.
Hosted by Israel's government press office with the Foreign Ministry and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, the Christian Media Summit kicked off on November 2 and runs through November 6 in Jerusalem, with tours from the Western Negev to Judea and Samaria. A gala was held Monday night at the Museum of Tolerance, drawing more than 200 supporters. Organizers say the goal is simple: equip Christian media with on-the-ground facts and fortify friends who've stood with Israel through 2 hard years of war.
There are people from all over the world. I just met a man from Nigeria, a pastor from America, from Europe. It is incredible. There are over 200 people here, and they're all leaders that are speaking to millions around the world from here in Jerusalem.
Veteran participants say this year's turnout and timing matter. With so many stories told from afar, attendees stress the impact of witnessing recovery and resilience up close.
So it's very important that these Christian media are here to see firsthand how the nation is recovering and hear from Israelis what they've been through and what they think has been accomplished.
The program tackled big questions, such as truth versus propaganda online, Christian-Jewish partnership, and the status of Israel's biblical heartlands, while acknowledging a core criticism, that the summit can feel like preaching to the choir. But organizers counter that this is precisely the moment to strengthen that choir so it can sing louder, clearer, and farther.
We need the media to speak the truth. We need the church to know the truth and educate its masses. In Africa, 30% of the states are Christian majority states. They know how to read, they know the truth, they know the Bible.
Israel's Minister for Diaspora Affairs told the gathering that the struggle against jihadist extremism is global and that Israel cannot afford distance from allies who share Judeo-Christian values.
So, unfortunately, not everyone understands the importance of the connection with the different churches that supports the state of Israel in the U.S., in Africa, in South Korea, in Hungary. It doesn't. I think it's super important, and we must continue to make this relationship with the Christian community stronger and stronger.
Beyond panels and site visits, on Tuesday night, the summit will recognize leading voices with the Pillars of Jerusalem Award and spotlight collaborations fighting anti-Semitism and online disinformation. For many attendees so far, the takeaway has been both moral and practical. Tell what you saw, amplify Israeli voices, and push back on falsehoods with facts. Participants say they hope to leave Israel with both stories and resolve. In a noisy world, they aim to be, in the words of one speaker, salt of the earth, preserving truth and standing with Israel when it's needed most.
And our final story tonight, more than 2,700 people from over 20 countries gathered in Hollywood, Florida, as Jewish National Fund USA launched its annual global conference for Israel. The event highlighted the organization's circles of impact, representing the transformative work on the ground in Israel that touches every community from the north to the south. The conference aimed to unify the global Jewish community in a spirit of hope, resilience, and action. From former hostages to international allies, speakers shared powerful personal testimonies, showcased rebuilding efforts across Israel, and called for a worldwide movement of truth, faith, and freedom. ILTV's Deva Klein has more.
The Jewish National Fund USA Global Conference kicked off with an extraordinary opening expo, where the organization proudly showcased local Israeli craftsmanship, including handmade jewelry, clothing, and art, to support Israeli businesses and entrepreneurs. Guests were then ushered to the main hall, where Jewish National Fund USA President Deb Lust Zaluda and CEO Russell F. Robinson emphasized the theme of radical hope, marking the end of captivity for living hostages and the beginning of rebuilding efforts. After sharing his personal story and connection to Israel and the Jewish people, JNF USA CEO Russell Robinson had one message to the people of the organization and to the people of the world.
So let's shout out to the world without any hesitation. Israel makes the world a better place.
Robinson honored the men and women who make the organization's operations possible, saying that they are, quote, the secret sauce. Former hostage Omer Shem Tov took to the stage alongside his parents, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the Jewish National Fund USA community for their support. His powerful words, "I stand here as a free man," generated a standing ovation.
My name is Omer Shem Tov and I'm a free man.
The many projects of Jewish National Fund USA were on full display, including the launch of the Emergence of a New North initiative in northern Israel. This visionary project showcased high-tech incubators, the Galilee Culinary Institute, new housing developments, and the delivery of bomb shelters to farmers on the front lines. All part of Jewish National Fund USA's ongoing efforts to revitalize Israel's north and restore security, stability, and resilience to its communities. Jewish National Fund USA positions itself not just as a fundraising organization, but as a global movement of builders, defenders, and visionaries. The message to attendees was clear: visit Israel, engage with its communities, support tangible development, and stand united with Israel against hate and misinformation.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates coming out of the region. The IDF announced that a short while ago, Israeli fighter jets struck terror targets in southern Lebanon. According to the IDF, the terrorists eliminated in the strike were operating at a terror infrastructure site belonging to Hezbollah's construction unit in the Tyre area. The site was used to manufacture equipment used by Hezbollah terrorists to rebuild terror infrastructure that had previously been targeted and dismantled during the war. The IDF emphasized that Hezbollah's efforts to rebuild on the border with Israel is a blatant violation of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire. And overnight, Israel received the body of another slain hostage. The IDF has now announced the identity of the body. He is Joshua Lolitu Molel, a Tanzanian citizen, aged just 21 years old when he was kidnapped. Joshua was an agronomy student who arrived in Israel for agricultural training in the Gaza envelope. He was taken by Hamas from the cowshed in Nahal Oz, in which he was working. According to the information and intelligence available to the IDF, he was murdered by Hamas on October 7th, and his body was abducted to the Gaza Strip. He leaves behind his parents, 3 sisters, and a brother. And as the heartache continues for the families still waiting for the return of the bodies of their loved ones, even the living hostages who were returned from Hamas captivity are in great pain and now sharing harrowing details from captivity. One such hostage is Rom Braslavsky. Rom was just 21 when he was abducted from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. And Rom, unlike many other hostages that were taken on that dark day, was held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a rival faction to Hamas in the enclave. With much darker ideologies and harsher methods, when the PIJ released the very first video of Rom in captivity, it was clear to most that the young Israeli had endured unfathomable torture. Today, we have his testimony, and it's just as dark as you would imagine. Take a listen to a clip that was taken from the interview.
הפשיטו אותי עם כל הבגדים, תחתונים, הכל. קשרו אותי כשאני לא לובש כלום, כאילו, ואני קרוע מת בלי אוכל. אני מתפלל, כאילו, לאלוהים, תוציא אותי מזה כבר. אתה אומר, כאילו, כמו נתפעה.
איך אתה קורא למה שעשו לך? תקיפה מינית?
חד משמעית. כן.
When asked if there were other incidents, Braslavsky said that there were too many to count. Now, beyond the sexual violence, Rom explained how the PIJ tried converting him to Islam many times, but Rom insisted on preserving his Jewish identity. Today, Rom is home and recovering slowly, but his testimony broke the spirit of so many Israelis who were praying for his safety. Knowing he endured this torture for over 700 days is just heart-shattering. And Rom is not the only former hostage speaking up about sexual assault conducted by Islamic fanatic terrorist ideology. Elizabeth Surkov, an Israeli-Russian academic who was kidnapped by Islamic regime-linked terrorism doing search in Baghdad, gave her testimony in a New York Times interview. Elizabeth was held captive in Iraq for 2.5 years before being released by Israel in a diplomatic deal in September 2025. Elizabeth recounts being tied up and beaten repeatedly until she lost consciousness. She said, quote, "They basically used me as a punching bag." Surakov's testimony also includes her being electrocuted as a means of torture and being sexually assaulted. This dark reality of Islamic ideology is not one that the Western world should take lightly. And clashes erupted yesterday at Toronto Metropolitan University, where an off-campus event held by students supporting Israel, which honored an IDF veteran, was stormed by a masked mob of pro-Palestinians who forcefully entered the building and began assaulting the attendees. Toronto police made multiple arrests after a glass window was shattered, causing injuries to at least one person. This is the footage shared on social media, capturing the sheer violence of the pro-Palestinian movement. And that's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. For more updates, catch us live every hour on the Hour or download our ILTV app by scanning the QR code on your screen. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're breaking an explosive investigation into how the Islamic Republic of Iran's networks in the United Kingdom have been involved in the Gaza flotilla operation through regime-affiliated supporters working alongside known Hamas operatives on British soil. Plus, we'll be speaking with researcher Orel Tobelem, who brought forward some evidence behind this shocking story. We'll also look at how Israel's tech sector is responding to post-war challenges and the ongoing threat of radicalization in the West. Let's dig in. This week, I want to talk about infiltration and what it looks like when a terror regime builds its front lines inside your own country. Now, for years, the United Kingdom has been a soft target for the Islamic Republic of Iran's influence operations, masquerading as religious charities, cultural missions, and even human rights organizations. But as the documents that we're revealing for the first time today show, the network isn't just about words, it's about infrastructure, cyber, media, money, and yes, propaganda. At the center of this controversy is Shabir Ramtullah Hassan Ali, a British-Iranian engineer trained in comm and a longtime figure of the regime's Press TV and Tasnim News. also the point of contact from a regime-affiliated charity in the UK, which explicitly has supported terrorism and which all evidence seems to suggest is a front for the regime itself. For more than a decade, he's been a central node in the Islamic Republic's soft power apparatus in Britain, repackaging Khomeinist ideology for Western audiences under the guise, often, of social justice. Now, in the recent police report filed to the Metropolitan Police Counterterrorism Unit, Hassan Ali is identified as maintaining direct contact with Zahir Birwawi, a Hamas operative based in London and a key organizer of the most recent Gaza flotillas. Now, the report documents emails in which Hassan Ali requests payment for hosting the Global March to Jerusalem website, the Flotilla Network's main platform, and claims that he, quote, knocked out 2 Israeli ISPs in Haifa and Tel Aviv, end quote. Documents obtained by JNS, also led by the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission, a registered charity, the Telegraph reported runs summer camps that, in their words, risk radicalizing children through Khomeinist doctrine. The Times has previously exposed him as an Islamic regime propagandist closely linked to Press TV, and now, according to Azent Analysis, Hassan Ali has regularly traveled to Tehran for conferences in support of the Palestinian Intifada, attended by officials from Hamas and Hezbollah, along with the regime. Now, the concern here is that this is no longer diplomatic subversion. It's operational collaboration between the IRGC's information warfare units and Hamas's media arm, run from the UK under charity status, in broad daylight. Now, of course, we knew that this is happening with the Islamic Center in England, funded by the regime, and even attempts to assassinate or kidnap Iranian dissidents on UK soil. But now there's actual documentation indicating that the Islamic regime was involved with the Gaza flotillas as well. Now, sadly, the truth is that the UK is not just a safe haven for dissidents anymore. It's become a safe haven for the Islamic Republic's enablers. If the UK government continues to look away, it won't just be hosting a regime's propaganda efforts. It will actually be aiding a lot of their activities. And continuing on that theme, clearly our big story of the week, which we can now reveal, is the evidence linking the Islamic Republic's #1 fan in the UK to the Hamas-run Gaza flotilla operations. Now, emails that we obtained between Shabir Hassan Ali, a British-Iranian IT engineer and, of course, regime propagandist, and Hamas's Zahir Birwawi, a London-based Hamas operative, show years of collaboration in running the website for the Global March to Jerusalem, the Flotilla Network's main propaganda arm. Now, Hassan Ali even wrote in these documents that his system knocked out 2 Israeli ISPs in Haifa and Tel Aviv, which is actually a possible breach of UK cyber laws. He later referred to the project as a serious thorn in the side of the Zionist cult. He also negotiated payment to the tune of thousands of British pounds, on UK soil no less, in exchange for his assistance and services to Hamas operatives, even boasting about how much he helped and what a large role he had in the operation. Now, a separate report filed to the Met Police Counterterrorism Unit detailed how Hassan Ali's work placed him within a network connecting IRGC-linked media operatives and Hamas on UK territory. He was even invited to Tehran for an official Iranian conference in support of that Palestinian Intifada, attended by Khamenei himself, as well as representatives from Hamas, Hezbollah, and other proxy terror organizations, I should say, of the Islamic Republic. Now, this new evidence, or newly revealed evidence, suggests a formal convergence between the IRGC's influence network and the Muslim Brotherhood's Hamas wing operating from the UK. It's not really just infiltration, it's also collaboration. Now, in other news, an Iran-Israel cyber battle is going on behind the scenes. According to a recent report from CTEC, Iranian state-linked hackers have launched a wave of attacks on Israeli critical infrastructure in the past week. And supply chain companies, more than 10 different firms providing IT and digital services to Israeli businesses, were targeted in what investigators describe as a supply chain breaches intended to infiltrate wider networks. Now, one of the highest profile incidents involved the Shamir Medical Center, where Iranian actors breached systems, stole data, and crossed the red line of attacking a hospital. though the disruption was contained fairly early in terms of cyber attacks. Now, the Israeli National Cyber Directorate, working with the Shin Bet and other agencies, credited rapid information sharing for avoiding a much larger digital catastrophe. But make no mistake, it isn't a quiet incident. It's part of a broader Iranian strategy to expand these cyber war capabilities against Israel and its allies as well. By targeting the supply chain providers, the Islamic Republic seeks to gain entry points into Israel's economy, healthcare, and of course, government infrastructure. For Israel, this means two things at once. First, the tech sector has to respond with even greater speed and innovation. Startups and defense firms have to develop cyber defense, AI intelligence threat detection, and resilient systems that at hyper speed. Two, the war is not just in Gaza or Lebanon, it's also digital, global, and invisible. When Iran can attack from Tehran or London or anywhere in between, Israel's tech innovators really become the front line. As one Israeli cyber startup CEO put it, our response to Hamas in Tehran is in code. In a region where aggression comes in missiles and cyber packets, Israel responds by building unbreakable networks, or at least they're working on it. Now, joining us today to break down some of this amazing story about Hassan Ali is Orel Tobelem, a research director at the Forum for Foreign Relations. Orel, thanks so much for joining us on the show today. There's a lot to break down on this topic, a lot of documents that we've obtained. To start, can you walk us through some of this newly revealed evidence, specifically the documents linking Shabir Hassan Ali to Zahir Birwawi and the Flotilla network?
Of course. Thank you, Emily, for having me on. Well, as you've said, newly uncovered evidence shows that between August 2016 and January 2017, Mr. Shabir Rahmatullah Hassan Ali, yes, that's right, I know his middle name, UK-based software engineer and Islamic scholar at the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission in the UK, exchanged various emails with Mr. Zahir Birawi, who is a notorious Hamas operative and coordinator for the Freedom Flotilla movement. Now, the correspondence itself pertained to Hassan Ali's services as a server administrator for the Global March to Jerusalem website. It was a highly problematic anti-Israel protest movement that was launched in 2011, and it featured contributions from multiple Islamist terror groups. Now, Birawi has for years been recognized by Israel as a Hamas official living in the UK. And he has risen to prominence in recent months due to his involvement in this year's Flotilla Frenzy, which saw controversial figures such as climate charlatan Greta Thunberg and pro-Hamas French deputy Rima Hassan set sail for Israel and Gaza in total breach of maritime sovereignty of multiple nations. And Birawi has previously been photographed himself alongside senior figures from Hamas, including Ismail Haniyeh, the Politburo leader who was assassinated in Iran last year. Now, in 2012, Jonathan Schanzer from the Foundation for Defense of Democracies identified the numerous associations of the Global March to Jerusalem Movement Central Committee with Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Islamic regime in Iran. It was actually reported at the time that the project's board secretary was the late Hossein Sheikh al-Islam, who was a Khomeinist politician. Some might remember him as one of the militants who took part in the hostage-taking of 66 American citizens at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran in November 1979. Now, as to the emails that I've recovered, these unmistakably show financial negotiations between Shabir Hassan Ali and Zahir Birawi for maintaining Hamas-linked online infrastructure. Now, in this correspondence, Hassan Ali boasted of cyber operations such as downing Israeli internet service providers, implying offensive cyber activity on UK soil. Now, this may actually amount to a significant breach of the Computer Misuse Act 1990, which is a piece of legislation in the UK that is meant to prevent individuals from engaging in nefarious acts involving a computer. Hassan Ali's admission seems to amount more to a violation of Section 3ZA, but again, that's up to any authorities to decide. But it is very clear that he did attempt to damage human welfare or national security of any country, and that includes the State of Israel. Now, funnily enough, it seems from the actual correspondence that Hassan Ali and Birawi had a falling out during this period, and that Hassan Ali's demands for compensation to the tune of £4,435.72 from Hamas were never actually met. So the server itself was decommissioned shortly after the end of this email chain, and it remains unclear whether Hassan Ali actively took money from Hamas during the time that he was running the server. However, what is clear is that he was operating on their behalf at the request of the Islamic regime in Iran. So these exchanges are significant because they demonstrate cross-sectarian collaboration. A Shia IRGC affiliate working directly with a Sunni Muslim Brotherhood-aligned Hamas representative inside Britain. Right, this forms part of the same network that was actually recently identified in an Adkan investigation this year that exposed Hamas links to European flotilla movements led by Birawi, actually through the Palestinian Conference for Palestinians Abroad and also the Europal Forum. So that's in sum quite a lot of stuff to get into, but some really impressive findings.
Now, you've described this as a bridge operation, or a bridge between IRGC influence operations in the UK and Hamas propaganda. Why is that connection so significant, and what does it mean for the UK's national security?
Of course. So this correspondence itself is very significant because it confirms an operational convergence dating back more than a decade between the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, and Hamas propaganda arms operating under charitable or activist cover in the UK. Now, this is not unknown to British authorities. Actually, in July 2025, there was a report by the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament on Iran that identified the regime's use of proxy networks, cyber assets, and ideological organizations to conduct deniable attacks and influence operations on UK soil. 300 pages on these operations, and curiously, no mention of Hassan Ali, despite the fact that he actually had received significant coverage in the Times in 2020. So I'm a bit concerned that that was an oversight. The email exchange itself illustrates exactly this kind of mechanism. There's IRGC cyber operatives who are cooperating with Hamas propagandists to influence Western audiences. There's a clear and deeply embedded IRGC Muslim Brotherhood nexus in the United Kingdom, operating at subaltern cultural and government levels, and I'll elaborate a bit on this later. Now, the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme, or FIRS, which came into force in July of 2025, effectively created a two-tier registration scheme for arrangements with individuals or entities to carry out political activities on the behalf of a foreign power in the UK. The enhanced tier list currently includes Iran and Russia. FIRS was actually the product of the National Security Act of 2023. And it introduced more stringent countermeasures around potential espionage or sabotage operations occurring on UK soil. This particular case highlights many security blind spots in FIRS and charity regulation, as these actors often operate under benign labels, but they do so openly.
Now, Aurel, we know that the Islamic Republic is the sponsor, the funder of Hamas, despite the fact, of course, that Hamas is a Muslim Brotherhood Sunni group and the regime is Shia. What brings these groups together in this context, and how deep is that connection, at least on the propaganda front specifically? I mean, this flotilla operation, which, as we saw, had very little actual humanitarian aid on it, in the first place was branded as nonviolent activists. So why was Hamas involved at all? And what are they doing on a Hamas/IRGC backed flotilla into a war zone?
Yeah, of course. Well, to answer the first part of your question, that has already received in-depth coverage from Reichman University's International Institute for Counterterrorism. Actually, in a July 2020 report led by Dr. Eitan Azani, who I'm very fortunate to know personally, he talked about the Iranian threat network and the export of the Islamic Revolution through the co-opting of Islamic practices such as da'wah, which is missionary activity. Now, the Iranian threat network itself, or ITN, thrives on pragmatic alliances across sectarian lines when anti-Western or anti-Israeli goals converge. Now, ideologically, both the Muslim Brotherhood and the IRGC share a commitment to the axis of resistance narrative. It's one which totally delegitimizes Israel. It opposes Western hegemony and promotes armed resistance framed as liberation. We know this all too well from all of the protest movements that have been going on across the world, especially for the past 2 years. These groups also share a vociferous desire to intimidate and ultimately exterminate the Jews. Just last week, actually, the Mossad publicly identified a senior IRGC commander, Sardar Amar, as the man responsible for a string of foiled terror plots against Jewish and Israeli targets in Greece, Germany, and Australia in the past 2 years alone. These plans strongly align with the objectives of the Muslim Brotherhood, as once articulated amazingly by their spiritual leader, the late Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, who once said in a 2009 interview with the Al Jazeera media network that it was a moral imperative for Muslims to reenact the work of Adolf Hitler. Now, as for these flotilla goers, the flotilla propaganda-branded non-violent activism was in reality a Hamas IRGC influence operation, as has clearly been shown by numerous investigations. And these were designed to delegitimize Israel and launder terror branding into humanitarian imagery. Now, in other words, the IRGC and Muslim Brotherhood nexus recruits political ambulance chasers to their cause. Professional opportunists, always on the lookout for another way to proclaim their moral self-righteousness. So, for example, Hamas is actually not the only IRGC proxy with which Sweden's top sailor, Greta Thunberg, has colluded. In early January, she traveled to Algeria to meet with representatives of the Polisario Front. It's a separatist militia operating in the Moroccan Sahara that is armed by Iran and maintains strong links with Hezbollah cells globally. That the Polisario Front has a track record of recruiting child soldiers and torturing residents of humanitarian camps does not seem to bother people like Ms. Thunberg in the slightest, and why would it? She is a massive hypocrite. Hassan Ali's own emails demonstrate the farcical equivocation of these pro-axis of resistance or even pro-Palestinian activism with pro-peace positions. He refers in these emails to his support for the Global March to Jerusalem project as a thorn in the side of the Zionist cult, while boasting about cyber retaliation and the sabotage of Israeli communication systems. So, after all, what truly unites the extreme left and the Islamist camps is their shared love of unfathomable narcissism.
Now, the emails that we have date back to as late as 2016, 2017. And what really surprised me about reading through these documents is that it was like he was bragging about his involvement, clearly showing in writing how the Islamic Republic was behind this, or at least partially so. Why do you think that nothing has been done by British authorities until now on this issue?
So, Emily, you ask actually a very good question. In 2017, Hassan Ali was invited to attend the 6th International Conference on Palestinian Intifada in Tehran. I've actually obtained a copy of the invitation. This was signed by the General Secretariat of the conference, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, who was one of the individuals who was then killed in May 2024 during the helicopter crash that also claimed the life of then Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi. The conference itself featured numerous senior officials from Hamas, Hezbollah, PIJ, chief among them Naim Alsam, who currently leads the Hezbollah militia in Lebanon. Photographic evidence shows that Hassan Ali did in fact attend this conference, placing him in circles which included sanctioned actors and terrorist leaders. Now, at the time, in 2016-17, the prevent and counterterrorism frameworks were focused more on the domestic threat posed by Daesh, also known as ISIS, not Iranian hybrid operations. Now, to its credit, the conservative government at the time stood at the forefront of the global coalition against Daesh, committing hundreds of millions of pounds to the training of Iraqi forces, monitoring British nationals seeking to enlist in jihadist operations abroad, and disrupting the group's financial networks. Additionally, there was institutional hesitation to treat Shia networks as a security concern, compounded by charitable registration protections and fears of attracting claims of Islamophobia. Now, the parliamentary report I mentioned earlier actually does admit that the threat posed to the UK by the Islamic Republic was under-resourced, poorly prioritized, and reactive rather than strategic, with agencies treating it as below Russia and China in importance. Individuals like Hassan Ali, whose televised appearances amounted really to incoherent tirades depicting the United States and Israel as satanic, were considered lower priorities, understandably, than, for instance, the Russian operatives using Novichok on UK soil, or China's APT-10 cyber campaign targeting IT suppliers to steal trade secrets from major British firms. Now, this allowed IRGC proxies and Muslim Brotherhood actors to operate under humanitarian or religious pretexts, largely unchecked. It's likely that Hassan Ali, who appears to be of South Asian origin and was born in January 1971 in Uganda, has exploited his British citizenship to engage in activities that would have drawn far greater scrutiny from the UK immigration or counterterrorism authorities had he not held that status. Still, this remains a serious oversight, especially that a 2012 report from Reichmann's ICT identified Sheikh Shabir Hassan Ali as the main figure of the British Ahlul Bayt Islamic mission, describing him as a supporter of Iran's Islamic Revolution ideology and harboring intense hatred of Israel and the West. This should have encouraged British authorities to look more closely at his activities. For example, his travels to Iran in order to attend Intifada conferences. However, I have hope. Given that his passport is due to expire within a few years, it may be in the best interest of His Majesty's Home Office to decline its renewal.
Now, we know that Hassan Ali heads a charity accused of radicalizing children by the UK government. How are groups like the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission, how are they still allowed to operate under charitable status in the UK? Has any progress at all been made to hold the Islamic Republic accountable? I mean, this isn't the first time that charities that were created and funded by the regime itself were used as fronts.
So this is actually a loophole that the IRGC have found. The Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission, whilst it states in many instances on its website that it operates with charitable activities, it's actually not a registered charity in the UK. There are multiple reports of it promoting Khomeinist ideology and radicalizing British youth, and it still has not been forced to register its activities with the Charity Commission. A July 2025 investigation by The Telegraph actually found that the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission's youth summer camp, Camp Wilaya, funnily enough, had exposed children to pro-Iran and pro-Hamas propaganda, including symbolic glorification of the October 7th attacks. And it had also obligated girls as young as 8 years old to wear the hijab and required segregation of the sexes, all of which was, as they claimed, intended to foster a deeper connection to the Islamic faith. Now, there are ostensibly some charities that are registered, but I'll get on this a bit later. The Times in 2020 revealed that Hassan Ali had developed software for regime-backed organizations, including Press TV and Al Alam, Iranian state propaganda channels that are currently banned in the UK, yet, as you have pointed out via Twitter, continue to operate seemingly undeterred. We saw this play out just last week during the hateful and violent protest campaign against Professor Michael Ben-Gad at City St. George's University, when masked demonstrators disrupted one of his lectures, and the footage was swiftly supplied to Press TV for maximum online amplification. Nor is this phenomenon actually strictly confined to the Islamic Republic. In late February, an Israeli-Iranian dialogue event at King's College London, featuring my colleague and friend Faiz Alavi, who you know very well, was violently shut down by pro-Palestinian activists, one who was later identified as an open supporter of Muslim Brotherhood militias in Gaza and Sudan. The footage soon appeared on Al Jazeera Egypt, falsely portraying Faiza as a genocide supporter. One of the protesters, an Egyptian national by the name of Osama Ghanem, who is now indefinitely suspended from the university and is facing deportation, given the revocation of his visa sponsorship, has previously worked for Egyptian companies linked to the Al Jazeera media network. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. That's not the end of it. In January last year, the BBC released footage from 2020 to 21 showing participants at the Kanun Tawheed Islamic Youth Center in London chanting death to Israel during a memorial for Qasem Soleimani, the famous IRGC Quds Force commander who helped Bashar al-Assad massacre 500,000 civilians during the Syrian civil war. The clips also included online lectures from Iranian generals denying the Holocaust, calling universities battlefronts for Islamic resistance, and urging British students, I mean, stay with me on this, to end the lives of Jews and Zionists. Now, these events appear to have been co-sponsored by the Islamic Students Association of Britain, whose then secretary, British national Mohammed Hussein Atai Abadi, has been photographed alongside Ali Khamenei in Tehran. The Al Tawheed Charitable Trust, which operates the center, has not been shut down by the Charity Commissioner, and to the best of my knowledge, nothing has been done to even attempt to punish those involved, or indeed to de-radicalize their victims. The persistence of this kind of activity reflects Charity Commission and Ofcom loopholes, insufficient enforcement of terror financing laws, and an absolute failure to link ideological radicalization in our universities and cultural centers to issues of wider national security.
Now, I want to ask you, Orel, based on your research, how does this case fit into a broader pattern of Islamic Republic operations on Western soil, from foiling terror plots to disinformation networks to infiltration at universities that we've seen? How does it fit into the whole equation?
Well, look, this exemplifies Iran's hybrid warfare model. It uses ideological, cyber, and charitable fronts as part of its global threat network that is focused on the exploiting of the Islamic Revolution elsewhere. Now, there have been, for example, at least 15 assassination or kidnap plots by Iran or its proxies on the UK soil since 2022. Iran's proxies, for example, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, they act as force multipliers. They spread influence and destabilization without direct Iranian fingerprints. Hassan Ali's activity falls within the cognitive warfare and interference category. He weaponizes propaganda, cyber activism, and youth outreach to undermine British cohesion and amplify anti-Israel hostility. It's also worth noting that there's no real record of how this guy gets paid. I haven't found any trace of consistent employment anywhere, and so that may be worth looking into. Further, the Iranian regime has increasingly relied on criminal networks to conduct covert operations under the guise of plausible deniability. So it's plotted attacks against US, Israeli, and Jewish targets across Europe, and used criminal syndicates to assassinate dissidents. Tehran's trusted enforcer, Naji Sharifi Zindashti, operates networks spanning Iran, Turkey, the UK, and Canada. So he employed figures such as the Canadian Hells Angels to target Iranian exiles and dissidents. Turkish authorities link him to the 2020 abduction of a Swedish-Iranian activist who was later executed in Iran. Now, in January 2024, Sweden's Foxtrot network, led by Rawa Majid, carried out an attack on the Israeli embassy in Stockholm on behalf of Iran. Majid has cooperated directly with Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, MOIS. Dutch intelligence similarly reports Iran's use of Moroccan criminal clangs in the Mokho Mafia to eliminate exiled opponents, with Tehran protecting their leadership in return and killing any key witnesses. There was a very notable case in 2020, I believe, that featured this kind of cooperation. Now, Iranian influence has also seeped into Europe's digital sphere. During the 2024 Amsterdam riots, which were premeditated and intended to create serious damage and possibly kill Jews and Israelis, social media accounts linked to Tehran circulated videos of assaults on Israeli football fans. One particular Snapchat account, labeled as a government organization under the name Mr. Haq, was actually a reference to the Zaydi Shia Islamist party in Yemen, Hizb al-Haq, long associated with the Houthis, and this was among the most active. Now, in May 2025, in the UK, 3 Iranian nationals were charged under the National Security Act for aiding a foreign intelligence service and targeting journalists from Iran International in London. All of them had entered the UK claiming asylum between 2016 and 2022. It has since emerged that the Iranian embassy in London facilitates illegal travel for such refugees, issuing forms that allow secret returns to Iran in exchange for their recruitment as informants. Consider this. A hostile state is weaponizing Britain's asylum system to plant operatives on UK soil, and yet the government has done virtually nothing to stop it.
Now, finally, I want to ask you what needs to happen next. I mean, should the UK pursue designation of these groups as terror groups, or do they need stronger enforcement under the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme?
You know, Emily, the past 2 years especially have shown me one thing, is that Islamist groups interpret half measures as proof of weakness. Incremental responses only encourage deeper infiltration and adaptation. This kind of penetration is now too advanced for gradualism, this kind of carrot-stick approach that British politicians love to do. Decisive, comprehensive action right now is required. The UK has to prescribe the IRGC under the Terrorism Act, ending the legal ambiguity around its operations. Mandatory registration under the FRS scheme for organizations and individuals linked to foreign regimes must happen. This includes the Ahlul Bayt Islamic Mission. It also includes the Islamic Center of England, which daily broadcasts messages from Ali Khamenei in Tehran, and is also curiously located about 100 meters away from a Jewish primary school in Maida Vale. If this kind of problem persists, The government should move to close any Islamic centers that are found to be supporting IRGC activity for reasons of public safety. There is actually an international precedent for this. In July 2024, the German government shut down the Islamic Center in Hamburg over its ties to Iran and Hezbollah and its promotion of radical Islamism. As the Interior Minister at the time, Nancy Faeser, stated, the IZH served as the direct representative of Iran's supreme leader, spreading aggressive anti-Semitism and seeking to exploit the Islamic Revolution. So why should we in the UK tolerate similar activity on our soil when Germany does not? Now, if that doesn't work, several European states, including most recently Australia, have previously expelled Iranian diplomats for espionage and activities incompatible with their diplomatic status. The UK should pursue the expulsion of implicated diplomatic staff and an independent investigation into the Islamic Republic's recruitment of informants and targeting of journalists. If hostile intelligence operations are continuing to happen on UK soil, then unfortunately for the Islamic regime in Iran, the UK government must force the closure of the Republic's embassy in London. It's something that they've done in 2011 previously, when the British embassy in Iran was attacked by a mob of Basiji regime loyalists. Finally, the UK has to treat ideological radicalization as a national security threat and not merely a matter of community relations or anti-Semitism. And this applies whether it's the IRGC or the Muslim Brotherhood or any other extremist group. The horrific Yom Kippur attack in Manchester that was carried out by British Syrian Jihad al-Shami should have been recognized for what it was, an act of jihad. Instead, the Prime Minister's decision to dismiss it as the work of, I believe the quote was, one vile individual, trivialized the murder of 2 British Jews during a day of worship and signaled a dangerous unwillingness to confront the deeper ideological roots of such violence. The UK has to shift from crisis response to long-term deterrence. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen under the present Labour government. Let's just take, for example, David Lammy, who is now the Deputy Prime Minister to the UK following a recent cabinet reshuffle. He used to be the Foreign Secretary. David Lammy, a decade ago or so, appeared on a UK game show in which, in response to a question about who succeeded Henry VIII, the English monarch Henry VIII, he responded, Henry VII. I think that we cannot continue to reward idiocy consistently and then be surprised when we are ruled over by idiots. And so there has to be some kind of action on this front, whether that's a general election that hopefully will land us with a different government. I certainly hope so. But it's clear that we cannot go on like this.
All right. Well, I want to thank you, Aurel, for your work on this important topic and for breaking down some of the findings in recent weeks. I'm sure we'll continue to see more as the months and years continue.
Thank you very much, Emily.
In any case, for now, we want to move on to our good, bad, and ugly stories of the week. As always, feel free to suggest your stories for this segment. You can DM me on X, Emily K. Schrader, and we'll do our best to get it in the show. For now, however, we'll finish up with the good, the bad, and the ugly. First things first, our good story of the week. The IDF foiled an IRGC-linked smuggling ring attempting to move drone components into the West Bank. Security sources say it was part of the regime's effort to build a micro-Hezbollah inside Judea and Samaria. And this time, they were caught red-handed. This is, of course, hardly the first time. They're also actively trying to build up Hezbollah again, which is why we've seen a continued small-scale operations targeting Hezbollah sites inside southern Lebanon. And while it's disturbing this is happening, obviously we have to applaud the IDF for foiling yet another attempt to export the Islamic Republic's terror operations. And keeping to our theme of this week, British universities are still accepting funding from pro-Iranian regime foundations, some of which actually being used as fronts by the regime, and also Qatar-linked institutions, despite clear warnings from the UK government. The UK's Intelligence and Security Committee in a July 2025 report states that the Islamic Republic, quote, almost certainly conducts espionage campaigns targeting academia in the UK. And it's not just about money. It's also about access data and propaganda on campus. Sponsored research can provide regime-linked actors backdoor entry into sensitive technology, disciplines, and infrastructure, according to the UK government. If universities continue to take these funds without strict scrutiny or without declaring it, Britain's highest learning institutions risk being an unwitting front line for foreign influence and intelligence operations. And our ugly story of this week comes from, you guessed it, London, where a Hamas-affiliated cleric delivered a sermon recently praising the Martyrs of the Sea, his words, referring to that Gaza flotilla operations inside an Islamic center linked to the Al-Bayt network. That's that same network connected to Shabir Hassan Ali's charity and the Islamic Republic of Iran's propaganda machine. It's also received more than £400,000 in UK government funding under the guise of community cohesion. Now, this was exposed by The Times in July 2025, and the incident shows how the Islamic Republic's ideological infrastructure in the UK is bleeding radicalization and even recruitment on British soil, unfortunately using taxpayer money to promote this Khomeinist propaganda. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. We'll be back soon with more interviews and more stories from the Middle East. We'll continue to keep you updated on the latest from this story as the new documentation sheds light on the partnership between Hamas and the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching and see you next week on Axis of Truth.
Welcome to ILTV's podcast. Joining us today are two students from the University of Haifa and University of Haifa International, Aiden and Daniela. Thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So why don't we start by you introducing yourselves, telling us a little bit about where you're from, what brought you to Israel. So Aiden, let's start with you.
Sure. So my name's Aiden Siegel. I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Making Aliyah was a dream of mine since the moment I first stepped foot on Israeli soil about 5 years ago, and I'm happy to be here today to say that my dream came true.
Incredible. And just a little fun fact, I also am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so
Amazing.
Small world. And Daniela, what about you?
So, my name is Daniela Flora. I'm 25 years old and coming from Bucharest, Romania. And I would say that my dream was to move also to Israel from the first time I came here because it was everything so different, so from the language to culture to overall vibe. And I remember the first feeling I had was like, oh my God, I want to live here and I want to be surrounded by this cool environment and I want to challenge myself and to learn new things.
Incredible. And so why did you choose the University of Haifa specifically?
So, first of all, University of Haifa, I chose the University of Haifa because I like the idea of studying in the top of the mountain, especially with this hot area from here. And it had all the programs. It had the program that I was interested in, which was the diplomacy track. And I also heard from Israelis that it's a respected university, so it just supported my idea of coming here.
Absolutely. And Aiden, what about you? Why did you choose University of Haifa?
Well, I knew I was going to be living in Haifa because my brother-in-law and my sister live here, and I wanted to be close to them. I also wanted to give myself time to sort of acclimate because my Hebrew was and still is pretty limited. I didn't have a job lined up, and I just had the savings from the job I previously had to make it work here. So when I found out about the University of Haifa International School and that they offered a program in Israel Studies, I knew that this would be a really good launching pad for my career and for me to make a life as an Israeli here.
So walk us through a little bit what it's like to be a University of Haifa International master's student.
Sure. So in the dorms, it's a rich mix of different cultures, of language, of scents and foods. It really gives you a unique perspective, and it challenges your preconceived notions about the world when you get to have conversations and make new friends with people from countries you probably would have never otherwise met. And I think that challenge it extends to the classroom as well. Certainly I have my own ideas about Israel, but it's very rewarding to to be in the same classroom and be taught by professors who really have prestige in this field, and to provide us with new texts, new thinkers, and new ideas about a country that there's really just so much to learn about.
Mm-hmm. And Daniela, what about you? Walk us through sort of what it's like a day in the life of a U of Haifa international student.
So first of all, I'm a very active person. I always have to do something, and I'm always rushing, as you know that. And for me, being an international student in Haifa, it feeds this part of me of being active. There's always something to do, always something to learn about, or even in social activities or just educational level, there's always some activities and trips or just things to do in the university. There's always something to do. So I would say that it's very active. It's a very active lifestyle here.
Mm-hmm. And so, Didi, I want to ask, because, this podcast is really about sort of what you're studying, what you're doing at the University of Haifa, because both of you are involved in some pretty interesting areas. So, Didi, I want to start with you. Before we dive into sort of the coursework and what you're doing, you're connected to EcoPeace Middle East. Can you tell us what that is?
So, very interesting. I discovered this non-governmental organization in a field trip from the university, organized by the university to the Knesset. And one of the speakers was from EcoPeace Middle East. And I heard them speak, and I had that click. I was like, wow, this is fascinating. And that was the moment I learned about climate diplomacy. And for a while, I knew that I want to do something in diplomacy, but I didn't find my thing. So that was the instant click. So I contacted them and asked them to do an internship. And after a couple of interviews, they accepted me. And it was really, really interesting. I did the internship for 10 months. For the first 3 months were during, before the war. Mm-hmm. And after the rest of the months was during the war. And I applied for I was an intern for the project management program, but I just want to mention that it was for me so fruitful and educational to be surrounded by people during the beginning of the war, because as a student, this is how you learn, and I was surrounded by educated people, and they taught me how to be forgiving, full of love, to think of how to build the peace with everything that I do. So I think it was the best period to be surrounded by this kind of people.
Absolutely. Couldn't have been easy to be here, especially as a foreign student.
Yes.
After October 7th. And, you mentioned this idea of climate diplomacy, which ties into your studies. But I want to understand, what exactly is climate diplomacy, and, how do you hope to work in that field? What exactly do you do?
So, as I mentioned, I learned about climate diplomacy from EcoPeace, and I thought that it's so fascinating how we can use Mother Earth to create peace. Even though it's not maybe the first choice for everybody, there is a tool that you can take it and build peace with it. So I learned this from Israel, and how it makes it really nice and smart with the neighbors that we have.
And so, Aiden, let's turn to you now, because you're also studying, that might seem maybe a little bit obvious, in Israel studies. Why did you choose this specific path?
I think the simple answer is Israel is sort of what makes me tick. It's my favorite subject. I truly believe that there's no greater drama than the emergence of the State of Israel in 1948. And there's so many different angles that you can study it from, politically, theologically, culturally. And I think that even if it's just a drop in the water, it gives me a voice and a feeling that I can make a meaningful contribution to a country that I really care about.
So you talk a lot about your love from Israel. Where did this love come from?
I think it was always in the backdrop. Certainly my parents instilled a love for Israel in me. I went to Hebrew school, and Israel became a part of my Jewish identity. But I think the more, the deeper answer, and maybe the more interesting one, is that It comes from my Bobi, from my paternal grandmother, whom I never had the chance to meet because she passed away before I was born. But my family likes to compare me to her because she also had a fierce love for Israel and also a talent for writing. And like me, would oftentimes submit articles and letters to the editor in newspapers where she felt that Israel needed to be defended and had needed a voice to represent her. And I think in many ways Israel is that shared love that enables me to connect on a deeper level to a really special person whom I've never had the chance to meet.
Mm-hmm. And, you mentioned your love of reading, your love of writing, especially about Jewish and Israeli history. We were speaking beforehand. You also said you like classic rock records and graphic design. So how do you tie all of this together?
Well, I mean, I think specifically collecting Israeli rock records is actually like owning a piece of Jewish history. It's also a really fun way to learn Hebrew. As for graphic design, it's just something I really do for fun, but it's really hard not to be inspired to create when you live in a city like Haifa. There's just so many beautiful sights. There's murals everywhere you go. There's just so much subject matter that can really inspire you to want to design something.
Mm-hmm. And so, how are you taking all of this love for Israel, all of your hobbies, how are you sort of tying that into your studies at the University of Haifa?
Well, I think first and foremost, I consider myself a writer. And I think that after October 7th and throughout the war, if there's one thing that I'd be able to contribute to this country, I think that it would be my ability to set the story straight about Israel. As for graphic design, I don't really have any career aspirations for it, but who knows, if the writing career doesn't work out, maybe it's graphic design.
Mm-hmm. So setting the record straight about Israel, something that's definitely needed today. So, we've covered sort of a little bit about yourselves. We've covered your studies at Haifa University. Now I want to ask you both a little bit about your experiences here in Israel as a whole. Moving to Israel can be a bit of a culture shock, especially for people from Europe, the United States. Can you maybe share with us a little bit, sort of what's the biggest culture shock that you experienced when you moved to Israel?
Definitely the bureaucracy. I think all Olim Chadashim would probably agree with me on that. In Haifa, it would definitely be just as helpful to know Russian in addition to Hebrew. And whenever you're an immigrant and you have to go to the Ministry of Interior and deal with paperwork, the bureaucracy can be pretty intimidating and frustrating, but it's good to be persistent.
And Daniela, did you think of a culture shock?
Yes. So definitely what you see is what you get. And Israelis are very straightforward for good and the bad. And I really love that. They will always say what they think.
What's on their minds. Absolutely. Yeah. And okay, now let's get to some fun questions about Israeli food. Right? So you mentioned, I think, earlier on the podcast that you like sort of trying the new, different kinds of food, Israeli food. So if you could only eat one Israeli food for the rest of your life, what would that be?
Shawarma. I think Israeli street food is unmatched, and I like the familiarity. I like the comfort. Shawarma.
Daniela?
Malawach.
Oh,
and it's a hard answer because I gained 8 kilos since I moved to Israel. Like, it's so delicious, everything here.
The food is definitely delicious. Yeah. Many people don't know this. I personally like shawarma as well, falafel, all the street food is amazing. And what's the most Israeli thing you've caught yourself doing? So you've been here for a while, something Israeli that's maybe seeped into your routine.
My brother-in-law always likes to tell me to make it here, you really have to use your elbows. And I don't know if I have the same level of confidence as native Israelis to maybe cut in line at the grocery store, but I think that I'm a much more direct person and maybe more assertive. And maybe that's just all part of becoming Israeli.
And Daniela, what about you?
For me, wearing flip-flops all the time. And I love being comfortable. I love that. Like wearing comfortable clothes, comfortable shoes, comfortable makeup.
Less formal here in Israel.
Yes, and it was so hard for me in the beginning. I moved, and just to imagine, I went to the beach with an Israeli friend, and I was wearing full glam makeup with fake lashes, and he looked at me, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know, like this is how we do in Europe. We like to prepare for everything. And here I'm just going to the bank in flip-flops, and everybody treats me the same, by the way, and I love that.
Yeah, much lower key in terms of dressing up.
Yeah.
For better and for worse. We still dress up, though, for evenings. Okay, so Aiden, you talked about Israeli rock and that you like to collect classic rock songs, learn Hebrew from it. So, if you had to create a playlist that represents your life here in Haifa in Israel, what would the first song on it be and why?
So, one of my all-time favorite rock bands, and certainly my favorite Israeli band, is HaYehudim. And there's a song called Mechapes Teshuvah. And while it's thematically kind of dark, and I would say maybe doesn't best represent how really happy I am in Haifa, I think it's really good to listen to look back on, because when times were sort of tough before I made Aliyah, it was a song that I would listen to quite a bit and tell myself, when you become an Oleh, maybe you'll see them in concert. And I did end up seeing them in concert, and it's a song that now I can look back on and say that I made it and how far I've come, and it's also just a pretty cool song.
Wow, and sort of coming full circle. And Daniela, what about you?
Fun fact, I listen to heavy metal, but my personality completely switched when I came to Israel. So I listen to a lot of Mizrahi music and Middle Eastern.
Last question for both of you. For the people watching or listening to this podcast, why would you recommend that other people come to study in Israel, especially now, especially after October 7th, after the war, after everything that we've been through these past couple of years? So why should people come to study in Israel now?
Because history's being made here, and you don't want to be on the sidelines for that. I think that it's more important now, more than ever, to contribute to Israel. If it's a country that you believe in, like I do, then certainly one way of doing that is by coming to the University of Haifa International School to learn about the country and to really make an impact.
And Daniela, what about you?
So for me, I've been here before the war and also during, and it was the period that I learned so much, being here during tough times, and I learned how to love so much everything around me, and I learned the resilience, the Israeli resilience. So I think generally the best time to learn is during tough time, and I know it's gonna be better soon, like עוד יותר טוב.
עוד יותר טוב.
Yes. But I think this is the best time where you can really feel the Israeli love, the Israeli resilience, and you feel like a big family here, and you learn from everybody and from everything.
So a beautiful message, and we'll end, I think, the podcast on that note. Daniela and Aiden, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Back to ILTV on the hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates that are coming out of the region. The IDF is pounding Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. An IDF announcement from this morning confirmed that terror targets were struck by Israeli fighter jets in the Tyre area, as Hezbollah's reconstruction unit attempted to rebuild near the border with Israel. This in blatant violation of the U.S.-brokered ceasefire signed in November a year ago. But in recent hours, the cross-border clashes have escalated, with the IDF sending evacuation warnings to 2 Lebanese Hezbollah-controlled towns in southern Lebanon. The IDF spokesperson said that Israeli jets began a string of strikes in the area, dismantling terror infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah. The terror group continues attempts to rebuild its terror capabilities, to act against Israeli civilians despite the ceasefire and Lebanese attempts to disarm the terror group. Israel's Security Cabinet is set to meet tonight at 6 p.m. Israel time to discuss the plans for the Northern Front. And overnight, Israel received the body of another slain hostage. The IDF has now announced the identity of the body. He is Joshua Lolitu Molel, a Tanzanian citizen aged just 21 years old when he was kidnapped. Joshua was an agronomy student who arrived in Israel for agricultural training in the Gaza envelope. He was taken by Hamas from the cowshed in Nahal Oz in which he was working. According to the information and intelligence available to the IDF, he was murdered by Hamas on October 7th, and his body was abducted to the Gaza Strip. Joshua leaves behind his parents, 3 sisters, and a brother. And as the heartache continues for the families still waiting for the return of the bodies of their loved ones, even the living hostages who were returned from Hamas captivity are in great pain and now sharing harrowing details from captivity. One such hostage is Rom Braslavsky, who was just 21 years old when he was abducted from the Nova Music Festival on October 7, 2023. Now, Rom, unlike many of the other hostages taken on that dark day, was held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that's a rival faction to Hamas in the enclave. Now, with much starker ideologies and harsher methods, when the PIJ released the very first sign-of-life video of Rom in captivity, it was clear to most that the young Israeli had endured unfathomable torture. Today, we have his testimony, and it's just as dark as you would imagine. Take a listen to a clip that was taken from the interview.
הפשיטו אותי מכל הבגדים, תחתונים, הכל. קשרו אותי כשאני לא לובש כלום, כאילו, ואני קרוע מת בלי אוכל. אני מתפלל, כאילו, לאלוהים, תציל אותי, תוציא אותי מזה כבר. ואתה אומר, כאילו, כמו נתפעה.
איך אתה קורא למה שעשו לך? תקיפה מינית?
חד משמעית. כן.
Heartbreaking. And Rom also added that the PIJ tried converting him to Islam, but he insisted on preserving his Jewish identity. Today, Rom is home and recovering slowly, but his testimony broke the spirit of so many Israelis who were praying for his safety. Knowing he endured this torture for over 700 days is just heart-shattering. And Rom is not the only former hostage speaking up about sexual assault conducted by Islamic fanatic terrorist ideology. Elizabeth Surkov was kidnapped while conducting academic research in Baghdad. She was kidnapped in March 2023 after being lured to a cafe in Baghdad under the pretense of an academic meeting. Her captors later uncovered that she was held in Israeli citizenship and began treating her as a spy. Elizabeth gave her testimony to the New York Times Magazine, where she detailed her abuse. Elizabeth recounts being tied up and beaten repeatedly until she lost consciousness. She said, quote, "They basically used me as a punching bag." Surkov's testimony also includes her being electrocuted as a means of torture and being sexually assaulted. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I am Devo Klein. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you scan that QR code on your screen to check out our ILTV app. Have a good day.
Gaza civilians are begging Israel to come and take down Hamas. And meanwhile, in New York, the city is about to elect a socialist, pro-intifada potential mayor. What's going on? Why is the world embracing this terrible Jew-hating rhetoric while the people of Gaza are dying and begging for a change? Well, we're going to be unpacking a lot of this and more on The Quad. Welcome back, everybody, to The Quad. And this week, we're all in different places, but we didn't want to miss you. And so, coming to you remote, we're here like we are every week. And what is going on this week? It's the tale of two wars, the war the world perceives and what's really going on in Gaza. Take a look at this.
هذا السلاح اللي مسكيته حماس وبيطلعوا مظاهرات فيه وببينوا عضلاتهم هنا إلهم هم اللي حصلحهم وعشان إنه يسيطروا على الشعب ويسيطروا علينا إنه يظلوا هم حاكميننا لكن الله لا يقدر الله لا يقولها ربنا يحكمونا يا رب أنا بطلب من الله إذا بدهم هم يسيطروا علينا بسلاحهم وبحالهم ويظلوا يا رب إسرائيل يظلوا
فيش أخضر من اليوم فيش أخضر
لازم يكون في هناك ثورة من داخل قطاع غزة ضد هدول الناس وأشبه بعصيان وأشبه بثورة ضدهم بشكل كبير جدا لحد ما نقدر إحنا نوصلهم لمرحلة إنه لازم إحنا يعني نخلص منكم أنتوا جماعة مرفوضين حماس برا.
So, ladies, once again, here we are trying to tell the world what's actually going on, trying to tell the morons, for lack of a better word, around the world who are still somehow talking about freeing Palestine, not really helping them free themselves from Hamas at all. I'm here in New York, Emily's in the States, and what we see all around us is the tale of two wars. Nobody really knows what's going on the ground, and yet they've built themselves a completely different narrative that doesn't exist here. A narrative that may help Zoran Mandani, an unqualified, I mean, there's many things we can say about Mandani, but inauthentic, unqualified, fake guy with a permanent fake smile on his face. The guy might get elected tomorrow, and part of the reason would be is because people have swallowed lock, stock, and barrel the tale of a war that didn't happen. So let's unpack this together. Emily, you are also in this part of the pond. Tell us a little bit about what you are seeing.
Yeah, well, Fleur, I mean, as you know, you're in New York now. I've been in New York all week. It's incredibly bewildering to me that so many people seem to embrace this person. And, everybody's talking about Israel as if Israel is the main issue in the U.S., not just on the Mamdani issue, but also on other issues as well, which I'll get to in a second. And it's so, it just doesn't make sense to me because there's no reason that all these Americans should be focused on, a tiny country across the world that they're not a part of, unless you have a problem with Jews. And this is what we keep coming back to over and over and over again from the left and the right. I mean, Mamdani, you mentioned his gross fake smile, which of course is obnoxious, but if only that was the only problem that he had. I mean, the guy's a communist. Yes. He's a true believing self-declared socialist, although really I would say that he's a communist in what he's advocating. He's advocated to defund the police. He wants to repeatedly, he wants to cut funding for counterterrorism in the city of New York. He also has made all kinds of offensive comments about 9/11 and other terrorist incidents. And he said he would arrest the Israeli prime minister, which is a violation of American law. America is not a signatory to the Rome Statute, so enforcing the ICC arrest warrant makes no sense in the United States of America and is a violation of federal law. He has zero authority to do that, although I kind of would like to see him try to get NYPD to get through Netanyahu's security. Good luck with that. But he's hugely problematic, and a lot of his rhetoric is very, very anti-Semitic explicitly. A video went viral this week of him saying that whatever the NYPD does, it's done with, the boot is laced with the IDF, which of course is anti-Semitic rhetoric. It's the same sort of conspiratorial content that we've seen for the past 2 years straight, again, from the left and the right.
We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF.
And then, we have this horrible situation in New York with the election. We also have a fight on the right. We have the ongoing conflict over Tucker Carlson's and Candace Owens and all of these crazy people on the far right or alt right, whatever you want to call it, woke right, who continue to act as if Israel is the core issue for Americans when it's simply not the case. And then we
They've
saw
made it. They've made it the core issue. They've made it the core issue because it serves them politically. Because there's a surge of anti-Israel again, mainly because of the way the war has been presented. Or,
right,
let's be honest, because the war has been presented. Look what's going on in Sudan, for God's sake. There's slews of people getting slain and slaughtered.
Nigeria.
Nothing to see here. It just beggars belief. The whole thing has been orchestrated around the Israel Hamas war, the Israel war with all our enemies, I think for very, very deliberate reasons. Shoshana.
Well, they have nothing else to talk about.
What do you mean?
Right? Meaning that is, if you put your position forward about Israel, then you are putting yourself, you're positioning yourself as the just guy, the righteous man. He doesn't actually deal with, oh, how are you going to fund those buses, Mamdani? How are you going to bring down rent? How are you going, like, you're going to take away, let me tell you, the people fighting crime, you're going to take money away from them and you're going to put it in the buses, but you're not going to put people in jail. So the buses are going to become absolute nightmares for regular tax-paying people. Like, if you don't talk about actually how you're going to get things done, so then you could just talk about anything. And if you talk about Israel, so then, yay, you get people on the streets for you. But New York City is an incredible city. It's international. It has so many. I love New York. It's so full of different types of people who get along because they're New Yorkers. And here comes this guy. Who do you think you are coming into New York? Who do you think you are stirring up the pot and telling people that you're going to defund this and you're going to do that and you're going to free buses? And the Jews that are standing there saying, as a Jew, I believe in Mamdani. Girl, what is wrong with you?
And that's
I don't know.
chickens for KFC. It's the same as
People
the
have
kids of
lost their minds. I'm of two minds. Like, on the one hand, I really believe New Yorkers are going to come through and this guy's not going to get elected. On the other hand, I'm like, all right, let's see what's going to happen. Get that guy in office and see how long it takes.
I agree. Bellamy, you were a New Yorker until a few months ago when you swapped New York for Jerusalem. Some people would think you're nuts just for that reason. But Bellamy, you've also, been around this crazy kind of progressive community. And I'm trying to understand what the appeal of this man is. And people tell me, no, Fleur, New York has become so unaffordable and they're fed up with the old, the old guard, the old white man. Maybe that's why. Bellamy, you straddle those two worlds, the world of the progressives with your dancing career and sanity, Bellamy, and sanity.
Yes.
How do you see it when you were in New York? How do people try to convince you that this was a good idea?
It's never going to convince me that that's a good idea, because I go back to a year ago when we had the actual presidential election, and what I had to go through with how people were coming at me, and especially the as a Jews saying, but why would you vote for somebody like this? Why would you vote for somebody like this? Who is there to actually take office and be in a place where we can say, okay, out of all evils, I trust this person first. But now coming into something that's, as a New Yorker from before, I moved to New York and I was still at the end of my teenage years. And what I've seen change in such a very short space of time, but very radically, has been terrifying. It's all about how charismatic he is. And he's brown. I'm sorry, I'm going to say what other people are too terrified to say. He's brown and he's a man. And the issue of race that always comes into play when it comes to American politics is playing itself out right now. And as a South African, I want to say this. This is something that keeps being left out. He's not just from Uganda. He also spent years during his formative years in Cape Town, South Africa. So what we're missing out in this whole conversation that's being wiped out from every single direction is the ties in which he has with South Africa. What did he learn in South Africa? What is the verbiage that he got already within tying into who he is right now? He is one of the most incredible shapeshifters, I have to say, in the face of this earth. And everything that we always get called for as Jews, but not just as Jews, but who Israel is deemed to the world, is exactly everything that he is. He is the epitome of the number one person. If you had to go to central casting and say who would be the perfect person to sell, that is your person. And this whole thing of the AOCs of eat the rich and everything, he's the perfect salesman for that. He is suited up. He's got the perfect accent depending on which room he's in and who
Yeah.
he's around.
Good
He will
point.
say the exact right thing. It doesn't matter what it is. The poster child for Takia right there. And everybody is so blinded by it. It's the exact same thing that happened when Barack Obama ran. And I will call him Hussein Obama because that is his name. And then we trickle down and we look at everything that happened within that everybody tried to hide. It's all about charisma. It's all about the change. But it's coming from somebody that is extremely wealthy. The
Yeah.
1% that is
Now,
now absolutely convincing people that I see you. I may look like you, but I don't know. He doesn't know anything about what it is like to be a struggling New Yorker. The same thing with the kids in all of these Ivy League schools that want to be grunge and grow their armpit hairs and scream from the rooftops about how they really understand what it is like to be a minority, to be an artist, and to be a struggling New Yorker. They are just scripted and they picked the right person for the job. And the danger in which New York faces right now is that if he's elected tomorrow, New York will never look the same again.
you think so? You're not exaggerating? Because a lot of people say to me, there's a governor and there's a city council. He won't be able to do just what the hell he wants. There's a county. There's lots of layers of government in America. And it's not like he can do anything else. What scares me is that you have here the center of global capitalism, the engine of finance of the world. And you're going to have a communist running the engine of global finance? And just getting back to the whole context of Gaza and what's going on right now in Sudan, for example, where there's literally no coverage, maybe you've seen a little bit more than me. I've seen very little coverage here about the massacres and the real genocide going on in Sudan. And it seems like this whole Gaza thing came around at just the right time for these people to get elected. It seems almost like you said, Bellamy, scripted. Emily, do you agree?
No, I agree with everything that Bellamy just said. I think it's a very precarious situation. But I actually wanted to add one more example of a policy that Mamdani has advocated that is incredibly dangerous and antithetical to everything I've ever known, whether on the left or right, about American values. And that is that he said he was going to shut down the Technion's campus in New York City, the partnership that they have with Technion University. Now, Technion is one of the best universities in the world. It's an incubator for the highest, most successful levels and most creative innovations that exist, that have saved countless lives around the world, that continue to develop such technologies in that sphere. And the partnership with New York is critical to the success of both sides, frankly. And anyone who is advocating to cut off academic relations is acting against academic freedom. And I don't think that there's any single example that epitomizes the totalitarian ideology that Mamdani has more so than shutting down academic exchange of ideas, shutting down dialogue, silencing people. That is communism. That is what he believes in. That is what he stands for. And his calls and promises to shut down the Technion campus and to harm the academic freedom of these partnerships is a prime example of what he stands for. And it's only the beginning. He will do much worse if given the opportunity.
He's telling everybody what he stands for. He's not hiding anything. Everybody knows very clearly what he stands for. He's telling everybody to their face. Maybe he's exaggerating on some things, but we can't take that risk. And it's just...
Can you imagine if he had been mayor when we had those riots, basically, all across the campuses in Manhattan? They were bad enough. But if he had been mayor, or if they do this again when he is mayor, the chaos that we saw, that was only, it would be 10, 20, 30 times worse because he would be encouraging it. He would be leading it. And the chaos that led to janitors being actually harmed, school workers being harmed, is something that he should be, a mayor is supposed to be calming and bring control. He would be out there stirring the pot. And that's not what New York needs. I know that Washington is the capital, right, of the United States, but New York is the heart.
Yeah.
And the idea, people have to understand what happens in New York is it does have a big, massive impact on the rest of the United States. And it is a big deal to be the mayor of New York City. Even if it's just a 5-borough city, it's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge deal. And
Shoshana, by the way, you brought up the janitors that were injured. I just want to note, in case anyone viewing doesn't know, we're talking about a black and a brown
yeah,
Latino janitor staff or administrative staff
Custodial
who were
staff. Yeah.
working at Columbia University that were physically assaulted and injured by the anti-Israel protesters after being effectively for several hours taken hostage inside one of the buildings that they took over. I mean, it's unbelievable the level of hypocrisy. And then that goes back to what Bellamy mentioned, that people are looking at him, oh, he's brown.
yeah.
He's brown, and it's all about race relations. Meanwhile, the actual working class people, not the spoiled brats who go to Columbia and pay $60,000 a year for their tuition, but the people who are actually working to make a living for their families are the people who are going to be hurt by these policies. And that's always what happens when you have these kinds of ideologies on the left. And it's not that I'm so much on the right, I just don't like the left.
It's just, but also there's so many people that are just speaking out, born and bred New Yorkers, and literally sounding the alarm of the danger that will ensue as soon as this man becomes mayor. I mean, knock on wood, it doesn't happen, but you have people that are born and raised there that have seen New York change decade after decade after decade, and this is their last straw of saying, we can barely afford to live as it is. We can barely afford to feed our families, whatever. But the structure in which this man wants to usher in, it might not, people might call it dramatic or whatever, but it's a very large door in which he is going to open as a portal to let everything wrong happen in a very short space of time.
I'm trying to stay hopeful that, you know how nobody admitted they were voting for Trump, and so the polls could never predict his win the first time around, and then the win was very obvious. Maybe people don't want to admit they're voting for Cuomo for whatever his reasons. I'm just praying that
Yeah.
I'm praying that it's closer than people think. And I'm now convinced that Curtis Sliwa must have done a deal with Mandani. Why on earth else would he not just drop out and give Cuomo the win? Why is he is a Republican. He knows Mandani is going to be a lot worse than Cuomo. I'm beginning to wonder whether there's a deal here. I mean, I've experienced the most horrible deals being done in politics. There's no values anymore. I just experienced the World Zionist Congress where left and nobody cares about left and right. It's all about interest and who's getting what. I saw it up close last week, I can tell you. So nothing would surprise me if I heard, oh, Curtis Lewa is now going to be the head of I don't know what. Mandani made a deal with him, and this is why he's not dropping out, to make sure Mandani wins. I don't know, but I don't understand why somebody who obviously is going to lose is going.
What I read about it is that it's related to his campaign funding, and that if he drops out early, like some of the funding that he had received, he
But
wouldn't
it's
be
the day
eligible to
before.
keep.
It's the day
I know.
before. It's not early
I know.
anymore.
I think it's personal. I think it's personal interest. I'm not sure if he made any kind of deal with Mamdani, but I think even aside from that, related to the campaign, it was about personal interests or finances or something like that. But I have to say, even his comments have been despicable. He himself is problematic, and which gets into the issue on the right. I mean, we saw this week Heritage Foundation
Yeah.
basically defending Tucker Carlson. And the thing is it's not the majority opinion, the Tucker Carlsons or the Mamdanis. They're not the majority of the left, and they're not the majority of the right.
That's
The
right.
problem is that the left has done nothing to kick these people out of their party, and it's completely destroyed the left, and now it's destroying the right because the right is unwilling to kick these people out of their party. We see time and time again major voices in the Republican Party defending or making excuses for people like Tucker Carlson, who are literally enabling Nazis like Nick Fuentes. I mean, it's appalling. There's just no excuse.
It's almost like, how low is it going to go? Bellamy, you were going to say something about.
I was gonna say that, well, what I tend to see a lot with what's going on is I remember when Mayor Adams was in office, and I made fun of him the whole time because I thought that he would attend the opening of an envelope if there was a DJ and an open bar, because that was the whole of his tenure. So now you're seeing somebody on his campaign trail doing the exact same thing, and the same people that called Eric Adams out for doing that are gleefully supporting Mamdani. So besides hypocrisy, just seeing how people are so easily sold on anything anything at all. But besides what policy actually matters, everything has become so emotional. The country is so mad that Trump became president, that the same people that are driven by the anger, it's almost like a got you. I will vote for him just to prove a point.
Well, this is what my friend Miriam was saying, that essentially it's a vote against Trump. And this is why many people are voting for Mandani.
Absolutely.
And I have to say, like, there's no moderates. Like, we have to say, where are the moderate, where are the good candidates? Like, where are the people who stand up for American values, who stand up for the people without being a lunatic? Where are those people? Why are they not in the running? It's not just one place. Like, even in the presidential elections, like, where are the people who are properly representing Americans the way they deserve to be represented? I don't know.
Well,
There's a shut off thing that I think definitely happened, especially leading up to the last elections, those last 4 years. Everything was run on one thing, on an extremity from one side to the other, and it was a trans issue. So if you shove something down one side's long enough to exhaust them, the other side is going to counter it by making sure that they can get rid of everything that you are actually about, because no one really wants to hear about it anymore. And it's the same thing that I'm noticing now with the mayoral election, is that everybody is so sick and tired of saying, well, this is actually how things go. I don't understand how you expect to live in New York City and not pay rent. I'm sorry. Even the rats at some point must have a taxation system somewhere, because everyone's paying rent. It's expensive to live there throughout. But then you also have people everywhere lying about exactly who has gotten rid of the SNAP benefits and frozen the EBT benefits and everything else. It's all being pushed to say that the right did this, the right did this. Meanwhile, the left is just shuffling on the side, tap dancing, going, actually, we did this. But if we just keep pointing the finger this way, nobody will know. We know.
Well, I joked about a week ago that this is the only time that the Democrats have actually agreed to massively cut spending, especially with any kind of entitlement. So, I mean, I guess the times really are changing.
They are changing. But that's what it is, isn't it? It's like we're all living in these echo chambers of our own news, of our own opinions.
Yes.
And there's no objective journalism anymore, certainly not in the mainstream media. And this is how Israel also has gotten villainized over the last 2 years. You know, famine. Oh, now there's a UN report. Oh, guess what? There was no famine. Genocide. Oh, actually, the numbers were even better than what we were talking about over the last 2 years in terms of, innocent to combatant ratio. But it doesn't matter anymore because it's all out there and the truth has absolutely no bearing on anything anymore. We're living in a post-truth era.
But can I just add something to that, Fleur? Because I remember when I was growing up, and just before I left in 2008, I keep speaking about just how xenophobic South Africa is. So now you have 54 countries, and the number one democratic country, the rainbow nation of the whole continent, has shut its doors to Africans. They will come into Africans who are refugees, burn their homes down, and make sure that they will shoo them away. And this was back in 2008. I was 17 years old before moving to the United States of America. So right now, when I look at what's going on between Nigeria, the Christians that are being massacred, South Africa can't stand Nigerians. They want to get rid of them. They call them that slang word, gwere gwere, which means foreigner. And you have refugees that basically are being told to go and cry everywhere else. The West is now having to say there's a problem happening here. And the only reason why I started to see that anybody in the mainstream media was saying something is because Jews and Israel was saying, hi, you want to talk about a genocide? This is actually what's going on. Because it took days and days and days before I saw anything in the mainstream media in the West say, actually, this is going on. They keep saying, this is going on. This has been going on. But you are so focused on nothing else but Israel. You are so focused because a country that is shutting out 53 other countries instead of welcoming in refugees and giving them solutions as the democratic beacon of all of Africa is too focused on taking Israel to court for something that is non-existent and apartheid when they can't even explain what xenophobia is besides living it.
It's just so depressing that it feels like, I'm reading this book on the history of the Jews, and it's just like I feel like we've been in this rodeo so many times. And it doesn't, the thing that people don't seem to understand is it doesn't end well either for the countries that turn away, bully, harass, and discriminate against the Jews. So whether it's the Democratic Party or whether it's the far right on the Republican Party, the United States, or any other place in Europe, you come after us, eventually that is when your society starts going to in the toilet. Am I wrong?
I mean, look at what happened in Syria. Look at what happened in Iraq. I mean, I don't need to tell you, you're Mizrahi, Blair. You know this better than anyone, the way that these countries have completely self-destructed. And it all started with the persecution/expulsion or otherwise oppression of the Jewish community, because it never, ever ends with the Jewish community. And that's what's so important to know about the entire situation with Mamdani, and why I brought up the academic freedom issue, because when you start shutting down the exchange of ideas and you start silencing people, and I don't mean criticizing someone, because that is not silencing, contrary to what some of the alt-right would say about Tucker Carlson. Criticism is welcome. Conversations about what's happening is welcome. But when you're actually shutting down dialogue, when you're actually preventing people from being able to talk, your own society suffers. And that's what we're seeing. That's the beginnings of what we're seeing. And instead of being aware of this, as you are mentioning, Bellamy, and looking at the examples of where we've been here in history, and I don't just mean we as a Jewish community, I mean we as a global community, we're going to repeat the same things. It's craziness.
Craziness is certainly what it is, but it wouldn't be the Quad if we didn't go into the very crazies and the big scumbags. So, our section, Scumbag of the Week. Why don't you kick us off, Emily? Who's your scumbag this week?
Oh, well, I'm kind of sorry to say it, but my scumbag this week is J.D. Vance, the vice president of the U.S. Now, while I admit that Trump has been a pretty good president on Israel, he has a long track record of positive pro-Israel steps, and he has done a lot for Israel. First and foremost, I would say the hostage deal. That, of course, comes with strings attached. And unfortunately, he's dealing with a bit of a conflict within his own movement in the United States because of people like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance took to campus to speak to some of the students from the MAGA, Make America Great Again movement, to answer questions about what's happening in America in the tradition of Charlie Kirk, or that was at least what he was trying to do. Take a look at what happened.
I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States, and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States. In this example, the most recent Gaza peace plan that all of us have been working on very hard for the past few weeks, the President of the United States could only get that peace deal done by actually being willing to apply leverage to the state of Israel. So when people say that Israel is somehow manipulating or controlling the President of the United States, they're not controlling this President of the United States, which is one of the reasons why we'd be able to have some of the success that we've had in the Middle East.
So as you see here, J.D. Vance failed to shut down a clearly anti-Semitic loaded question that sought to blame Israel/Jews for the persecution of Christians and a host of other things. And instead of shutting that down unequivocally, J.D. Vance kind of flirted around the issue, as he has done before. It implied that Israel somehow has this manipulative control over previous presidents, but not this one. Like,
Exactly.
what are you even talking about? I mean, this is clearly even what the vice president himself, is alluding to, is relying on anti-Semitic tropes.
Exactly.
And like, to be this unaware in the situation that we're in today is just wildly irresponsible. I mean, I know he's trying to quell the the far right masses, the Nick Fuentes neo-Nazi types that have inserted themselves in the Republican Party. But there's no excuse for this kind of behavior. We need leadership that is going to shut down this kind of inaccurate, based hate speech that we see from these extremists, and they are extremists. And instead of doing that, he's spreading conspiracies about the state of Israel. And I'm just profoundly disappointed to see him time after time give leverage to these kinds of people. And, J.D. Vance has been incredibly naive on foreign policy for a long time. I've never supported him. He spoke at Trita Parsi, who's the mouthpiece of the Islamic Republic of Iran, at his institute, Quincy Institute, before. And although his comments themselves were okay, constantly you see him sort of aligning himself with this extremist movement on the right. Not acceptable. Should never have happened. And yes, he, like Megyn Kelly, who refuses to condemn Tucker Carlson, like anybody else who's supporting him, like Candace Owens, like Tucker Carlson himself, needs to be condemned for his failure to stand up for the most basic example of what's right.
Absolutely. Silence is complicit. And, it just shows how, I have to return to this, we have to show how wonderful Charlie Kirk was. Because it's not that Charlie Kirk didn't have his criticisms towards Israel, but he would have shut that down. They can't hold a candle to the way that Charlie Kirk used to handle these situations. Because again and again, if he had that, he would say, hang on a minute, this, and maybe they did this wrong. It was very, very different. And all we've seen is that I'm just a little concerned about the direction of Turning Point, except that this week, Erica Kirk, thankfully, has accepted a prize given to her by the Christian Broadcasting Convention that is happening in Jerusalem. So hopefully, Turning Point will stay sane and won't be infected by the virus that Tucker Carlson wants to infect it with.
Actually, just this morning, Turning Point USA CEO said that she wasn't coming to Israel to accept this award and that they had never heard of that.
Oh.
And they also announced that J.D. Vance, along with Tucker Carlson and Erica Kirk, will be speaking at one of, Turning Point USA's major events in, I believe it's this month or next month. So, I mean, listen, I think Charlie was great, and what he advocated in terms of dialogue is important. But what Turning Point USA is doing now, and actually before Charlie's passing, I condemned him for welcoming Tucker Carlson, and I do it again. Because there should be no place for someone who is advocating for a socialist regime in Venezuela, who is shilling for Putin in Russia, who wants to, reinstitute the USSR and take over other independent sovereign territories. Ukraine is only the beginning. And, who bashes Christian Zionists.
And taking checks from Qatar.
Exactly.
He's a step away from North Korea.
He's not conservative. He's not conservative, and he's not right wing. So this inability to put your foot down and say he has no place in this movement it's despicable.
By the way, which is what they always accused the Democrats of. They said the Democrats did not get rid of anti-Semitism in their party. They let it flourish. And here we have it. And it feels like it's happened so fast, Emily. I mean, I know it's been brewing, but the last 2 weeks have been like whoosh. Anyway, God help us. Bellamy, who's your scumbag this week?
My scumbag of this week needs to pack up her knives and stop speaking. Padma Lakshmi. Not just is the father of her daughter a Jewish man, but also her ex-husband was stabbed multiple times after speaking out. And I think the name of his book was the lies of Satan. I'm paraphrasing that right now, but he spoke out against the Muslim jihad extremists, basically. And she went and took to social media this week to aunt-wash. That's what I'm calling it. She aunt-washed because, I mean, we as Indians of so many millions understand that we call everybody an extension to our family, an auntie and an uncle. And I'm so happy that right now my daughter can have somebody to look up to. And in the background, you hear the daughter saying, Mamdani is so hot. I'm sorry, what?
At least he's honest. At least he wants to do well for all New Yorkers. At least he's not a crook or somebody who sexually harasses people. And in this day and age, as a parent, it's getting really hard to teach your children about honesty and integrity and being a true upstanding leader, because many of our leaders are hardly honest or upstanding. So actually, as a parent, I'm glad that there's somebody that I can point to that at least has their heart in the right place. Okay, Krishna, there you go.
I mean, chapter after chapter after chapter of your own life, you are now taking a stand to say, again, because he's brown, represents everything about how charismatic he is and whatever, that it completely wipes out the reality of what she, first of all, produced a child with a Jewish man. So I don't care about the lineage of who's what and what. The father of your child is a Jewish man, and you are looking to usher in this kind of communist, anti-Jewish rhetoric all the way, literally all the way to the podium, champion it, medal it, congratulate it, and give it the keys to New York City openly. And I think when somebody has 2 million followers just on one platform on social media, she's got way more just on one platform on social media, the responsibility that falls upon these people is completely missed because they end up in this sort of ecosystem of being so removed from reality and from real people, because every 2 seconds they're behind a camera. They've got all these people that traipse behind them and tell them, you sneeze in this direction, everything is fine. Chop in this direction, everything is great. The check clears. They live in a completely different universe. But these are the people that are influential enough to Joe Schmo that's going to go, I don't know what to do the following day. I can't pay my bills. I can't do this. But Padma, I like the vindaloo she made last week, so I'm definitely going to go listen to what she has to say about anything political, because how it's going to affect Joe Schmo is not really going to touch Padma at all.
That's a good point. Actually, that's a good point. That's why this is an elitist
Yes.
an elitist campaign rather than the other way around, and that's why it's so disingenuous. Padma Lakshmi, yes, shame. What can we do? Shoshana.
So if you thought that the New York elections was about Palestine, and if you thought that New York universities or London universities was about Palestine, wait till you hear this, because my scumbag of the week has taken himself to a refugee camp in Sudan. Yes, a refugee camp in Sudan, and is teaching the children living in tents in Sudan that they should feel bad for the Palestinians, using their own fate, the tragedy that has befallen them, to say why they should feel bad for the people in Gaza. Take a look.
هي في دولة اسمها فلسطين. حلو؟ يعني خليكم تتخيلوا كيف بدي لكم. تخيلوا اني انتم عندكم هيدي الخيمة. بيوم من الايام اجى حدا دق الباب وقال لكم بدي افوت اشرب عندكم شاي او ابرك شوي. منيح؟ بعد ما فات برك صار يعتبر اني هذا البيت بيته، ويقول لكم هيدي الخيمة خيمتي، ويصير يطالعكم منها. وانتم بتقولوا له طب احنا بس فوتناك حتى تفوت تشرب شيء وتطلع، هي خيمة خيمتنا. بتصيروا شو بتعملوا انتم؟ بتقولوا له اطلع. وبس لاني قلتوا له اطلع من الخيمة بيصير العالم كله بيحاربكم. وهيك عم بيصير بفلسطين وهيك عم بيصير بغزة. حاليا محاصرة من الجميع ولا بيقدروا بياكلوا ولا بيقدروا بيشربوا.
You know, there's a lot that we've seen in the past 2 years that have maybe made our jaws drop. But I'm watching this video, and granted, it's translated, but I'm watching this video and I'm just like, how depraved?
Those poor kids.
How depraved do you have to be to look at a child living in a tent in a war-torn, famine-ridden country?
Real famine.
Say,
real famine.
Please feel bad for the Palestinians. How disgusting not to see the person in front of the child in front of you. Anyway, he wins the award this week and for many, many weeks.
Yes, that's pretty disgusting. I'm assuming it's from one of these non-profits that feed on Jewish hatred and Qatari money. But anyway, maybe not. But the point is that this is also what's befallen on the humanitarian aid community, that they all have the same brainwashed, mind, and there are no bigger victims in this world. Even people being killed, no bigger victims, of course, than the Palestinians in Gaza who elected their own terrorist organization. Nothing about that. Disgusting. I feel so bad for these kids. Disgusting.
Horrible.
So, bringing it a little to the mundane, because this guy is super mundane, his name is Miguel Adrover. He is the designer, he's a clothes designer, and he is the designer who refused to dress a Spanish singer, Rosalia, because she'd been silenced. She was silent on the Palestinians. She wasn't pro Palestinian enough, and so he refused to dress her. But why is he my scumbag this week? Because otherwise he wouldn't be important enough to even talk about him. Because look at his Halloween costume. Now, this guy dressed up as a bloody, I guess, Israel with blood on its hands. So imagine being in a party and this guy shows up, and this is his Halloween costume, essentially a walking blood libel of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. And I'm pretending obviously to be a Jew, so there's a lot of anti-Semitism just in the way that you're pretending to be a Jew, cultural appropriation, and on top of that, of course, put blood everywhere because that is what the Jew is, a bloodthirsty killer. And this guy gets accepted and dresses up famous people and decides who he will dress according to the purity test of who supports the Palestinians. And so, for all those reasons and more, Miguel Adrover, you are a disgusting, vile scumbag, my scumbag, this week.
I wonder if you could trace his ancestors right to the Inquisition.
That's a good point. Either side, by the way, because there's a lot of people who have so much internalized anti-Semitism. Who the hell knows? All right.
That's
but
going
thank
to
God,
be very unfortunate for him because Rosalia's new album is an absolute hit.
Really. I've just got a feeling
I
she
love
said
her.
something recently and she kind of caved in the way that Tom York has. I'm praying that's not true, but I think she also said something recently. It's like, honestly,
Yeah,
even
they
if you,
tried to like cancel her because she wouldn't talk about Palestine, and I think she didn't, but she said something like sympathetic and generic, but it wasn't like anti-Israel.
but that
I'm
just
not sure
shows,
what she ended up saying,
but
but
that
yeah,
just shows
there was
the
a bullying
bullying.
campaign against
This
her.
bullying campaign. No, you know, I think the smartest people are the people not saying anything because you're a Hollywood actor, actress, you're a designer, you're an artist. You are not a geopolitical expert. Why does anybody care what you say? Stay home and shut up, like Ricky Gervais.
Like Taylor Swift.
You know what? She's smart. Sorry, she's smart. Don't say anything. We're
She
not
is. She
interested.
would cause a firestorm if she said anything.
Absolutely, but she's smart for not saying anything. All right, and we always need our Zen moment of sanity because there are many, many heroes. Emily, who's your hero this week?
So my hero is actually a very sad story, but something I think needs to be highlighted, at least for the English-speaking world that sometimes misses these stories. There's an Iranian activist, a dissident. His name is Omid Salak. He recorded a video of himself actually burning a photo of Khamenei, the Ayatollah, just a few days ago. Within hours, he was arrested by the IRGC, and I believe it was less than 2 days later, they dropped off his dead body at his family home. This is not unusual.
No.
That's the point I want to make. It's tragic and it's awful, but this is not something that's rare. And, you know, I think a lot of people would say, well, then why did he do that if it's so dangerous? Because there are 90 million people who are living as hostages of the Islamic Republic,
Yeah.
their own people, and they are desperate for help. And while people in the Trump administration and, of course, on the left continue to ignore the plight of the Iranian people and to say, oh, well, we can just make a business deal and it will be fine, those 90 million people are suffering immensely under the Islamic Republic to the point where many of them, including people whom I know or knew, people who I've interviewed professionally for work, would rather die than continue to live under the Islamic Republic. And that's not how it should be for a country that is as naturally resource rich, as historically rich, as culturally rich as Iran. I mean, it's outrageous that this has continued to happen with the largest economy in the Middle East, single economy in the Middle East as well. So Omid Salak, who sadly was murdered by the IRGC, another victim of the Islamic Republic, is my hero of the week.
Well, he's a hero indeed, Emily, and thank God to you for always highlighting the plight of the Iranians. You are really out there always pushing And my biggest, really sad, when we were under attack, rocket attack from the Islamic Republic, we all hoped that that would have done it, that that was the step that was needed, that we could have gone a little bit further and let the people take over. And I'm just really sad every day that we didn't finish the job for them to be able to take over their own country. But thank you for highlighting these stories again and again, Emily. Thank you. Shoshana, who's your hero this week?
My heroes go back to our hostage theme. Ronan and Orna Nutra, who are the parents of Omer. Unfortunately, he returned this week. He was one of the bodies that was returned this week from Hamas. But his parents have been advocating for 2 years, eloquently and passionately, for his release, for other hostages to be released, and they're calling out Hamas for playing their games. We find ourselves in a situation of being extraordinarily happy for the people who came home and devastated for those who didn't come home or are coming home, in body bags. And Hamas is still playing games with us.
Yeah.
They're still insisting that they can't find without bulldozers. And they're lying, and we know they're lying. But we're in this position of, I guess, having to play their game or choosing to play their game. Israel's really not, in my opinion, going far enough and bashing Hamas enough as they should. We still have 8 bodies, 8 that are not returned, and they should have been returned. And so I join them in their call for everyone to come home. I join them in their grief, and I thank them for their advocacy and their eloquency, and just being incredible people, and raising a son who actually returned from the States to serve in the IDF. And we're
They're
with you.
amazing people, the Nutras, and they were also pivotal, by the way, in advocating for Idan Alexander to come home. They were there the whole time. They were in touch with the White House the whole time. I've met them a number of times. They're just good people from Long Island whose son was a patriot and he wanted to fight for his country. And, I wrote to a friend of mine was helping them with their campaign, and I said, I hope they get closure. And we knew what the outcome was. We knew that he'd been killed, but it's still so painful anew. You know what I mean? Even though we knew he was coming back dead in a casket, it's just so painful again. It doesn't make it any less painful. You know what I mean?
They should only know, happiness,
Amen,
health,
amen,
and
amen,
peace
amen,
from now on.
amen. Thanks, Shoshana. Bellamy, who's your hero this week, kid?
My hero this week is Melanie Shiraz, who's currently in Thailand representing Israel at the Miss Universe. And I know that it's something that might seem like, it's a pageant and it's less whatever. But even with what we've seen in terms of sports or anything else, representing Israel now comes with a lot. And she doesn't have a whole machine like somebody that's going to Eurovision that's really behind her and really supporting her. She's almost out there alone, but standing very tall in her pride for Israel. And I think right now, even the smallest bit of courage to stand against the massive storm and the wave that the world is pushing, and with this Miss Palestine that was all of a sudden, that came out of nowhere, manufactured out of nowhere else, has never lived anywhere near Palestine or Jordan, besides the UAE and the United States of America. The campaign that was being pushed against Israel with this Miss Palestine bot was something that was pretty strange coming out of nowhere. And I'm a very strong person, but even that would have literally made me take a step back and go, do I actually want to go and do this? And as much as Thailand is a safe place for Jews, there have been so many incidents where I go, are you really a good place for Jews to go? Because one thing spinballing into another can really raise a lot of anxiety and question. And when it comes to beauty pageants, I remember when I was younger, what do you want? World peace. Can we bring back that thing like that happened in the early 90s and the late 80s, where every single beauty pageant was all about, Miss So-and-so wanting world peace? Just walk, answer the questions, be intelligent. What do you want to do? What do you want to do as a philanthropist? Are you going to medical school? Are you doing this? As an ambassador, it is so important to have women that are really steadfast and have a very iron spine in saying, I am a proud Israeli and I will represent Israel with all my pride and all my might, no matter what. So she's definitely my hero for this week.
Absolutely. And you hit the nail on the head, Bellamy. She had very little support, actually, from the Israeli government, if any at all. He had to go around garnering support for her to go there. So absolutely, Melanie Shiraz, brave woman, wonderful woman. We wish her
Can
luck.
I mention an honorable mention because I completely forgot, but the professor who was trashed for being Jewish and Israeli, and they wanted to
Oh,
behead him, and he was asked like, "Do you regret your IDF service?" Watch this video.
Where's my camera? There? Okay. Good evening, thugs. It's important to be polite. As you have probably heard, we have compulsory conscription in Israel, so as a citizen, I was obligated to serve. However, for most of us, conscription merely absolved us of the need to volunteer. Personally, well, I was born less than 20 years after nearly my entire family was gassed at Treblinka. And personally, I would have crawled over cut glass to get to that induction center, to put on the uniform and defend my people.
And he's like, I would have walked over glass to get to the recruitment center to serve my country. I'm like, yes, that's what we need.
he's
That
he's
guy.
an incredible hero, and he's actually started something which hasn't happened before, at least in the UK academia. He started a counter protest or a counter movement pro academic freedoms. And he's
I
got
feel
a
so bad
lot
that I
of
don't know his name
people.
off the top of my head, but
He's got a lot of people sign on to this academic freedoms thing
I
that he's
love it.
doing. He's not on his own completely. He was great. He did a fantastic interview. I saw that interview. Yeah, he's definitely a worthy hero. My hero, to talk a little bit to the other side of what Emily's talking about, is Ted Cruz. Because if there's anybody in the Republican Party today, apart from our wonderful Mike Huckabee that we love, but he's the ambassador. He's not in the Republican Party as an elected official at the moment. But if there's one person that's still holding the fort for sanity against the crazy woke right, is Ted Cruz. He was harassed and bullied by Tucker Carlson in his program, trying to push him into a corner about Israel. And I thought he did very well. And now he's at the RJC, the Republican Jewish Coalition conference this week, basically saying, we have a problem, but the sane people are with you. And so he is getting, I know from inside sources, that he's getting a lot of hate online and offline. He's really facing a barrage of hatred because of his stance towards Israel, but he's holding strong. So, Senator Ted Cruz, God bless you for standing strong with your values and standing strong with Israel and the values of freedom. Thank you so much.
Amen.
And so, ladies, with that, we wrap up our show. And by the time next week comes along, we will know what the fate of New York will be. And please God, the pollsters got it wrong yet again. And please God, we'll get all of our murdered hostages home for burial, for a dignified burial from their families. And maybe we can hope that the world turns around for the better by the time we get back home next week.
Amen.
Thank you for
Amen.
watching.
And in a powerful show of international solidarity, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered for aid to be dispatched to Jamaica, the Caribbean island country that suffered Hurricane Melissa. This is the most powerful storm ever to hit the island country directly, and the first major hurricane to do so since 1988. With the devastation and damage caused by the hurricane, the Prime Minister's office said Monday that Netanyahu had dispatched a convoy of humanitarian and medical aid to Jamaica. Melissa, one of the strongest storms on record to make landfall in the Caribbean, began to dissipate on Friday after sowing devastation across much of Jamaica, cutting off communities in Cuba, drenching Haiti, and leaving at least 50 dead. U.S. forecaster AccuWeather estimated the $48 billion to $52 billion in damage and economic loss across the Western Caribbean. Needless to say that Israel has its own issues to deal with here in the Holy Land, but it is still committed to international solidarity and cooperation, a beautiful sight to see.
back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the last hour. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of the latest updates that are coming out of the region. The IDF is pounding Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. An IDF announcement from this morning confirmed that terror targets were struck by Israeli fighter jets in the Tyre area as Hezbollah's reconstruction unit attempted to rebuild near the border with Israel. This in blatant violation of the U.S. brokered ceasefire signed in November a year ago. But in recent hours, the cross-border clashes have escalated, with the IDF sending evacuation warnings to 2 Lebanese Hezbollah-controlled towns in southern Lebanon. The IDF spokesperson said that Israeli jets began a string of strikes in the area, dismantling terror infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah. The terror group continues attempts to rebuild its terror capabilities to act against Israeli civilians despite the ceasefire and Lebanese attempts to disarm the terror group. Israel's security cabinet is set to meet tonight at 6 p.m. Israel time to discuss the plans for the northern front. And overnight, Israel received the body of another slain hostage. The IDF has now announced the identity of the body. He is Joshua Lolitu Molel, a Tanzanian citizen aged just 21 years old when he was kidnapped. Joshua was an agronomy student who arrived in Israel for agricultural training in the Gaza envelope. He was taken by Hamas from the cowshed in Nahal Oz in which he was working. According to the information and intelligence available to the IDF, he was murdered by Hamas on October 7th, and his body was abducted to the Gaza Strip. Joshua leaves behind his parents, 3 sisters, and a brother. And as the heartache continues for the families still waiting for the return of the bodies of their loved ones, even the living hostages who were returned from Hamas captivity are in great pain and now sharing harrowing details from captivity. One such hostage is Rom Braslavsky, who was just 21 years old when he was abducted from the Nova Music Festival on October 7, 2023. Now, Rom, unlike many of the other hostages taken on that dark day, was held by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that's a rival faction to Hamas in the enclave. Now, with much starker ideologies and harsher methods, when the PIJ released the very first sign-of-life video of Rom in captivity, it was clear to most that the young Israeli had endured unfathomable torture. Today, we have his testimony, and it's just as dark as you would imagine. Take a listen to a clip that was taken from the interview.
הפשיטו אותי מכל הבגדים, תחתונים, הכל. קשרו אותי כשאני לא לובש כלום, כאילו, ואני קרוע מת בלי אוכל. אני מתפלל, כאילו, לאלוהים, תציל אותי, תוציא אותי מזה כבר. ואתה אומר, כאילו, כמו נתפעה.
איך אתה קורא למה שעשו לך? תקיפה מינית?
חד משמעית. כן.
Heartbreaking. And Rom also added that the PIJ tried converting him to Islam, but he insisted on preserving his Jewish identity. Today, Rom is home and recovering slowly, but his testimony broke the spirit of so many Israelis who were praying for his safety. Knowing he endured this torture for over 700 days is just heart-shattering. And Rom is not the only former hostage speaking up about sexual assault conducted by Islamic fanatic terrorist ideology. Elizabeth Surkov was kidnapped while conducting academic research in Baghdad. She was kidnapped in March 2023 after being lured to a cafe in Baghdad under the pretense of an academic meeting. Her captors later uncovered that she was held in Israeli citizenship and began treating her as a spy. Elizabeth gave her testimony to the New York Times Magazine, where she detailed her abuse. Elizabeth recounts being tied up and beaten repeatedly until she lost consciousness. She said, quote, "They basically used me as a punching bag." Surkov's testimony also includes her being electrocuted as a means of torture and being sexually assaulted. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I am Devo Klein. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you scan that QR code on your screen to check out our ILTV app. Have a good day.
Mossab Hassan Youssef, thank you so much for agreeing to this exclusive interview for ILTV News here in the holy city of Jerusalem at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
You grew up obviously quite immersed in the Hamas ideology and eventually, incredibly, in fact, risked everything in order to move on and to expose it. Just take me back there for a moment, if you can, to that defining moment that said that you were able to say to yourself, I want to break away from this.
It's not a moment, the chain of events. Since childhood, I grew up in a culture that I describe today as a death culture. Does not praise life. The Islamic culture is not concerned of this life, it's concerned of the afterlife. This life is just, they consider it as temporary, it's an illusion, and their work is for the afterlife. This type of mentality does not create a productive society. And if we did not care for life, then why does it matter? So the outcome of such a way of thinking is violence, recklessness, abuse, and it's a very dangerous indoctrination. But of course, when you are living in it, you don't realize it. You think this is the way of life. You think this is God, this is the universal design. So I could not make the connection between why the violence and why the suffering. When I was about 10, the first Palestinian Intifada started in 1987. And so you can say at least the first 10 years of my life and my early conditioning was to a certain degree tolerable. But when the first Intifada started, things developed to the worse very, very fast. I was living in an area next to the cemetery, and there was lots of clashes, not only between the IDF and Palestinians. It was actually also Palestinians and Palestinians.
During the Intifada?
During the Intifada, of course. So many people, anybody was able to just wear a mask and become a freedom fighter. And they would do honor killing by the name of Intifada. It was total chaos.
Were you scared?
I mean, as a child, I had to just learn how to coexist with this, because the shooting was all over the place. Not to mention that my father was one of the Hamas leaders, so every now and then the IDF would come to our house and take him. So the society blamed everything on Israel, and I believe that. But on the other hand, I see the violence. I see people, carrying a butcher knife and following somebody to kill him, right? Literally his cousin, or a brother trying to kill his sister for honor, only because his sister brought shame on the family. A culture that is based on honor and shame, not right and wrong. This is a very important thing for the Westerners to understand, that they don't measure it by they are willing to side with wrong as long as it's bringing them honor. And today, of course, I'm experiencing this of how to do the right thing, of saying no to violence, and no to suicide bombing attacks, and no to kidnapping civilians, targeting civilians indiscriminately. Immediately, the person becomes labeled as traitor. So there is this collective consciousness of the society that agrees on barbaric practices. And these barbaric practices are coming basically from 7th century. And of course, you know, as a child, I did not like violence. I didn't like to be beaten up by the mullahs, by the imams, and by the principal, by the teacher, by the parents, by the kids on the street, which is like normal, considered normal. At least in our time, like half a century ago. So basically, the outcome of this, there is like rebellion. Something inside me start changing, that I don't accept this, and if I did not stand for myself, nobody's coming to defend me. No law, jungle. So from very early age, I learned to basically fight back, and in that society they don't like you when you fight back, especially if you are bringing embarrassment to the tribe or to the family, because you're accountable to your tribe, not to the constitution or let's say law and order. You're accountable only to the tribe. There is no individuality. You mean nothing. As long as you contribute to the tribe gets the credit. And if you bring shame on the tribe is going to punish you. And if you actually bring enough shame, they will kill you. Your own tribe will kill you. So that kind of mentality. And when I tried to fight back, my father was a very important figure in our society. He was always embarrassed. And I'm trying to explain to him, I was like, they are actually the bad guys. I'm not the bad guy, but I took the blame anyway. So it's very hard for me to tell you what is the turning point. And to be rebellion since very young age caused me, I created so many enemies. And people just wanted me, and they wanted everyone else to just obey, not to go against the flow. So you can say since childhood, there was separation between me and such mentality, even though I was conditioned in that society. But this continued to widen. The first intifada was very difficult, but the second intifada was a lot worse. And I needed to do something about it, to stand for myself, to what I believe is right. Because just blaming Israel on everything, and I see the actual enemy within, and the misconduct and the bad, violent behavior, it was a very obvious lie. But okay, I understand. You say the occupation. This is understandable. But why do you kill your daughters and your sisters, and just for shame? It's a disgusting practice. And I got fed up at some point of just blaming Israel on everything. I did not consider Israel as a friend, because when they came arrested my father, that also made me hate Israel at a young age. So it's very, very complicated. I cannot recall like a moment that changed everything. But later in my life, when I went to prison, there were Hamas leaders in prison. They were torturing basically our people. And I thought to myself, what if Hamas succeeded one day in destroying Israel and building their own state? And that was like somewhere back in 1996.
And here we are having the same conversation today. It's unbelievable.
Right, because also it was 16 months, my first imprisonment with Hamas, locked up in their cells, witnessing their brutality and also their close-minded and their delusions. So it's very different when you don't like people's delusion, or you don't like their lifestyle or their way of thinking, or let's say even their violence, but you still have a distance between you and these people and live with them. I lived in Hamas in prisons about like 2 years in total, 3 imprisonment, and I was shocked. I could not coexist with these people.
Can I ask you, I mean, everything you're describing right now, I mean, it's what you said, you called it a death culture. And it's not a political movement, it's not a religious movement. Hamas is something, it's not a resistance movement, it's something very different. Why does the world not get that still? Why do you think it is that they struggle to understand everything you just described?
Yeah, well, the world think Hamas is the outcome of occupation. And they think that the occupation is creating Hamas. I don't think so. Because how can we explain other jihadi groups throughout the region and the barbarism that we're actually witnessing now in Syria, the Syrian civil war, the Lebanese civil war, the PLO and other militias, which all of them are inspired by the Muslim Brotherhood, hatred towards the West, 9/11, October 7, the massacres. You know, this it's and again, if it was occupation, that's understandable. Okay, so there are the bad guys who became extreme. Let's say Hamas as outcome of oppression, right? Like let's agree with them for a moment. But what about the honor killing? You know, they've been butchering women on a regular basis, and they have been canceling women on a regular basis. They are racist towards the Jews. They are racist toward the black people. They are racists towards all the non-Muslims. Christians migrated everywhere else. Like my town is a Christian town. Nowadays, you go there are no Christians. It's a very small minority.
What town were you in?
Ramallah. So there's so many things. Corruption. Okay, they claim occupation and they blame Israel on everything. They raised billions of dollars over 7 decades. And what did they do with the money? Except corruption, bullying the people, oppressing the people. And you see them on the streets, especially after the return of the Palestinian Authority to our city. Our city was a very beautiful city. We did not have checkpoints. We did not have any of that. They start encouraging suicide bombing attacks. That backfired. So for people who on the outside, they can just say, hey, it's because of the occupation. And they are not willing to see that this is not black and white. It's paradoxical. It's a matrix of things. So the people who don't live there, they cannot make the connections. And the people who live there, they are afraid to speak.
So that's my question, my next question. You know, you managed to get out and to be able to speak about and really to condemn what you saw there. But, you know, how were you able to do that knowing you were turning against your family in some capacity and everything that you knew?
Well, actually, I did not see it that way.
Okay.
Because my intention was not set to turn against people. I turned against violence. That's a very, very different thing.
Did you think your family would back you?
Absolutely not, because as I told you, from childhood, I did much smaller things.
And they didn't back that.
Than opposing the Palestinian violence and the Palestinian nationalism that is leading to violence. And it was a very painful experience. They did not accept it. And obviously, you can see, you know, how my family reacted today when I wrote the book. And in fact, I revealed myself to the public because I should have not been ashamed for doing the right thing, right? So, for many people, they don't want to take the risk. From the early beginning, it was like for me, if I don't take the risk, I'm going to die. Basically, if I don't defend myself, I'm going to suffer. If I don't stand for who I am, it's going to be a problem. So I developed this mentality as a street boy, you know, and I really did not care. I mean, I was dancing with death on a regular basis, not only because of the violence of the Intifada. It's a very, very dangerous place. You're just running for my life on a regular basis. And this is why from early childhood, and unfortunately, I had to see brutality, violence. It made me into something different. I started working, for example, when I was only 10, to help my mother financially, while all the leaders of the revolution enjoying the money, and my father in prison, my mother didn't know how to manage. So there was no way for me to turn against. I was not, even today, I don't think that I'm against my people. When I say, you know, for example, my people are not Palestinians, because when I was born, there was nothing written on my forehead, say Palestine. I was born innocent child.
Right.
Palestine and the Palestinians stole that innocence, stole that childhood from me, as they continue to steal it from all the children. Of course, it was not obvious to me at that time, but now the game is very clear. So we had to fight, I mean, the good fight, and I was never motivated by hatred. Even the days later on, when I became part of the counterterrorism effort to stop the suicide bombing attacks, I had tremendous amount of power. At a very, very young age, I was walking down the street when I was probably like 22 or 23. I would have the Israeli Special Forces, and I would have also the Hamas militias, and they don't know that they're walking the same street, and both parties were protecting me. I had access to guns. Like, I mean, killing somebody, for example, at that time, I would get away with it, because nobody would even dare to
Did you kill a lot
question.
of people?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Even my worst enemies, even those who wanted me dead, I did not want them hurt. And this is for those who don't read my first book, for example. I had many cases where some of my enemies became targets for assassinations, and I knew about their locations. And the agency was just about to drop a bomb on their head, and I refused. So I know their location, but I'm not willing to kill them. That was the biggest challenge. And some of these people, actually the ones who still lead in Hamas, the most dangerous Hamas people, and today, I don't want to say I regret it. Their punishment at that time was just death. They're murderers, mass murderers. And if I did not insist on arresting them, Hamas would have not kidnapped innocent civilians to ask for their release. Somebody like Ibrahim Hamid. I insist that they don't get killed, even though they wanted me hurt and they wanted me dead.
Today, then, do you regret not getting them killed?
I don't want to say regret. I'm just making a point to show you. If I was motivated by hatred, then I would say, okay, you know, I can. Here is Israel, and Israel wants them dead. I want them dead. Kill them all.
Right.
But that was not my original approach to the problem. 10 years, I was just trying to stop suicide bomber, and even if I had a bomb maker or a mastermind, I insisted that they get arrested. Okay, so 10 years of counterterrorism on a regular basis, where so many assassinations were taking place. I did not approve the killing even of one terrorist. I'm not talking about the innocent civilians.
Right, of course.
So how could I be turning against my people? I'm just, I could not create a movement at that age in the face of such destructive current of society that agrees on suicide bombing to go write an article in the newspaper. Hamas would execute me like next day. Or my father would be like literally embarrassed, and like there was no way for me to do it. I wish I was able to rationalize with them. So what do? To try to convince the entire society, which to transform a society would take probably decades of work, and it's not only the work of one individual. And on the other hand, it would be to locate a suicide bomber and make sure that they are locked up or stopped before they reach their target and kill civilians indiscriminately. So these are the hard choices. And of course, I sabotaged the terrorist operation, but my intention was not to harm innocent people who had nothing to do with it. Right. Even today, from the beginning of the war, I've been saying, here we are, after many, many years, and the Palestinian violence led to the destruction of Gaza and the suffering of so many people, and trying to bring to the world that this is the outcome of violence.
Did you expect something like October 7th to ever happen? Could you have envisioned what happened on October 7th?
I saw things a lot worse than October 7th happening. Yeah. I mean, what would be worse than 9/11? It's the same group, same jihadists. October 7, 9/11, there is no difference. Motivated by the same Islamic ideology. So, did I see it happening in 2023? No, I didn't see it. I thought to myself, Hamas now is just busy governing Gaza. They're enjoying the money. Okay, they are bullying. They probably like having all this military show to just try to bully the world, and they may launch a war. But I never thought they would just invade and commit a genocide against the Jewish people, like simply because by doing so, you're not only committing suicide, you're like literally decide on behalf of millions of Palestinians or Arabs in Gaza to total destruction. Right. Because, like, from my understanding, the Holocaust, and it's like the Jewish sensitive nerve. Yeah. Don't touch that one. And this evil people, they go to the worst thing, and they just repeat a modern day Holocaust. What are you expecting? What is going to be this is not just a terrorist attack. The atrocities that they did. I don't know if you watched some of it. Not the things circulating on the media. I'm talking about the things that the families did not approve their release. I mean, barbarism in the worst possible way. So, and everything was caught on the camera. And Israel is not a weak country. It's a very powerful army. And every time Hamas started the war in the previous wars in Gaza, Israel had to submit to the global pressure. Say, okay, civilians, very populated area, let's strengthen our fence. Let's help them with economy, try to improve their economy. Israel could not open the gates for Hamas to bring all type of weapons from Iran. So there was a blockade, but that blockade was also from Egypt, not the Quartet also. What was the 4 countries responsible for the peace process in the Middle East, including the United States? All these countries sanctioned Hamas. And there was a condition, drop your weapons, recognize the state of Israel, and we're going to open it for you. Right. And we're going to pour as much money as we can to help you thrive and prosper. That was the condition. Hamas refused and kept the people in imprisonment for about 17 years, while investing their energy in building terrorist infrastructure. So now Israel thought, like, maybe for a second, like, okay, we have no choice. Okay, we have Hamas in the south. We need somehow to just accept that they are going nowhere, because to eradicate Hamas means large-scale war against Gaza, like. And we already see, and this is why everybody was trying to avoid it. And so Hamas came on October 7 and pulled the trigger, and nobody even know how this is going to end. It's not even over yet after 2 years. It's not just like a terrorist attack that you could say, okay, it's a matter of proportionality, it's a matter of like, okay, calculated response. It's Hamas signed their like death sentence on October 7. Yeah. And of course, the world would see October 7 in the morning. Then on that day, then it was obvious that they're going to forget, especially when there is civilian casualties. But Israel cannot, this time, this war, it was not possible to repeat the same mistakes in the past, to just let Hamas get away with their crime. It was not possible.
So why do you think it is that Israel can't explain that to the world? Like, what is Israel doing wrong in its messaging? Because as you said, October 7th, the world was with Israel, but within 24, 48 hours, the world saw the civilian casualties, saw that Israel invaded on the 23rd, whatever, a couple of weeks later, and turned against Israel. What is Israel doing wrong?
Maybe 2 billion Muslims around the world who hate the Jewish people, the Jewish minority, and maybe when they are using the social media, crossing all the political borders and cultural barriers, tweeting from Pakistan and from Iran and from the rest of the world with propaganda on behalf of their Muslim brothers and sisters. Muslims at the beginning of the war, they triumphed. It's like immediately on October 8th, they were celebrating in Australia, in London, everywhere. They thought that was a big victory for the resistance. And a couple of weeks later, when the ground invasion started, they start screaming genocide, genocide. So, and of course, it's propaganda. Many of it is lies. Even the footage that coming out of Gaza, not all of it is accurate. This does not cancel that there are no civilian casualty and children dying in Gaza. I don't think the numbers are accurate when they say 50,000 or 60,000. I am sure they're lying about that because it's in their interest to exaggerate the numbers and fake the statistics, because they know the more they fake it, the more the global pressure will apply on Israel, and that may lead to Israeli surrender. Two very dangerous weapons Hamas had: the use of human shields, their own people, weaponizing civilians, and on the other hand, the hostages. And Hamas knew that these are like the two cards that would guarantee Israel defeat and Israel surrender. That they never thought that Israel would actually go that far, like 2 years later, and still fighting without declaring surrender to the demands of Hamas. So now, when this is the reality, this is because you asked me, why the world, why Israel?
Right.
Israel is not failing. It's just Israel at defense, even in the face of propaganda, and Hamas lies depend on the strong emotions of the world.
Right.
Civilized world in the 21st century cannot see children dying like this, and they say, okay, the terrorists we understand, but bear the civilians. And what we are trying to tell them, you need to direct this message to Hamas and apply the pressure on Hamas, not on Israel.
Are there civilians in Gaza anymore? Do you think that there are such things as civilians in Gaza at this stage?
Look, I said this in the past, and it's a very, very dangerous statement. I said Gazan society has fallen from grace. When a vast majority of people agree with such evil, of course you're going to find someone and a group of people, maybe a minority, who still at least disagree with what Hamas did. But unfortunately, after what Hamas did, it was too late. Because it's not Israel's fault to just say, okay, we have a handful of innocent people there, so let's retreat, declare surrender, forsake our hostages, or basically release thousands of mass murderers in order to bring the hostages, and become vulnerable for all Israel enemies from the north, from Syria, from Lebanon, from Iran, and just let's show that if we are attacked in such way, we don't have the capacity to respond if you are taking human shields. So it's not Israel's failure. It's not Israel's failure. It's the world's failure that failed to condemn Hamas from the beginning. Had the world condemned Hamas from the beginning as a barbaric terrorist organization, If Hamas had that kind of feedback from the beginning of the war, they would have not have this stubbornness and insisting on their method, because they think that the entire world is behind them right now.
Right.
And the recognition of Palestinian state, meaning basically like that Hamas violence strategy paid off.
Do you think there'll be a Palestinian state?
Never.
Never.
Never. And not a sovereign state at the expense of Israel sovereignty. There is no way in the world that Israel would allow that. And by the way, Western leaders who have decided on behalf of Israel, compromising the Israeli security and legitimizing terrorists, if they think this is going to lead to a Palestinian state, they're totally mistaken. In fact, I have a feeling that their recognition of Palestinian state will lead to only to one thing: the dismantlement of the Palestinian Authority. Even as a governing authority, they could just focus on that and focus on economy, education, and coexist with Israel as is, without just trying to create a hostile entity within the borders of Israel, inviting all Israel enemies and all the anti-Semites and even the ancient enemies of Israel to use this entity as a device or as a medium to just keep Israel in suspension, like all the time in a war, in a state of war. And this is not good for the Israeli economy. This is not good. I mean, enough is enough. Israel has been in wars with the surrounding countries, with Muslims, for the last, since its establishment, 77 years.
So what's the vision for the West Bank and Gaza? What do you see happening?
Arabs can coexist with Israel. There are 2 million of them within the state of Israel. Now, to have self-governing, I'm not against it, to rule their own cities.
Like municipal governments, kind of?
It could be like also an Arab Federation.
Okay.
That is not concerned very much of borders and armies. If this is posing a threat to the state of Israel, especially that the Palestinians, they don't have a leadership. All those who claim to be leaders of the Palestinians, they are self-appointed. They are not elected.
Right.
They're not elected. And even when the world gave them the right to return after Oslo, it was conditional to actually seek peace. And instead, what they did, they encouraged suicide bombing attacks. And Hamas overnight in Gaza took over Gaza. That was like I'd say a mini state.
Yeah.
It was a mini state. And on one hand, they wanted terrorists to govern and be the rulers of the state. And Israel could not afford that. Said, okay, we could give the Palestinian Authority, who agreed, signed the peace agreement, we give them self-governing, but terrorists just like literally had a coup against the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah.
So this could be repeated also in the West Bank. So in my opinion, instead of trying to force Israel to agree on something that compromises its security, and after October 7, I don't think any Israeli leader would agree on a Palestinian state. So what would be a middle ground? Arab Federation, where the world would invest in their economy, build infrastructure, and have transitional period of time, let's say 10 years, 15 years, and let's see how they behave. Would they integrate, show responsibility? And I personally, I'm just tired of this. After almost 1 century of fighting against the occupation to free Palestine, especially when there is no Palestine. Palestine never existed, as a sovereign state, as a country. And Palestine is nothing but a colonial entity. And the irony to play the victim and pose as oppressed by white colonizers and pose as the indigenous of the land, while choosing a colonial entity, Palestine, as their national identity. Well, this is hypocrisy, and it's totally twisted. So you cannot have all of it. It has been Israel since the beginning of time, and Palestine is the continuous attempts for the past 2,000 years, since the days of the Romans, when they expelled the Jews. They changed the name from Israel to Palestine.
Right.
Then later on, all the invaders, whether if they are the Turks, Romans, Byzantines, Muslims, Bedouins, Gypsies, sea invaders, all of them basically trying to replace Israel and expel the indigenous of the land. So when the Jewish people returned to their homeland after 400 years of oppression of the Ottoman Empire, that became a crime. And the world does not want to accept that. This is the land of Israel. Palestine actually is the false name of the region. So to claim to be indigenous, and the Palestinian history actually began just by the establishment of the PLO in 1964. There is no history there. And what's even worse than that actually the Arabs during colonial Palestine, they refused to be called Palestinians. They objected to be labeled as Palestinians. The Jews in colonial Palestine were called Palestinians, and they accepted that because they were under the authority of the British mandate, right? Yeah. So now for the Palestinians to say, no, we are Palestinians, some 20 or 30 years later, and make a monopoly over it and make it sound like ethnicity, while in reality it's nothing but a political violent movement that is, but this shows you how falsehood is only leading to more chaos.
Musab, why are there not more people like you? And honestly, how are you still alive? I mean, with this.
Well, I'll continue to be alive as long as I breathe.
Yeah.
It's, all of us are going to die eventually. I'm sure there are other people, and one of the things that, why I stand my ground, I educated myself on these things. Spent every day of my life, every moment of my life, processing the conflict. So don't think that the new generation of Palestinians, especially among Americans or Westerners, who just learned about the conflict just recently after October 7, or even in the past decade, they can defy half a century of experience in the depth of Hamas decision-making, depth of intelligence operation, counterterrorism, etc. They cannot do this. And what I would like to, for the Arabs who live in the West Bank, to see that even though there are so many challenges and I had to go to fight against so many odds, I'm still standing. I'm still standing because it's a matter of education. So, and I'm just asking the Arabs.
I think it's a miracle.
No, I don't want to say a miracle, or it's just a matter of education. It's very, very simple. I asked the Arabs in the West Bank, what makes you a Palestinian? Why you identify as a Palestinian? You're identifying with the corrupt Palestinians who have been killing your children for financial and political gain. And then you say, I am a Palestinian. You are not a Palestinian. Your ethnicity is an Arab. This is your language, is your culture. Palestinian, this is a new thing. And even if it was the old thing, the 2,000 years ago, that was made up by the Romans,
Right.
empowered by the British. There is no even, the letter P does not exist in Arabic. It's only B. There is no P. So where so inauthentic or unauthentic, it's in fact laughable.
Yeah.
Except that so many people are dying, and now we have
Right, it would be laughable if it wasn't causing such tragedy.
right, and now we have the new generation Palestinians, very dangerous, especially that they've never been here, and now they feel actually that they are entitled for an Israeli apology, and they actually feel that Israel must surrender to the new Palestinians from Japan, from China, from the United States, from the rest of the world. Everybody is Palestinian. Anybody who's wearing a keffiyeh, which by the way is an Iraqi thing, it's not even a Palestinian thing. So if you ask me, well, what distinguishes what so-called Palestinians? What makes them different than the Lebanese, than the Syrians, than Jordanians, and the Egyptians? There is nothing.
So I want to ask you a few other kind of open-ended last questions before we run out of time. So, if you had the attention of the United Nations General Assembly just for 5 minutes, what would you tell the world about Hamas and about Israel's fight today? What would be that bottom line that the UN has to understand?
Well, the UN is part of the problem. It's not part of the solution. And even if I have that kind of platform, there are so many infinite forces at the United Nations that profiting from this conflict. In fact, the United Nations, UNRWA, for example, is the biggest branch of the United Nations, the biggest budget. And what the UNRWA has been doing?
Perpetuating the refugee problem.
No, they're like just a bunch of parasites feeding off the refugee status. And they don't want the refugee status to end. But look, how much they give the refugees? Just very little, okay? And in the meantime, they are living in luxury. They're no different than the Hamas leaders in Qatar. Do you think this type of people fly commercial flights? Do you think they stay in 3-star hotels? Do you think they don't have, their salaries are just like very modest salaries? So the UN and UNRWA created the refugee problem, that now we have to deal with a third generation of refugees instead of actually taking all this fund and try to help the people move on. They keep the people in misery so they can keep their jobs. And if you go say, we don't want the UNRWA, they fight against you. It's like, because all of them, and what do we do later? So I don't consider the United Nations as actually a platform where I'm going to solve the problem. I consider the United Nations part of the problem, not the solution. And also the United Nations, they're not God. They were established somewhere in the 1950s. And since then, they kept just deflecting. Now it's what their function is the opposite of the purpose of their creation. So why do I want to give them even legitimacy? Of course, this is dangerous to say, but as a free thinker, I don't even consider them as a legitimate authority to decide what is occupation and what's not occupied. So if we want to go to the root of the problem, so at least to these people, say, stay out of the business. And for all the pro-Palestine, the pro-Palestine worldwide, all the mediocres right now, opportunists, haters, taking advantage of this tragedy, projecting whatever their ill motives on the endless angry cause. And I say, you say fight the occupation. Who is going to fight the fight? You're like basically, you want from me, from the children, the Arab children in the West Bank and Gaza, to fight for eternity so you can satisfy your political ambition? You don't even belong here. Who appointed you to speak on behalf of the children? Yeah. And also, especially for those who claim to be Palestinians, and so many now, because it's a trendy thing, it's a successful movement.
Yeah.
But the essence of it is falsehood. I tell them, have a little bit of mercy on the children. Enough is enough. We must break the vicious cycle of violence.
That the Palestinians in Gaza would listen to you, and you could deliver them a direct message. What would you say to them? What do you want them to hear? Those Palestinians living there right now under the 22 months of war.
Look, the situation now in Gaza is pretty much irreversible. It's, I am afraid that we cannot even go to the point of October 6. It's not possible. Why? Because we don't want to rebuild Gaza in a way that suits militias and terrorists. This is what they want. They want Israel to surrender. They want to release their terrorists from prison. And by the way, most dangerous Hamas leaders are not the ones who were killed, and not are the ones abroad, the ones in Israeli prisons. And this is why Hamas want them released. So we can go to square one, where they can rebuild Gaza on the terms of terrorists that suits their agendas, where they're going to imprison the people for the next 100 years. So it's not in the Gazan people's interest to rebuild Gaza. Gaza is ruins right now.
Where should they go?
Earth is vast. Earth is vast. They can go wherever, but at least we must give them the freedom to choose. I'm not saying to force them anywhere, at least because up to this recent war, the Palestinian Authority and Hamas criminalized anyone who actually abandoned the cause and take compensation, sell their property, and move on somewhere else. And people have been afraid to do this, even though they really want to just get out. So they made this into a crime, even for those who wanted to escape the wrongdoings, the evil doings of Palestinians. They couldn't. So now I think the time has come. We must finish Hamas and give the people the freedom to basically go wherever they want to go.
So here's my last question, and then we're going to have to wrap up. You know, you've obviously really risked your life to take this side. So in your view, what does it mean for others to do that, to take a side in this conflict? What is the core final message that you want the good people in the world to hear?
I haven't lost my faith in humanity, even though it has been very, very dark. My message, don't let the Palestinian ideology and the Palestinian indoctrination infiltrate your societies. It starts in a romantic way, then it's going to turn into a very, very ugly situation. Victim narrative and victimhood is not the foundation, especially of the Westerns and the Western civilization. It's all about resilience, about democracy, it's about strength. Okay, it's about the good fight, not about just victim mentality that will never bring peace or prosperity to the people. Victim mentality is a disease, and this is the very foundation. It's the very foundation of the Palestinian narrative. It's all based on victimhood. We are oppressed, and our fight is legitimate, and we want to continue like this for eternity. And the world now saying, yes, yes, do it. But what they don't know, that they are inviting violence and dangerous indoctrination to their front doors and to their backyards. And now when the moment they legitimize such thing, tomorrow the same mentality is going to turn against other establishments, because Israel is just another democracy, no difference between this democracy and European democracies. In fact, this democracy, I think it's a lot stronger than democracies in the West, with one difference, that Israel has been under constant terrorist attacks since its establishment. And this is why there are emergency laws. So with that said, my message, don't let them in. Don't let them in, because this is going to backfire eventually. I understand all the efforts of the good people in the world who don't want to see bloodshed. I am with them, but we don't want to blame the wrong guys. I don't know how Israel would have managed the crisis differently. And I am sure, at least in intention, Israel has the the intention not to harm the civilians and minimize the civilian casualties. So if this is the reality, where on the other hand there are reckless terrorist leadership that has been sacrificing their own children for political and financial gain, then we may at least see this main difference. And yes, identifying with the tragedy, all of us, there is actually here, even in Israel, there is no mother that does not feel sorry for the children's suffering. But who to blame? The ones who sacrificed the children and gambled with their blood for their political agendas.
Mossad Hassan Youssef, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today.
You're most welcome. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
At ILTV, we're not just reporting the news, we're on a mission. Every story we tell stands for truth, for Zionism, and for Israel. When you subscribe, you're not just buying an app, you're becoming a partner in strengthening Israel's voice around the world. ILTV is factual, direct, and unapologetically pro-Israel, and we need you with us. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to subscribe and stand with Israel. Because this isn't just news, it's a mission. At a time of viral misinformation and rising anti-Semitism, more than 150 Christian journalists and influencers converged on Jerusalem for the 7th Christian Media Summit aimed at seeing Israel firsthand, challenging false narratives and strengthening a vital alliance. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman and India Naftali were at the CMS Gala last night. Let's take a look.
Hosted by Israel's government press office with the Foreign Ministry and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, the Christian Media Summit kicked off on November 2 and runs through November 6 in Jerusalem, with tours from the Western Negev to Judea and Samaria. A gala was held Monday night at the Museum of Tolerance, drawing more than 200 supporters. Organizers say the goal is simple: equip Christian media with on-the-ground facts and fortify friends who've stood with Israel through 2 hard years of war.
There are people from all over the world. I just met a man from Nigeria, a pastor from America, from Europe. It is incredible. There are over 200 people here, and they're all leaders that are speaking to millions around the world from here in Jerusalem.
Veteran participants say this year's turnout and timing matter. With so many stories told from afar, attendees stress the impact of witnessing recovery and resilience up close.
So it's very important that these Christian media are here to see firsthand how the nation is recovering and hear from Israelis what they've been through and what they think has been accomplished.
The program tackled big questions, such as truth versus propaganda online, Christian-Jewish partnership, and the status of Israel's biblical heartlands, while acknowledging a core criticism, that the summit can feel like preaching to the choir. But organizers counter that this is precisely the moment to strengthen that choir so it can sing louder, clearer, and farther.
We need the media to speak the truth. We need the church to know the truth and educate its masses. In Africa, 30% of the states are Christian majority states. They know how to read, they know the truth, they know the Bible.
Israel's Minister for Diaspora Affairs told the gathering that the struggle against jihadist extremism is global and that Israel cannot afford distance from allies who share Judeo-Christian values.
So, unfortunately, not everyone understands the importance of the connection with the different churches that supports the state of Israel in the U.S., in Africa, in South Korea, in Hungary. It doesn't. I think it's super important, and we must continue to make this relationship with the Christian community stronger and stronger.
Beyond panels and